Good evening. No matter where you are in the world, we're glad to have you with us streaming on WBIR+. Along with my colleague John North, I'm John Becker, and we have our classic Inside Tennessee panel with us. To my left is Don Bosch. He is a Democrat, runs his own law firm, and Susan Richardson Williams is on our right, and she is a Republican, runs her own PR firm. Happy Election Day.
Yes, happy Election Day.
It's finally here.
It's finally here. It is finally 8 o'clock. And John North, just so our viewers are clear, if you're in line at this hour, you can vote. You just checked in with one of our crews, and we are seeing lines dwindle.
That's right. That's good news. Cedar Bluff, which traditionally is one of the busiest precincts out west in Knox County, very long line around 5:30, 6 o'clock tonight. A lot of folks out there in the parking lot. Just got a picture shot from one of our reporters who was out there about 10, 15 minutes ago. Not a bad line at all. So hopefully there's no line.
Yes, and they cannot start counting ballots until the last person has voted. And our producer, Alyssa, is in the background. You're going to hear us talk a lot to her. She said we can check in with Shay right now. So let's do that. If Shay Smith can hear us, just set the scene and what you're seeing right now at that polling location and precinct.
Hey guys, yeah, so right now people are leaving the location, and as you can see, the door is shut, locked, and there is no line. Now, as soon as people, as fast as they came in to vote, they came to leave as well, because at about 5:30 when we were here, the line was extremely long. At one point, I counted about 150 people. That is not including the people inside as well. I just spoke to a poll worker who said there's probably about 40 people. I would imagine, I think about 10 people have left since we last spoke. So there are people still inside casting their ballots. But as far as the line, there is no line here. It started wrapping up around 7, I would say probably 7 o'clock was when it really started to slow down. But I expected that after work rush, and we actually didn't really see that. It seemed to be even more busy before the after work rush. So about 4:30 to 5 to 5:30, but like I said, things really started wrapping up at about 7 and 7:15. The election worker, he did give a 2-minute warning, a 1-minute warning, and then he asked a couple of people out here if they had voted or if they were waiting to vote, and then he shut the door. And again, as long as you made it in line before 8 o'clock, you are good to vote. But I'll throw it back to y'all because, looks pretty settled here now.
It does. We want to ask you, Shay, you had a chance to talk to two candidates who swung by that precinct. Brian Goldberg, who is the Democrat in the race, taking on Republican and incumbent Elaine Davis. This is one that a lot of people are watching in District 18. But what did both candidates say to you about this election day and their feelings?
Yeah, so they both seemed pretty optimistic. We'll hear from them later on in this stream. But I asked Elaine, how does voter turnout look today? She said that she was impressed with the early voting turnout, and she said that she's been here at this specific precinct all day, and that the line, people just kept flowing in. I talked to Brian Goldberg about his thoughts as well, and he said that he's kind of stopped by multiple precincts all over Knoxville today. And again, a lot of them were full. There were lines at a lot of them. But, they both really stressed the importance of voting, kind of regardless of who you vote for. But I did speak a lot to Brian about the importance of focusing on your local officials as well and those local candidates, because, the presidential race has been a big key factor for a lot of voters out here. And I'm sure that drew a lot of them. But they will heavily be impacted by their local leaders and state representatives and people like that. And so he said that, it's really important to focus on those types of elections, because those are the elections that will really impact you.
We appreciate the perspective. Thanks so much. We'll certainly check back with you during this stream live for us tonight, just after the poll doors close. And again, if you're in line at 8 o'clock, you can still vote. This note, projections are right now from NBC and really across the country that Donald Trump is the projected winner in the state of Tennessee. No doubt that will be a declared winner. It's a firmly red state when you look at those colors, John.
Not a surprise at all. We anticipated that. There are several other things that we think are going to happen in terms of other states. It's obviously just about 6 or 7 or 8 states that we're really watching late into the evening tonight.
And I want to break down voter turnout in just a second, but I just stole a glance at John's phone there, and one of our producers, Chris Salamini, saying that AP is calling the race for Senator Marsha Blackburn, the incumbent. She is being challenged by Democrat Gloria Johnson. Susan, just your quick reaction to that race.
Well, it's certainly not a surprise. I think all of us, even Don, the Democrat, would agree.
We had high
that
hopes.
always have hope, but Marsha was going to win, it looks like, by a significant percentage in Tennessee. Gloria Johnson has certainly had a lot of name ID in the last year or so. She was part of that Tennessee 3, and she's running for a state house seat as
She's
well.
on the ballot
Unopposed.
twice.
Right, unopposed. She will remain in our state house.
That's right.
Yeah, but I don't think anybody's surprised that Marsha's been called this early.
Don, you were looking at the percentage there, and obviously that's going to take some time to flesh out over this election night, but what percentage do you think will show there's some vulnerability with Senator Blackburn?
Oh, I think 20 comes to mind if I'm sort of just pontificating. If Gloria stayed within 20 points of Marsha, I would say that that's a good effort. It's not going to surprise me if it's 23 or 25, but anything 20 or less, that tells me as a Democrat in this state that we're making progress.
We know that the state of Tennessee has 11 electoral college votes. We have an ability to show you kind of where that stands in this race. Again, this is the national picture, and we know that you're joining us for a lot of perspective on the local races, but just to give you a big picture perspective right now on the electoral votes that are in thus far. And again, John, as we talk about election night, we're going to see those numbers vary a lot. There's something that politicos use on these nights, which is mirage results. And that is, you see that Donald Trump has 73%, and then an hour later, you see that drop to 60 or even lower. Explain that.
We're going to see that in several different states for one or the other candidate. And what it means is that depending on sort of how the individual state does its voting and how turnout was in that state and what that state is releasing, you're suddenly going to see what appears to be a flood that says, oh my goodness, so-and-so state has gone for Kamala Harris or so-and-so state has gone for Trump. That's, don't get too excited either way. It's, don't spill your drink, because it's going to be a long night in those especially tight states that we've talked about. I mean, it's going to be, I know North Carolina and Georgia really, really, really want to try and turn it in tonight. Good luck on that. I don't know, but there'll be some other states we're not going to know tonight.
We want to go to another live picture here, and this is State Representative Sam McKenzie, one of the Democrats representing our community. Let's listen in on this election night.
Let's give Gloria Johnson another round of applause. So I won't be before you long, but again, I'm just excited. I'm excited about what tonight holds from a national standpoint. We've been canvassing and working hard for Vice President Harris, but I tell you, it's tough in Nashville. If you all come to Nashville, and I encourage everyone to come and see how this sausage is being made, there's so much bias, there's so much hate in the state capitol right now because of the Republican supermajority. They think they have a stronghold over this state, and they don't. We are not a super minority as people. We're just been drawn that way. We've been gerrymandered into these horrible districts, but we're fighting. We're fighting. Those candidates you heard tonight, called out tonight, are fighting.
We're going to come back, and that's just a piece of the Democrats tonight. Again, Democrat Sam McKenzie representing Knoxville, just saying, let's give Gloria Johnson a round of applause for her effort to take on this statewide race. And Don, he was making the point there that yes, there is a supermajority, and yes, that's a bad thing for this state. A supermajority meaning that literally the Democrats could walk out of both the state House and the state Senate, and the Republicans could still do business. You think that is unhealthy?
I do, and frankly, the Dems have had that many years ago, and it was unhealthy then. when you don't have that discourse, when the public is not fairly represented, because, you know, Susan, as we joke, like it or not, there's somewhere between 40 and 45% of us on my side of the stripe, and when their voice isn't heard, that's when people really begin to feel marginalized by their government. And it also, frankly, you talk to the governor, most governors don't like a supermajority even when it's their party.
It's a difficult thing to govern with. Susan, I want to get your perspective, but if we can talk to Alyssa, our producer back there, one more time, just to give an example of what Representative McKenzie is talking about. We do have that District 18 map, and it shows you the extent to which both the Democrats and the Republicans go to building a district that will be protected. We see this in Congress, that we see this also on the state level. Again, this is District 18. That's the Tennessee River right there. And you can see a big chunk in South Knoxville, and then we kind of wind our way around parts of the city, and then, we go out west and then up north. Susan, what do you make of that?
To the victor go the spoils. I mean, we, as a Republican for many, many, many years, we suffered under gerrymandering by the Democrats who were in charge of the legislature, and we didn't like it any better than they like it now. But it is,
But you all got
it is
better
the
at
way
it
it
because
is.
once you got control, it's when the computer algorithms changed the game.
Yeah, that's
I love
probably
this
some
one
truth to
because
that.
even Republicans will be like, yeah, that is kind of obvious, isn't it?
Yeah, that one
looks
is pretty obvious.
It looks pretty obvious. John, we're just getting some results from Rocky Hill
That's right.
Precinct. Explain what you're seeing.
So it's what I'm looking at real briefly is a pretty heavy pro GOP turnout as opposed to the Democratic candidates like Burchett over Jane George, 643 to 319. What I wanted to get down to was lower down Elaine Davis and Brian Goldberg. So again, as John said, this is Rocky Hill School. Elaine Davis 399, Brian Goldberg 304. She won that one before, and you would have expected her to win it. It'll just be a question of does she retain the margins that she had in 2022, or is he able to steal some of those precincts away from her?
Democrats, Don, have said Dean Hill, that precinct is where Democrats go to die typically, metaphorically, in elections because that's a precinct they must win in order to have any success in that district.
Well, that has been true, but I think we've seen in Knoxville and in Knox County that some areas are beginning to get scrambled, growth patterns in different places. Dean Hill's still very important to the Democratic cause and Democratic candidates within our area, and so we'll need to see that. Rocky Hill still is pretty red, and I've voted there for many years, and so it's those numbers, though, for Goldberg and Davis are really encouraging for Brian Goldberg, at least in my view.
Susan, how about you, your perspective on Dean Hill and then also Rocky Hill tonight?
Well, traditionally, those have been very Republican areas, and Dean Hill has definitely been changing in the last couple of years. Rocky Hill, I think, is still a fairly Republican. So Elaine's vote there, it's about, 100 votes right now?
A little less.
Yeah,
95.
I mean, that's what I would expect out of Rocky Hill. Be interesting to see what Dean Hill does.
You've made the point in the past that we did see that shift, and as have you done, in Sequoia Hills, that used to be much more Republican and then turned purple, and now is
It's pretty
steady
blue. Yeah, when I first moved here in 1988, Sequoia Hills was like the Republican precinct. There's no question. It was as red as any precinct in the county for sure. That is no longer true. And I don't know exactly what happened. I think we have a lot of UT folks that live in there, UT professors that have moved into that area. But it's definitely one of the bigger changes since I've lived here.
I was just going to point out two things. First of all, if you're sitting and watching us on the app going, how did they get those numbers? Just a reminder that we have had somebody positioned at various precincts to look at the tape that is posted. These are the numbers from the precincts, so these are real numbers. What I thought was interesting is there also is the ballot question, the city charter amendment. I don't know if you saw that, Don. It's 75 for, 63 against. That's number 2, which would change the way Knoxville City.
That's
is.
surprising.
Wow.
Susan and I both gave each other the wide eye there.
Yeah.
That was a very confusing charter amendment, and a lot of people didn't understand it. And maybe the vote total is so low that a lot of people may have just skipped the question. But I think that's going to be a wonky vote.
It's also showing under votes at 10.
It is. And I just want to put a pin on what you said, John, about the way we're getting these results, because it's important for people to understand the votes will not be counted officially until everyone has voted down at the Knox County Election Commission. But each precinct is required to do what, when?
They, as soon as everybody has cast their ballot at the precinct, they run a tape, which is the totals of what's been cast at that center today. And then they are required by law to post that. So if you were to go to your precinct right now, I'll bet you that probably, you would see what the totals were for your place. And we just sent some people out there. Other people have done it in the past. We thought, hey, let's do it tonight. It'll help us get a sense of what's happening out there.
And for our viewers who are still confused about the charter amendments, let's just take a moment. We're waiting to hear from Representative Gloria Johnson, so we'll get you her live comments in just a minute right here on our live stream at WBIR+. But before that, let's break down these charter amendments quickly and what this all led up to. And Susan, let's start with you. State lawmakers said this must change. Elaine Davis proposed this bill, the Republican we were just talking about in District 18, saying, Knoxville, you elect your city council in a weird way. It's unique to the state. You need to follow state law.
Well, that's why we have this referendum going on. I think it's a vote yes or no. Do you want to have your city councilman elected by district or citywide? And for me, I don't live in the city, but just looking at it from the, outside the city view, I see no reason or compelling reason to change it. Number one, if you're running for council, it's going to cost you a whole lot more money to run citywide than it would to run in your district. So I think as a candidate, I certainly wouldn't want to have to do that. I just don't see a compelling reason to change it. Our Constitution set up on one man, one vote, one person, one vote. And I think your district folks want to know their representatives closely. And it's important that your councilmen know what's going on in their district. If you're running citywide every time, you're not really answering to your district. So I would have voted no had I lived in the city, but I could be defeated tonight.
I was real torn, and like you, I vote in the county, and so the only view or the counter view I suppose I have to that is, a city council person represents not only their district but represents the city and the best interest of the city, because frankly most people, at any given time you don't know what district you're in, whether you're downtown or out west or wherever it may be, and so there is a dueling interest there. I like the idea of maybe primarying within your district and then the general election, the whole city,
which is the way it's worked for years.
The way it's worked, and I thought that was a good system. I'm just troubled whenever the state comes in, no matter what it is, and says, city, this is how you're going to do it.
Let's take a look at that map. Just to give you some perspective, there are 6 districts right now in Knoxville, and you see them on your screen there, 1 through 6, and then there are 3 at-large seats. Again, the changes here are, do you want essentially an all at-large council, or do you think that 6 of your representatives should still be in those regions, as Councilman Roberto and the supporters of the 4 movement put forward? John, you and all of us were talking about this before the results came in, thinking it's a little bit hard to dissect, and because so, voters will just say, I'm against it because I don't really understand.
Right. A lot of people, if you're a city voter and you went into the to vote and you got this language, this kind of gibberish in Old English that you have to read and try to understand, a lot of people are going to be like, man, I have no idea what that says. Now, maybe if you're a good, responsible voter and you watch Channel 10 all the time, you've seen the stories we've done or somebody else.
We had the for and against groups on Inside
That's right.
Tennessee.
We did. That's right. We had Hanson Sale and Andrew Roberto. And we've done some other stories as well. But honestly, a lot of folk just are like, sorry, I'm only tuning in today or yesterday to make a decision, and I don't know what this means, and so no is the answer.
Okay, well, more to come on that. Let's talk about some of the other races locally that I think we need to pay attention to. And let's start with District 6 in the state Senate. That is incumbent Becky Duncan Massie, who was being challenged by Demonica Bryan. And these are two people, to Senator Massie's credit, Don. She was one of few Republicans who said, absolutely, I will show up, and not only will I come on Inside Tennessee at WBIR, but I'll also debate my opponent at various public events. Credit due.
Credit due to Becky, and credit due to Demonica and Becky's primary challenger. And that's the way it should be. It was sad when we saw it on a national level where Trump just refused to debate Vice President Harris beyond the one debate. And most people know why. I mean, Harris did a much better job in that debate. And Trump, I guess political savvy, said, I don't want to do that again. But public has a right to see these candidates and to hear them and let them sit next to each other and say which one I want to vote for.
And it was likely that Senator Massie was going to win this handily, at least based on her name recognition and her performance, which not all Democrats are opposed to. I think you have said in the past that you agree on certain issues with Senator Massie and disagree on others.
That's true, and I thought Demonica, she's a great candidate, and I hope she stays in the fight, and if she doesn't win tonight, that she runs for something else and stays active. And that's the one thing about the Democratic Party. I hate to sound like we're all happy with a silver medal every time, but we're doing much better. We're getting better candidates. We're standing. Susan and I remember we sit here nights, and I'd sit over here and go, well, we have one contested race out of 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
And now we're putting up good candidates in each race. And it takes time, but we're building that base.
Your perspective on that race, Susan?
Well, back to whether you appear with your opponent or not. You know, the old political logic is if you're way ahead, there's no reason for you to debate, and there's no reason for you to show up. Would I like it? Of course. As somebody who does these kind of shows, I think you should do it. But if I'm a campaign manager, I'm going to say, no, there's no way you need to do that because you're already this much ahead. So kudos to Becky for doing that. I agree with you. I was happy she showed up. But I will say I agree with Don. I think the Democrat Party in Knox County has done a really good job of fielding candidates and good candidates. And because of that, they have been increasing their numbers in the polls, doing better percentages. We'll see what happens tonight in the 18th, because I think they certainly put a good candidate up against Elaine Davis. But Republicans in this county are still strong. The city, as we well know, is very blue. It's been voting Democrat now for many years.
Probably going to be even bluer tonight, I suspect.
I suspect it will be even bluer tonight. Yep. And I have warned my Republican friends that this group's coming for the county. Mm-hmm. You better not be lackadaisical when it comes to keeping your precinct organizations together. We're seeing that in all the major cities in Tennessee. They all have Democrat mayors. And so we need to be vigilant when it comes to keeping our organizations together.
What about, it does seem like Knoxville, in essence, Knoxville and Knox County reflect America. Yeah. When you tell somebody who is not from East Tennessee and unfamiliar with what happens in Knoxville, and you say, yes, I'm from East Tennessee, but the city I live in voted for Hillary Clinton, their head spins. Right. But in essence, it's what we see across the country.
Urban versus suburban and rural.
The donut effect. And I'm not the one to coin that phrase, but I use it all the time. You have the blue donut hole and the red donut ring around it.
Like Georgia.
Yeah. Georgia, but you look at Memphis, Nashville. It describes all the major metropolitan areas, even in Tennessee.
Yeah, and I'll just use an example. In the state of Oregon, there was a Democratic governor, Kulingoski. There are 36 counties in the state of Oregon. He won 3 and became governor. And he won 2 around the city of Portland and 1 around the city of Eugene. And that just shows you.
right.
Well, all you have to do is watch the national news tonight and
Sure.
look at these Georgia.
Yeah.
You know, there's like 4 counties that are blue and all the rest is red. And the same is true in North Carolina and Tennessee and all of these states. And most of the states, quite frankly, that are in play tonight, the swing states, are like that. You've got massive numbers of red counties, but the blue 3 or 4 control the vote in many cases. It's the population that's moved to the cities, and it's definitely an urban versus rural, still is.
Let's move to another race that we're watching. John, the 14th district set us up with incumbent Republican Jason Zachary and Democrat Amanda Collins in that race.
Right. So Jason is an incumbent, several terms already under his belt. He's got a very strong, loyal constituency out there. That's out far west. Interestingly enough, Chris Davis, when he was sort of compiling early voting numbers and what districts drew the most votes within the district, Jason's district, 14 as you said, had the heaviest voter turnout within that district. We don't know how they all voted, but in his district, 34,000, that was far and above for early. That was the biggest turnout, which is very interesting.
And when we look at turnout, Chris Davis was somewhat relieved that we saw the early voting performance that we did. Explain that, and then to his surprise election
Right.
day.
So if you've been following us, you know we have had Chris on here many times in many weeks leading up to this day, and he said then, please vote early, please vote early. You do not want to be stuck outside at 8:30 at night in the dark trying to vote on election day. He said that repeatedly. You know, people listen to him. People are also incredibly motivated in this race. That's stating the obvious, to cast a ballot. So we had terrific turnout. I think 63,000 people voted early. That was about 10K higher, I think, than last time.
And 51% plus
Right.
of the people who could vote did vote
Right.
in early voting.
But then we come to today, and he called in and talked to you and Robin, and he said, well, it was maybe heavier than I thought it was going to be today, which is also really interesting.
All right, let's talk about District 15, because again, we just heard from Representative Sam McKenzie. He was challenged by Republican Justin Hurst, but is likely to retain his seat handily.
Yeah.
That's one, Susan, that has been in Democrat hands for quite some time.
Yeah, it has, and I don't know Justin Hirsch, you know, which maybe tells me something, but you know, I don't think anybody would have bet against Sam McKenzie in this race.
That's the district. It's like, you know, Hall's probably isn't going to go Democrat, and the 15th is not going to go Republican.
Yeah.
And Sam is, you know, iconic in terms of that community and
Well
that
known,
scene.
yeah.
Yes.
District 16 in the House, that's incumbent Michelle Carringer against Democrat Lauren Carver, and there's also an independent in that race as well, Sean Eastham. Michelle Carringer is long been favored in the Republican circles as an incumbent. I'm just distracted here by some new results. John, I'll let you dissect
Yeah.
those. But what do you make of that and the challenge there, Don?
John or Don? I'm sorry.
John.
John.
Michelle's established, and she's going to be a tough pick off for the Democrats.
Sequoia.
And my guess is that margin's going to be pretty significant. It's a red district with a red incumbent that's well-liked and non-controversial.
All right, let's go to the oh my gosh segment, part of the broadcast.
It's a good
here.
teaser. It's what we call a teaser.
It's 8:29.
We're not going to tell you. No, just
Juan,
kidding.
we just have some results in from Sequoia's precinct. I believe that's 24Q.
24Q. I'd love to know why it got Q. I know there's a reason, and Victor Ash, if you're watching, I know you're emailing me and telling me
just start
why.
calling all our cell phones. Thank you, John. It's like Beetlejuice.
Anyway, Sequoia Elementary, it is a fascinating location now because it has turned into that kind of purple place, blue-ish place, has been the scene of some interesting trends in terms of going from Republican victories to Democrat victories in some races. But anyway, to get to the point, so let's talk about District 18, that House race we were talking about. Blaine Davis, 132 votes. Brian Goldberg, 234.
There you
Honestly,
go.
not a surprise. That's kind of what you would have figured.
Right.
That's
Right.
kind of what you would have
Right.
figured there. Charter 2 amendment was interesting. Again, that's number 2. We've just been talking about that. For 177 against 170. What I showed you originally was that the first one, which is a no-brainer.
Okay.
But anyway, still, for outnumbering the against at this point.
That's a surprise.
It is. That may be indicative, folks, of what we're going to see tonight. That thing might pass. I don't know.
Wow.
People generally vote no on these kind of amendments.
That would buck a trend if this thing does.
It totally would.
We are watching the Knox County Election Commission site. Don, I know you have that up, and so far it's 8:30. They haven't posted results, but that's not a huge shocker.
No.
If you're thinking, why is it so late? The polls closed at 8 o'clock. On an election this popular, it tends to be 45 minutes, an hour before we start to see those first results.
We're not going to see things, whether it be locally, statewide, or national, largely until between the hours of 9 and midnight, and then we'll know Knox County by the end of the evening and everything there, unless there's a problem, and let's hope there's not. And I think a couple of elections ago, we had the site go down briefly, and then some of us that have been around long enough remember the dreaded consolidation vote, where they realized as they were counting, they didn't have a way to separate county and city votes to make that determination. But people be patient, and again, like was said earlier, don't read too much into 5% in and someone's ahead and someone's not, or precincts. What John has spoken of, there are some tea leaf precincts, as I like to say, and you can follow those. But even then, we make mistakes too. We're still stinging from 2016 as we all sit here.
Well, yeah. Kamala Harris took Sequoia Elementary Precinct, and so did Gloria Johnson.
Interesting. I just heard from our producer.
Again, my proof that Sequoia has changed dramatically.
Alyssa mentioned that Diana Harshbarger, also in the House, that is District 1, so just over from us, this race has been called as well. Again, she represents a few counties that touch our region, but for the most part is more upper East Tennessee in the way that district is drawn. But Diana Harshbarger returning to Congress.
78% is pretty strong.
That's as strong as we've seen in a long time.
And that's one of those, despite having Johnson City and Bristol and Kingsport, those cities aren't quite big enough to carry the county, and it's very rural, and it's as red gets up there.
Y'all remind me, her son, he's on the ballot tonight, correct?
He is, and he beat Senator John Lundberg in the primary.
Wonder if his split will be better than hers tonight.
I don't know.
He'll rub that in her face.
That makes for a good Thanksgiving dinner.
Another quick note, if you're just joining us, we appreciate you on the WBIR Plus stream. You can see Senator Marsha Blackburn projected to retain her seat in the U.S. Senate. The race called for her over Gloria Johnson. And I just want to let you know, for our streaming viewers and for our panel, in another 10 minutes or so, we will be cutting into programming for the network, NBC, and just offering about 3 minutes of updates for people who are watching that coverage and not our stream. So just be prepared when you say, why are you guys repeating that? We've heard that a couple of times. That's the reason we're breaking into our NBC coverage, just to update those viewers who are seeing the national picture unfold, but maybe want a little local results as well. John, let's move to a couple of other districts I want to mention. District 19, again, this is Dave Wright is the incumbent. He's Republican, running unopposed, so he's rolling right into that one.
Northeast Knox County.
We also mentioned District 90. Gloria Johnson's going to retain that seat. But then there is a contest in District 89. This is Justin Lafferty, who is the incumbent, challenged by Democrat Kerry Hammond. Susan, for some people who may not be familiar with Representative Lafferty, he's at a lot of events. You just don't hear from him a lot.
Well, he's kind of a quiet man, but that that doesn't mean that he is not effective in the General Assembly. Justin has been, I think this is his third term.
I think that's right.
And seems to get along very well with the Republicans in the General Assembly. And I don't know his Democrat opponent, but I full well expect Justin to be reelected by a fairly substantial majority.
Well, I think Justin and Dave Wright are they're the two that nobody ever hears from, but they've been there and they're not going anywhere for a while.
Yeah.
Let's go outside Knox County, and John, a former sheriff is showing some strong results tonight. Explain what we know right now.
So remember the August primary, he was running against John Reagan for that primary seat, and he won, which shocked a lot of people. And then we advance now tonight. You can see it's pretty clear that Rick Scarborough, who's a former Clinton police chief, is now certainly, I don't think they've called it, but that sure looks like he's going to win that pretty easily.
Pretty
right?
large.
Yeah, that's pretty large. The primary there was the big contest, and
When
one of
he
the
took down
issues.
John Reagan,
That's
that was
right. That was
surprise.
big, and one of the issues there was, there were people lined up in the voucher versus anti-voucher camp, and they leaned toward Scarborough.
Let me talk about that a little bit. I've met with Rick Scarborough a couple of times, and I'm very impressed with him. He runs the UT Law Enforcement Center in Oak Ridge. He is former chief of police for Clinton, but he's really an impressive man, and I predict that he will end up in some leadership positions at some point. Your first term you go and you listen, and you don't try to make too many waves. But I think this is a guy from our area that's going to be will end up being a leader in the party.
Since we're talking about the state legislature, Alyssa, if we could go to the graphics showing the supermajority in the Senate and the House in Tennessee, I think this will offer some of our viewers a refresher and some perspective of really what is a daunting task of Democrats to gain any traction here. Again, this is the Senate, 33 seats, and Republicans in firm control there, Don.
Well, it's tough, and we're hoping to switch it. It's going to get probably stay the same before it gets better, but it will get better. It always does. And again, I don't think this serves our state well. And I venture to say I know that Governor Haslam did not like this, and I know that I suspect that Governor Lee isn't terribly fond of a legislature with this much power over his agenda as well.
He couldn't get his voucher
His signature plan would not go through.
What I find happens when you have these kinds of majorities, that we generally, our party turns on itself, and you begin a lot of infighting.
Right.
I saw it with the Democrats when they were in control, and I see it on occasion with the Republicans as well. I've always believed in primaries. I think it's good to have primaries and get some fresh blood in from time to time, but Tennessee is clearly a red state right now, and I don't see any pendulum swings anytime in the near future.
The House shows that as well. You saw the Senate at 27-6. We can see the balance of power as well in the state House, which is, again, lopsided, a walkout majority. Don loves it when I say that.
But again, what I keep saying is, we're sitting here at percentages of 70, 75% Republican versus Democrat in the legislature. That does not reflect our state population. That is because of gerrymandering. We no longer have solid primaries. We have, or solid general elections, excuse me. It's fought in the primary, and who can run to further right on the Republican side. And it's unfortunate because we have a state legislature that does not represent what our state looks like, whether Susan likes that or not. And that hurts a lot of people.
Let's go to the balance of power in the bigger perspective across the country, because again, we are talking about razor thin margins in the Senate, certainly, and the House not much different. And you can see here it is, the Senate and the House. And let's talk about this in terms of flipping one or the other and the impact no matter who is elected president tonight. Don, your perspective on that. This is the executive branch having to work with the legislative branch, and it's not going to be easy no matter who's in.
No, and we have seen President Biden, with a 51-49 Senate. It's been very difficult, particularly with the filibuster. The Senate, unlike the House, has to get 60 votes for virtually everything except judges, and I can come back to that a little bit later. But when you deal with the House, it's interesting. The Democrats, and you can love her or hate her, but Nancy Pelosi is one of the most skilled politicians ever to come along, and she has held the Democratic caucus together in a minority, and they have pushed a majority Republicans, albeit very small, around for years. And the Democrats have done a very good job of holding together. Susan, we talk about infighting, and you mentioned it. Democrats haven't had much and they've been able, when it came down to it, they stuck together as a block. And so if that changes in the House, and there is a better prospect of that changing for the Democrats to their slight majority, if Hakeem Jeffries, who is the presumed leader of the Democrats in the House, is the leader, if he can keep it together like Nancy Pelosi did, they'll be a force no matter who the president is. If Trump wins, boy, that's going to be a battle.
Susan, you talked about Republicans turning on themselves at the state level. We saw that play out on the national stage when Kevin McCarthy lost his job.
Yeah, that was
Courtesy of Tim
unfortunate.
Burchett and others.
That was very unfortunate.
hateful eight or whatever you call
the
it.
way it played out. You know, tonight is really critical for whoever wins the presidency, because these House and Senate races are so close. The totals are so close. It only takes 2 to turn around the Senate, 2, and 4 in the House to turn it around. And so every Senate race, we know we're picking up one in West Virginia because that's Joe Manchin retired and Jim Justice is one. I think he's already been projected.
Right.
Montana is close, and it looks like they think a Republican might win there. I mean, if nothing else changed, then it would be 51-49 the other way. It's important to control the Senate if you're looking at judicial appointments, Supreme Court appointments, all the way around. Those are critical to control that. The House, again, finance, all the appropriations, all of that is critical. So whoever wins the presidency, I'm going to guess it's going to be a very, very tight House and Senate to work with or against.
I'm just reading from Representative Harshbarger's statement thanking her supporters for victory, and she says, in her words, tonight we are hopeful that President Trump will join us in victory. So hopeful is what she's saying at the moment, and that just reflects the reality of the moment. We're also seeing some NBC News coverage, again, just off screen here, where some of these southern states are just too close to call. Too close to call in North Carolina, too close to call in Georgia. And this may be indicative of what we're in for tonight.
Could be a very long night. Georgia, as we all remember from 2020, was the state that was, 11,000 votes, I think, for Biden, and Trump tried to find 11,000 votes. But
it's all he needed, he said.
That's all he needed.
Got him indicted.
Right now, it is incredibly close. It looks like Trump is a little bit ahead, the last numbers we saw. But again, I don't know if that is bringing in Atlanta area, or, I don't know where the votes are coming from on that. So it's Georgia, North Carolina, Nevada, Arizona, Michigan, Pennsylvania. These are the states that we're watching. And
well, I've just been, for example, looking at North Carolina and they only are reporting now 21% of the vote, and it is very close, but it has bounced back and forth between light blue and pink.
Yeah.
As each few more percent come in. So again, we'll have to wait. Right now, Pennsylvania's showing blue, but who knows what's counted at that point.
Pittsburgh and Philadelphia,
or just parts, and it's a wide spread right now. And that's going to be early votes largely, but that's a 69-30. But you're only looking at 12% of the votes.
Yeah.
And let's talk about those margins, because we've seen this play out on the local level in terms of every vote counting. We've seen a tie in city council. We saw Knox County Mayor Glenn Jacobs win by 23 votes in his first run for that office.
And the primary, that's right.
Every vote really does count. And so many people that didn't really like Trump and they didn't like Kamala Harris were like, why should I vote? Because A, that's important to vote for president, but you also need to vote for the other races. If you don't like either one of them, skip that one and at least vote in these local races, because we've talked about this so many times. These are the races that really do impact your lives more dramatically. Your city council races, your county commission races, your state rep and state senate seats. These are people that have much more influence on your life day to day.
Schools,
than with
roads,
the president.
police.
All of those things.
Howard Baker always used to say, if you want to make a difference in politics, run for school board. I'm paraphrasing. But
Yeah, it's true.
John North, for some of our viewers who may be joining us, election security is a concern of theirs. We have drilled down on this quite a bit with Chris Davis, who's the administrator of elections in Knox County. For people who are just tuning in on election night, what assurances can you offer from him?
Well, both Chris Davis and the Secretary of State for the state of Tennessee will tell you that we have one of the safest, if not the safest, most secure methods and systems of casting votes and policing them, if you will, in the country. And we have write-in ballots in Knox County. Not everybody in the state of Tennessee uses write-in. There are some electronic screens, which we used to have. But if you have a write-in ballot, that means it's kind of like fourth grade when you used to bubble in your tests. You know, I don't know if you may have wished that some of your answers could have jumped to a different bubble, but they don't. The bubble is the bubble. And when you submit that into the voting machine, it reads it, and things don't jump around. So, and there's no way, they're not like plugged into some Wi-Fi system that, you know, the Russians can read, although the Russians would love that if they could.
I think
They
the
do not.
Chinese are actually better at it than the Russians.
They don't touch the internet.
No, and they don't touch the internet, and there's a lot of internal security as well. There are, unfortunately, social media does promulgate speculation and fear and misinformation about how some votes may have been miscast or disabused. I think in Kentucky that actually question was raised that supposedly somebody voting for Trump, their vote had changed to Harris, and obviously the voter didn't want that. But a lot of that is just, well, I saw it or so-and-so told me. No, it's inaccurate. That's not going to happen here. They want you to have security. They want you to have comfort that what you're casting is going to stick, that is real.
Actually, just going to say, Tennessee actually is #1 for election security and integrity in the country, according to the Heritage Foundation. So that is something Trey Hargett and all of the
A conservative organization.
A conservative organization. They really believe Tennessee is in great shape. So we should be very proud of that.
Just to know, we're going to take a quick break on our stream, and we'll be back with you in minutes. We're going to break into NBC programming and update our viewers on television. We're back in moments.
Should we be nervous? I'm like,
We are breaking in right now with news in the state of Tennessee. Good evening, and thank you for joining our election coverage along with John North. I'm John Becker, and our panel here, distinguished colleagues on Inside Tennessee, Republican Susan Williams and Democrat Don Bosch. Good to have them on this election night. We're streaming on WBIR Plus as we come on the air with you tonight. The race has been called for president and for U.S. Senate. Let's go to those results right now. Senator Marsha Blackburn will retain her seat. That challenge by Democrat Gloria Johnson fails, but this note, Representative Gloria Johnson will remain in the state legislature. Let's move to President and Donald Trump, the declared winner of the state of Tennessee. Again, he will receive the 11 Electoral College votes from this state. We're going to go live to Maria Guzman, standing by at one of our polling centers, actually now at the election headquarters, and this is the Administrator of Elections front office here where the votes are being counted right now. Maria, give us an update.
Yes, John, that's correct. We're at the City County building. This is where all the ballots from across the Knox County precincts are going to be coming, and we already have some ballots already in this room, already starting to be counted. And Knox County Election Commission tells me there hasn't been any issues in voting places. It's been overall a very smooth day. We were actually in one of those precincts where we met two poll workers who are a mother and daughter duo.
Yeah, I think that we've always been really passionate about voting. It's something that my grandfather really instilled in us. He was a Vietnam veteran and a huge advocate for, getting out and voting, especially in local elections, but particularly even more so in larger elections like this one we have today.
Now, we expect more of those ballots to be arriving here within the next 30 minutes as those polling places are now closed, and we will keep you updated as we learn more. John.
Maria Guzman live for us tonight, and for analysis of those election results as they come in, we hope you keep it here, as well as our streaming that is on WBIR Plus. You can get there by going to WBIR.com. It'll walk you through the process to see some analysis from Don and Susan. We'll be back throughout the evening on this election night with more local results. Again, no total results just yet for Knox County, but we will be back with analysis throughout the evening. Okay, we're back, and we are live once again on the streaming app. Yes? All right, well, it's good to have you back with us, and the glasses are up because the results are coming in from Dean Hill, and with each election, we tend to get a little older.
Thank goodness for cheaters. That's all I can say.
So, John, you and Susan had a chance to dissect these, but again, for our viewers who are just joining us on the stream here, Dean Hill is seen as a critical point for two people who are vying for the same seat. That is Republican Elaine Davis to retain her seat in the state legislature, and Brian Goldberg, her challenger, who's the Democrat. He needs really to win Dean Hill if he wants to win this, according to not just you guys, but his campaign.
Certainly he would like to win it. He did not win it. The split is 327 for Elaine Davis and 215 for Brian Goldberg.
112. I think it would certainly help Brian if he'd won that district, or at least been closer. But it is not a death knell, but it is a wound.
Susan, how about your read on that?
Yeah, I agree with that. I said Dean Hill has become much more purple than it used to be. And so Elaine winning that by 100 or so is a good time for her.
Did you see the split on the charter amendment? Okay, again, this is number 2.
That's the first one it's lost, right?
This is number 2. This is where the question of the future of election of city councils. Actually, in Dean Hill, you're looking at 267 no, no, 242 yes. So
maybe we will, right, William?
Yeah,
so,
maybe we will.
Okay, we are just now getting results from the Election Commission, so I would point you to those,
early.
Susan and Don. For those of you following along, you can go to the mobile page and see that. And also, we will update you on what we're finding here as well on the votes cast. I was just looking to see if that matches up for just for perspective in Knox County. And again, this is the early vote, John. If you look at the top, precincts reporting 0 out of 103.
Right.
That means the results that are in are from people who voted early. Again, that was roughly 51% of the people who could vote did. And we are seeing, for instance, Congressman Burchett with 101,000 votes to his Democratic challenger, Jane George, with 60,000. So he has a comfortable 62% to her 37% at the moment. Becky Duncan Massie, as we reported, the senator from this area, retaining looking to retain her seat. She has a 64% to 35% lead over her challenger. Don, are you seeing anything that stands out? Zachary's at 65% to retain his seat.
Scroll to 18.
Check 18.
18, working on 18. Okay, District 18 is Elaine Davis, 54% to 45% lead over Brian Goldberg at the moment. She has 13,671 votes to his 11,546.
Still close, and again, we're only looking at about half of the vote, really, of course, the early vote and mail-in, but it'll be interesting to see what happened today in precincts. You know, there's a belief, both locally and nationwide, that it was always said that, well, the Republicans like to vote day of. And while that could be true, I think now that particularly Trump, your fearless leader, has gotten away from that, and I think a lot of Republicans probably did take advantage of the early voting. And the question is how much? Is that split going to be more indicative? Is it going to favor the Democrats? Is it going to be more equal? Or is it still going to be heavily Republican today? We won't know that till the end of the night.
All right, I want to do this. I know you want to get to that result, but let's talk about those charter amendments, because we talked about this. The first one, which is sort of innocuous, which basically lines up District 5 in the city with the rest, is passing handily for 72% to 27%. When you get down to number 2, that really changes to regions or to or sort of citywide, you can see here the for and against votes. Against, just ahead by 53 to 47. Now, that is still a surprise because it's so close.
It is. Again, folks don't read into this yet, but I think we all thought that it would probably fail and fail handily. It still may, but the early vote, the early turnout's got it pretty close.
Here's what else stands out to me is this is a split charter amendment vote. How rare is that people are discernible. Voters are saying, hey, we like the idea of lining up 5. We're not so sure about this. But that's an unusual thing. Either you're all or not, typically.
Yeah.
So we know Senator Massie is about to speak. We want to check in live with the Republicans who are in downtown Knoxville. Let's listen into her remarks as she will retain her state Senate seat. Alyssa, do we have that by chance?
Y'all are amazing. Knox County is the greatest place to be. I've got 2 of my peers up here, Lieutenant Governor Randy McNally, who's our fearless leader. And we've got Senator Briggs over here. And of course my big brother Jimmy. And then I'm going to ask the rest of the family to raise their hands. I really, that's one how we get elected. We just keep adding people to the roll. Actually, this is my great niece. Again, the Knox County delegation, minus a couple, is the most amazing state delegation. We work hard together. We're able to pass things together. We've got Jason Zachary's out there, Michelle Carringer, Elaine Davis, Dave Wright. Dave helped me quite a bit. He's back there. And we just really, they're amazing folks. Justin Lafferty, I know I'm going to probably leave somebody since I'm trying to name them all out. I always count to 5. But we work together, and all the other legislators are jealous of how great a Knox County delegation we have.
You're hearing there from State Senator Becky Duncan Massie, and you see the crowd of Duncans around her brother Jimmy Duncan, holding his seat in Congress for decades. Before him, it was his father, but also behind her, it's great to see Lieutenant Governor Randy McNally is doing well. He has suffered some health problems, and so it's nice to see that he's okay. But again, right now, it looks like another pretty solid performance, Susan, across the board for Republicans in Knox County.
Yeah, indeed. 60, most of them looks like in the early voting it was in the 60 to 64.5%. On most of them, it looks like Marsha Blackburn's in early voting was maybe 59, right under 60. But all the others so far that I've seen on early voting are 60 and above, which is pretty typical, to be honest.
And John, Representative Burchett also looking good.
Not a surprise. That's what you would have expected. I went back and looked at his margins across the district for the multiple counties that make up District 2. His split has been about 68%, 68%, 66%. There in Knox County, it looks like it's 67%. I don't know how much of that vote is in, but that's pretty consistent. You know, there has been some talk around Knox County, at least, if Gloria Johnson, sort of in the back of her mind, she ran against Marsha Blackburn, obviously, for the Senate, if she might be sort of laying back, ready to run against Tim Burchett for Congress in 2 years or 18.
I would say Tim would say bring it on.
18 months, yeah.
Bring it on.
Well, it would make for a lively race, at least. I mean, we would once again probably just have Gloria on inside Tennessee because Tim wouldn't come on again.
Well, you know, there's some folks in Knox County that got a little upset at Tim about his vote about McCarthy, and
there was a little hard look at others in your party to take him on in the primary. There
was a good bit of talk.
There were
about
a few names mentioned as potential
but
primary.
In the final analysis, no Republicans took him on in the primary, and I would argue that Knox County, he looks like he's got 67% right now, which is pretty strong, and he is incredibly popular in the other counties in the 2nd Congressional District. So, you know, if he ends up with 67% in the final analysis in Knox County, I would say that it would be.
I think it will actually drop a little bit by the end of the evening.
It may, but if you get 65% or 64%,
listen, I know, and we lived through Jimmy Duncan getting close to 80.
He was.
But I
So
mean,
it is tightening up, and that's just even looking out the early votes and going back to Gloria against Marsha. I mean, I said 20 points is sort of the bellwether, and it's hovering right around that mark, 60-40, and we'll see. But it's
that's Knox County. That's Knox County. I mean, you've got to expect Gloria to get a stronger vote here. She's well known here. It will not be that statewide, but you know.
And in 6 years, I doubt Marsha's going to run again. She's about 72
she's in her 70s,
now, so she'd be 78 or 79.
I'll say one more thing about Congressman Burchett. If Glenn Jacobs doesn't become our governor, and he hasn't announced yet, so we're not outing anything, but I think everybody knows he's running.
It's expected,
all over Marsha's commercials. And but will he take on Tim Burchett if he doesn't become governor? Because that would be the race.
It would be hard, Susan. You were pointing out Congressman Burchett and his right hold. There was talk earlier on, not this time around, but maybe the time before, that he might get some challenge from a right candidate, a candidate who's further to the right than he is.
Do they make one of those?
Well,
yeah, they do. But again, you've got to look at the numbers. Tim Burchett is incredibly popular. And while there were some folks in the finance area, I would say, of our party who got a little peeved at him.
That'd be the Haslam's. Move on. So you won't say the word, but I will.
I would not say their names, but there are some folks that did get upset about some of the votes he took. But again, you can't argue with 67%.
One note from our producer again: school vouchers in Kentucky going down per AP.
That's
interesting. Which is an interesting,
very interesting.
Not surprising, because again, they have a similar problem to Tennessee.
Right.
You've got all these Republican but rural legislators in
who don't want to see it,
who don't have the private school infrastructure.
Maybe can't afford it.
Can't afford it. Yeah. It's not enough. So it does kind of mirror what's happened here in Tennessee.
Let's reset. We're just past the top of the hour. If you're just joining us on our stream, Don is the Democrat, Susan the Republican, John North, my colleague, and we're going to run through some of the issues that we know so far. You saw the Kentucky measures there. Former President Donald Trump winning handily in the state of Tennessee. You see the check mark by his name at 68% winning against Democrat Kamala Harris, the vice president. And we'll move on to some other races as well. that we've been watching throughout the evening. Again, Senator Blackburn retaining her seat, surviving that challenge by Gloria Johnson. Tim Burchett, survival, actually crushing James George, 68%, receiving basically the same amount as former President Donald Trump. And then Diana Harshbarger with the top percentage count so far, 79%. Her son, as you both mentioned, Bobby Harshbarger, also on the ballot in Tennessee Senate District 4. He is winning handily. Check mark by his name as well tonight.
Yeah, I haven't seen the numbers for Senator Frank Nicely's seat. Frank was defeated in the primary by Jesse Seal, and Jesse did have an opponent for this race, but I haven't seen those numbers come up. I'm assuming Jesse is going to win that race. It's a pretty Republican district, but we'll have a new senator. There it is. 83% to 17. That's pretty impressive, Jesse. Congratulations.
Yeah, Don, that's the highest amount we've seen.
Yeah, Ellison really didn't mount much of a public campaign. He was not funded. The party was not meaningfully funding him in any way, and so that's not really a surprise, particularly in that red of a district.
It was, if we can go back to that for just a second, that may be too much, Alyssa, to do. But let me talk about that for one moment. Thank you. Susan, your jaw dropped when Jesse Seal won this. Why? In the primary?
I wasn't. No, my jaw didn't drop because I'd been told by some other state senators.
You'd been told that at the convention,
I had been told at a convention by some other state senators that Senator Nicely was in trouble. It was hard for us to believe, I think, but if you remember all of those negative commercials.
Oh, the only joy I got out of that race is hearing Frank Nicely called a liberal, and just imagine seeing his head spin when he saw that commercial.
There was about $750,000 from an outside organization that called Frank Nicely a liberal.
Vouchers.
It was a voucher
it was a voucher
issue.
group, and Jesse never said he supported vouchers, which I found really interesting.
I bet
but he got the money.
$750,000 bought them a vote.
Yeah, so that was an interesting race, but Jesse clearly has won that seat, and it'll be we need to have him on our show sometime. I think he'll be an interesting conversation.
And if you're waiting for more results from Knox County, again, we've been delivering the results from the early vote, but we are still waiting for Election Day. John, it's after 9 o'clock, not necessarily a shock. This one, not a shock either, that Jeremy Faison retains his seat.
No, he has continued to sort of raise his political profile. He has a lot of goodwill in the Republican Party. He has done some things that have upset Democrats. They don't care for some of his behavior, but he does very, very well in his party. He has party leadership. I would imagine that will continue. That's
He's a bit of an interesting character. He is obviously very right, very Republican, but he is sort of carrying the flag for legalization of marijuana.
Right. He's got a familial
years.
interest in that. Yeah, it's fascinating.
Cameron Sexton is retaining his seat. Again, a big margin here. That is the Speaker of the Tennessee House.
From Crossville, Tennessee. There was some
as
conversation
opposed to Nashville,
about that.
Tennessee?
Yeah, 81%. That's pretty strong. They must like him in Crossville.
And do you think he will? He was elected Speaker. Is there any jeopardy for?
No, I don't see that happening. He's strong Speaker. He's got support of the caucus, and I full well expect him to continue in that position.
Well, what about Governor?
Well, that's an interesting. He has been mentioned by a lot of people as a candidate for governor, and he's not said one way or the other. I asked him actually not too long ago if you're pondering. He said, "Oh, I always ponder everything," but certainly been no announcements. And I had a conversation about this with him, but I mean, I would argue that Cameron Sexton is probably the most powerful politician in Tennessee.
You said he was more powerful than the governor on Inside Tennessee last night.
I would argue that he is. He controls that supermajority in the House, and you know, all the legislation the governor wants to get passed has to go through him.
He makes it happen, really.
He does. He makes it happen or doesn't.
Right. That's right.
And it's a being Speaker of the House in Tennessee is a very powerful position.
We're going to check in with the Republicans. Avery Gingrich is our reporter at the Crowne Plaza and has a little bit more. Again, we've heard some speeches tonight. Avery, are they hanging around there or are they going to bed?
John, people are definitely hanging around. The crowd is growing as we speak, actually. The rough estimate I'm going to say is that there's at least 150 people here based on the number of tables and the average amount of people per tables. They're going through speakers right now. State Representative Michelle Carringer just spoke. A little bit before that, State Senator Becky Duncan Massie spoke. It's really, I wouldn't say they're necessarily victory speeches right now. They are thank you speeches. They're talking to the crowd, they're talking to their families, and they're thanking everyone who was involved with their campaigns. Knox County Republican Chairman Buddy Burchett seems to be emceeing the event. He's making the rounds here on the floor as well as getting on the stage. We started off the event maybe about half an hour ago. He asked everybody who is either currently elected and is representing the Republican Party or running for office, who is in the room, to come up and get a round of applause from everybody as they celebrate here tonight. Over what is my left shoulder, there's a watching area with a big flat screen TV where they have Fox going. Over my right shoulder, a few feet away, there's another one that also has Fox going, but there's a big projector where they're running the live updates from the Knox County Election Commission. And it is just wrapping up right now, but is then refreshing. So they're getting live updates from national picture as well as local picture here, John, as more folks continue to walk in.
Avery Gingrich live for us at the Crown Plaza tonight. Avery, thank you. We'll check back certainly as the night wears on. And again, Avery reporting that Republicans hanging out, Susan. They're just as interested down there to watch what unfolds on the presidential level, having secured a lot of the local spots.
My guess is they'll be there a while until at least some of the states are called.
Or the free alcohol runs out.
Well, it's not free.
Somebody's
generally.
paying for it, right?
It's not coming out of each
Does the
individual's
liquor
pocket.
industry cater?
No, the golden goose is gone.
Well, it looks like they had a lot to celebrate tonight on the local scene, and so I suspect they'll be there for a good while. I think most people are really interested in what happens with the presidential race, and even though Tennessee got called, what were we, like the second or third state?
Pretty quick.
Yeah, that got
We
called.
were about the fifth state, but called shortly after the polls
very
closed.
shortly. So I think everybody will want to be there to see what happens tonight, if we know tonight.
We are seeing some new election results. We have 12 precincts out of 103. So a quick update. And we'll just fill you in if we see many differences in what we've reported already. I'm scrolling as madly as I can down to
18.
I'll go down to the bottom
There
then.
we go. And lo and behold, it's tightening up.
What are the numbers?
So in the election votes right now, Brian Goldberg is 553, and the election votes for Elaine is 365. So total is Elaine still ahead at 14,036, with Brian at 12,099. So less than
And what's
right
the
at
percentage?
2,000.
And
So the percentage in is only
it's only 12
election day.
12 of 103 precincts.
right.
Okay.
So we don't have a percentage, but basically 12%.
And
Well,
again, go ahead.
we've been
Be a
saying
race.
this for a long time. It was going to be a
Be a
close
race.
race. And I think it will end up being a close race. I think Elaine will win, but it's been you had two good candidates.
All right, and I also want to go to the amendments here. Again, we are seeing the electorate split their vote. The electorate is splitting electorate.
Which is electric.
It's electorate.
Words of your business.
About
Keep working
2,000 votes ahead if you are voting against.
Yeah.
That leads by about 2,000 votes.
So that's interesting because the Charter Amendment number 1 is passing. They're saying, hey, let's line up District 5 with everything else. And then Charter Amendment 2, no.
About
But it's
50
by a slim margin, 52 to 47.
50, yeah.
A lot closer than I thought it would be, to be honest. I said people tend to vote no on those kind of things if they don't really
I'm guessing
have a
that's going to
compelling
hold.
reason.
We'll see. I'm guessing that'll
I
hold.
think you're right,
I think
John.
it will too.
Yeah.
And just for a broad picture here, you see it on your screen, the for and against, and this is going to take some sorting tonight because that could waver big time with the number of votes we're waiting to see from Election Day still come on. come in. Again, we only have 11% of the precincts reporting right now, so that could swing depending on whether you're for or against it.
But on that same theory, just again, the way the Davis-Goldberg race is trending, if that trend holds for election day votes, that is going to make for, if my rough math would put statistically Goldberg ahead, if that trend held, that he gets 60% of the election day votes, knowing that we had, 55,000 people vote today? Do we know that total yet?
We don't have the total.
We don't know yet.
That might be a good question to text Chris.
Yes.
Do we know a voter total today? Because he might know that, even if he doesn't have a count or doesn't have the results.
We'll make that happen. I'm seeing, just as we talk, because we're getting this as you are as well, everybody's maintained their leads of 60+% in terms of the incumbents that I'm seeing. So it's that one race that we talked about, District 18, that's a factor. If we can go to that map again, Alyssa, that would be great. Just showing District 18 and what it represents in the city and the county. And again, it looks like an amoeba, but that's what it is on your screen. I mean, literally, that is a House seat in the Tennessee State House. The blue on the screen is the Tennessee River. So you see to the south of that is a big chunk of South Knoxville, part of the county. And then you have a chunk of the inner city. And then you kind of go out west and you go up north and then you go, it's like, if you drove that, it might take you 10 days.
It's a pretty interesting looking district.
And you could canoe part of it as well.
You could. Well said, Juan. AP calling for Chuck Fleischman as well, District 3 representative in Susan.
No surprise.
Former classmate
to be
of
honest,
yours.
I don't even know who the Democrat that was running. Do you, Don?
Again, another race that the party did not put much money in. They did fund Gloria for Senate. Jane George may have gotten a little bit of party money, but not much. But unfortunately, right now, the national party is not putting a lot of money in yet.
There is one race down in Chattanooga that'd be interesting. Patsy Hazelwood got beat in the primary by a conservative
That was
Republican
that
I think really surprised a lot of people. Would be interesting, and I understand that was projected to be a fairly close race from the Democrat and Republican in the general. So I'll be interested to see what happens there. That might be a seat that the House could change. But
we were talking about District 18. Let's show you the numbers we have at the moment. And again, as Don pointed out, this will change likely as the night wears on. 54% the incumbent Elaine Davis to 46%. So Brian Goldberg, Don, within striking distance.
Yes.
What I'll say for those, it's 9-17, and just a little history lesson here. From my perspective, no political party owns a color, but we became Democrats blue, Republicans red. When? 2000. Why? It was because television stations were all over the map in terms of which colors they were using. And finally somebody said, we've got to figure this out. We've got to figure this out. Okay, Republicans are red, Democrats are blue. But that's where it came from.
And don't you feel like it's been longer than 2000? Of course, that's 24 years ago.
I favor blue as a color.
Yeah.
And people say, well, you must be a Democrat. You're a Democrat. You always wear blue. And I actually know red was the color of the second place ribbon when you were growing up. Blue was first.
Right. And then purple has become the, not sure which district.
Well, that's the mix of blue and
red. The mix
red.
of blue and red.
Let's listen in to Gloria Johnson, who's at the microphone at 9:18. She's talking about a concession speech in terms of the Senate, but also an acceptance speech in terms of her retention of her state House seat, District 90. Let's listen in.
my heart is so full because I know how hard so many in this state worked. We still have a lot of work to do. There's no question about that. We wanted to see a different outcome, but one thing that I could say, as far as me and my team go, we know that we worked as hard this campaign as we possibly could. And I had the best team I think you could ever assemble. And I appreciate them so much. And I appreciate the volunteers and the people who gave of their time, gave of their dollars, all of these things, because they believe that Tennesseans are better than what it appears from our elected officials. I will continue this fight to elect leaders that care about the human dignity of every single person in this state. That seems to me like a low bar, but at this point, we don't have leaders that respect the human dignity of all Tennesseans. We don't all have to agree. That's not ever going to happen. But we can at least respect the human dignity of women in this state and allow women to be equal. Protecting our kids in their schools and protecting our communities from gun violence. To make sure that we don't have a $7.25 minimum wage in this state. It is unacceptable. And that we expand Medicaid so we're not losing hospitals and folks don't have an hour to an hour and a half to get the care that they need in Tennessee. These are policy choices from the supermajority and from Republicans that are making it hard for some families even to survive, when we need to be making sure that Tennessee's hardworking families are able to thrive. We will continue fighting for all of these states. There is no question there is a lot at stake, and the work does not stop. I am so proud to continue to serve House District 90. I knew when I started out this race that I wanted to serve the people of Tennessee, the people whose voices aren't already heard, those who feel lost and left behind, and unseen and unheard. And giving voice to those people is probably the most important thing that I do. Because I've been told so many times going across the state, thank you for standing up for me. Thank you for seeing me. I feel safer in this state because at least I know some folks care about who I am. And it's so important, you all, that we are passing laws that don't single people out and pit one group against the other and demonize groups of citizens, whether it be for the color of their skin or where they are from or who they love or how they worship. I believe most Tennesseans are better than that. And I will tell you that I called Marsha Blackburn and congratulated her for her win, and I asked her if we could please have some conversations and talk about ways that we can stop the hate in this state, and that we can change our conversation so we are not demonizing people who don't look or love or worship like us. It was such an honor to go across the state and have people just open their arms to us. We had people that let us stay in their homes. We didn't have to spend money on hotels because supporters would house us everywhere we went. We had thousands of volunteers like I have never seen before. 67,000 donations to our campaign. 67,000 donations from donors. And I'm so proud that more than 70% of our fundraising came from Tennessee. Because my opponent couldn't say that. Only 22% of Marsha Blackburn's money came from Tennessee. Wow. And so I'm so proud that Tennesseans got involved, got engaged, and donated because they care about this state and they want to see better for communities. And I promise you, we will fight for that. But I've got to thank some people because It's just remarkable to me. I know how big a lift it is to run a statewide campaign. And before I ever ran, Stacey Abrams told me, she said, you've got to go everywhere and you have got to go where they don't expect you to go. So we committed to going to all 95 counties, and that is a lot. But those people were so grateful that we came, and they opened their homes, they showed up to our events, and they held fundraisers, and we just cannot thank folks enough. But this is just the beginning. We know we're not going to win Tennessee back in one cycle, but this is an uphill battle, and I can promise you, we don't know yet how many, but we're going to flip some state house seats. And we are going to get to work on making sure that we chip away at that supermajority until every voice in Tennessee is heard. But here's some folks that I want to thank. The original team, which was Sarah. Sarah's my deputy campaign manager. She's been with me since 2016. And she works as hard as anyone I know, and I appreciate it so much. And Jacob, who's been with my fundraising team forever. Lauren, who, bless her heart, was my scheduler. I can't tell you, I mean, I could not do that job. I'll just say that right now. When you're scheduling 95 counties and there's this festival in East Tennessee and this festival in West Tennessee, it's not an easy task. And Megan and Jalen, Megan's on the finance team. Jalen was the first person that was sort of my body man and drove. But, you know, when I was thinking about laws I might change, one of them is the rental car law, that you have to be 25 to drive a rental car. So Jalen, when we decided to rent a van for the rest of the tour, he was too young to drive. But became an amazing field organizer, and just, I can't tell you how many people would call me up about my staff and just say, oh, so-and-so is so great. And I just go down to the office to talk to so-and-so because they're doing such a great job, and it makes me so proud.
We are back with our analysis on this election night. And again, you've been listening to Democrat Gloria Johnson, who challenged for the Senate seat held by Marsha Blackburn. She failed in that quest, but she will retain her seat in the state legislature. She was unchallenged in District 90, so we will see Gloria Johnson remain in the state house. I'm sure the Republicans are doing backflips over that. She's been a thorn in their sides for quite some time, and she will no doubt continue to be so. We are going to go to some more results if we could, just as you continue to watch our stream. We're coming up on 9:30. And Don, you've been making this point, but if this were a marathon, this election night, are we in the first half mile?
We're a little past that, but not much.
Yeah, it's early, everyone. It's 9:28, and everybody wants to know what are the results of the presidential race. All 7 big states in play. Too close to call. So let's look at the electoral vote lead right now for former President Donald Trump. And you can see he's got 64% of the electoral vote lead here to Kamala Harris's 36%. Let's move to some other results as well. Again, we're going to see swings throughout this election night. And let's go to some local races in terms of District 18. That's really the one that is in limbo right now as we await more results from Knox County's Election Commission. At last check, they had roughly 12% of the precincts reporting. So again, this is largely made up of the early vote and then a few that voted today. And you see Elaine Davis has that 54 to 46% margin right now. Don, what do you think needs to happen for Brian Goldberg to flip that?
Well, it needs to keep trending with the vote today. It's trending to Brian. He's getting a larger percentage of the today vote. Again, a little surprising from the norms where Republicans historically have voted in greater numbers on the day of elections. But if Brian can trend at about 60% on today's vote, and that's a tough number to break, he will likely win. It's going to be very close if that happens. But he's going to have to do 58 to 60% today. But he's doing that so far with the 13% that's reported.
We just got to bump up to 32%, and really
Right.
the vote totals remain roughly the same.
The split's pretty much the same.
Yeah, so
it's
that's
pretty
it.
much the same.
Yeah, split.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Warren.
And the split also remains about the same proportionally down on that Charter Amendment number 2, with the no votes leading by roughly 2,000 over the for votes.
And if we could take that district map of the Knoxville City Council seats, I just want to reset on this, because this is pretty transformative here if we are going to see this thing pass. So this is what voters were doing. We're saying essentially, do I want at-large representation on city council, or do I want to maintain districts? Now, if what's on the ballot passes, if the for vote wins here, we will see more of an at-large representation on council. That means the entire city, voters across the city will vote in the primary as well as the general election for the candidates. The candidates in those districts will have to live in what will be renamed regions. So they will have to live, you'll have to have people who live in different sections of the city, but by and large, it will be an at-large city council representation.
Right. And I think a lot of people just felt like, yeah, okay, why don't we just stick with what we used to have? What about geography?
Immediate takeaways. If this holds, it makes for cheaper races for the candidates.
Sure.
It really matters to come out and vote, because you're talking about some districts where only a few hundred people for each side will vote. So you talk about 1, 5, 10 vote margins. I bet we see more of those. And so get out and vote, because those people, if they're your district representative, your council person, they really can affect your life day to day.
If I were a candidate, that's what I would want. I would want district, because, you know, if I'm from that area, from that neighborhood, then I already have an advantage. Yeah, it's a lot easier.
Buy some signs, knock on the door, put some things in mailboxes, and go on.
It's a lot easier.
So again, for our viewers who are streaming right now, the latest results show the against any change, the against the at-large idea is winning.
So the no vote means we would go back to what the default is, which is 6 districts, geographically defined districts.
And this has all come about because Elaine Davis, Representative Davis, submitted this law, which passed in the state legislature, telling the city of Knoxville, you have to adhere to this state law, Susan.
Yep, and I'm not sure why.
She also initially wanted to get rid of early voting, by the way, in which case we would have had a really long
I've been a champion
night.
of democracy. We can say that much. But again, I think a lot of people are confused on what Elaine's motivation was in this, and it is puzzling. So, and again, what I said earlier tonight, I don't ever like it when the state government is telling the locals what to do. Knoxville runs pretty well.
But it's kind of classic for Nashville to do that, isn't it?
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Particularly if Nashville wants to send a message to a blue city, or, you know, and when they say Nashville, the state legislature, like the state legislature does with Nashville. That's right.
Their airport.
Susan, just looking ahead again as we're waiting more results come in here, with what is going to be another supermajority in the state legislature with Republicans, we saw Governor Bill Lee try to pass the school voucher plan. Last session, wasn't able to do it. Does he have a better shot this session?
To be honest, I don't think he does on passing the bill that he tried to pass the last time. Now, will something pass? Possibly. I think there was some appetite for seeing a voucher program for low-income students, perhaps having an opportunity to go to a private school with some funding, perhaps from failing schools. You know, we looked at that the first time they came out with that bill. That was what the bill was focused on. But just universal vouchers where everyone and anyone can get that $7,000 or $8,000 to go to a private school. I just don't think there's an appetite for it.
We're going to turn quickly to live coverage here on this election night. Congressman Tim Burchett is speaking, again, handily winning his seat and retaining that. Let's listen in.
Garrett, raise your hand. He ain't much to look at, ladies, but he is single. Bailey, thank you so much, Bailey. Sarah Fansler, she was with us in the mayor's office. She's my dynamic problem solver, and my Air Force veteran of how many years, Pat? 35 years, Pat Gibson on the end down there. I want to thank my campaign staff. I call him the mulleted one. Thomas McAfee. Thomas, where are you? Right here. That mullet is more than a hairstyle, folks. It's a lifestyle, all right? Marcus, our staff photographer. Marcus, where are you? He's back here taking pictures. Marcus, thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Chloe, I call her Chloe Kardashian because I never can remember her dadgum last name. What is your last name? Tomlin. Chloe Tomlin. She's at UT and she is wonderful. She is so organized. She kept us on track on the door knocking. All the volunteers, I'm going to mention a big bunch of them up here in a minute. My buddy Squirrel Cameron couldn't be with us tonight. Squirrel's over in Blount County. He worked hard for us today. And I want to thank the Sheriff's Department. They've showed up at a lot of things. A lot of stuff's going on in this world. It's a lot different than it was 5 or 6 years ago. Our friends at the Highway 33 Diner and, of course, the Ball Market, the epicenter of all political activity. It's kind of surpassed Pinkston Motors. So, I also want to say a special shout out to my buddy Steve Hunley. Is Steve here? Steve's right there.
All right, we're back with more. These lots of shout outs from Congressman Burchett to the folks who helped him retain his seat in Congress by a wide margin. Susan, this isn't quite what his predecessor John Duncan was used to seeing in the 70 percentile, but still, won handily.
Well, Tim had a legitimate opponent. I think, as we've said several times, the Democrats have done a good job of going out and recruiting candidates that are, well-spoken, legitimate. They've raised some money and they've run pretty good races. Tim is incredibly popular in this 2nd Congressional District. He frankly fits the values and culture of this district. And you can complain all you want to about a vote here or there he may have taken, or the fact that he likes to investigate UFOs, which, by the way, I appreciate. But he does fit the values of this district.
Who's the more effective congressman, Tim Burchett or Chuck Fleischman?
Chuck Fleischman, not even close.
Chuck has done really well because he's on appropriations. And he has Oak Ridge in his district, and that is a huge, huge plus.
You want to be on appropriations in Congress because that helps you control where the money goes.
Totally, and that was very smart of Chuck to get on appropriations when he first got there. Tim is not on, but he's on foreign relations. He's on some important committees as well.
Transportation.
But the vote he took against Kevin McCarthy, one of the hated eight, as they call them, certainly hurt him with the caucus as a whole, I think.
He also got appointed, I think, by Kevin McCarthy to that kind of magic committee was going to look at whatever it wanted to look at. Not much has really developed out of that, huh?
About that either.
I mean, everybody sort of thought, wow, oversight. That was almost 2 years ago, I think, when he got appointment to that. And everybody thought, well, this is where they're going to really go after Biden and what have you. They did, sort of, kind of, but it didn't amount to anything.
Don, he maintained throughout this campaign, and always has, he's voted against these omnibus packages to continue to fund the government because he thinks that's, on principle, the wrong thing to do. Do you respect him for that?
No, because again, it's beyond that. Listen, we have to function as a government, as a country. I don't like a lot of the things that come through an omnibus, but we get so mired down if we did line item, we'd never govern on anything. At the end of the day, you've got to be able to pay your troops, to pay your government workers, to fund the roads, to fund FEMA. I mean, we've seen and for Tim just to carte blanche, shut it down every time, that's not realistic, that's not governing.
All right, we're getting some more results in now. 47 of the 103 precincts reporting. So we should get an update here on, John, do you have 18? I have 18 up.
You take 18, I'll go down to the bottom.
Elaine Davis
Here we go.
In the lead, 54 to 45%. Again,
Wow.
It looks like
She's
she
increased.
gained just a little bit with this latest dump. Again, this is 47 of the 103 precincts reporting. That's just under half of the precincts reporting. So this is the early vote total plus the vote total from Election Day, John.
So, Charter Amendment number 2 for the city, it's only for the city. The margin remains the same. It's about 2,000 votes against 27,007, looks like 6-3 to 25,764. So again, that's holding pretty steady in terms of a 2,000 vote majority over the effort to pass it. The against going ahead, and against means we just default to geographic districts.
Mm-hmm. Any reaction to how that's breaking, Susan?
No. Again, I think we all said at the beginning of this we didn't think it would pass. Mm-hmm. I'm surprised that it's close as it is. I think there was no compelling reason to pass this. I don't think anybody was upset or concerned. There were no people out marching in protest about the way we elect our city councilmen.
You're kind of saying, well, wouldn't it be nice if we did this?
Yeah, but there just was no compelling reason.
I just want to give the electorate credit, because we talk about people getting frustrated and saying, I don't understand it, I'm just voting no on everything. They didn't do that on these two charter amendments. And they're both, as you used the arcane language to lead us off,
somebody had to actually interpret
legalese,
what it said.
Yeah.
Yes. But the one that is more administrative, that really lines up the race for District 5 and lines that up with the other races, is winning handily. That's going to pass.
And the concern there is you don't want a city council to all flip at the same time. You want to maintain sort of a continuum of experience and rotate people off, and this makes it more possible, I suppose, that you'd lose an entirety of city council, or a great percentage of them, at one time, and have a bunch of people looking at each other going, where do we sit, what do we do?
I think it was interesting that there was actually money spent in the effort. I mean, I don't know about where you all were driving around the city of Knoxville if you saw signs, but certainly you just go up the road from here where we are, Channel 10, you saw signs for people who were against it, who were saying vote no, and then I also would see some yard signs from people saying vote yes.
So interesting when you talk about the verbiage, because when you have to vote for or against.
Right.
The signs would say vote yes or
no. Right.
Adding to the confusion for the voter. Mm-hmm. It's coming up on 9:42, and again, we're going to have to break into NBC programming just to update our viewers on that channel about what's happening locally. So we're going to break away from the stream here momentarily, and we'll get back to you. But just so you know, no doubt you've got, I don't know, maybe 7 or 8 TVs going with Fox, MSNBC, who's going to call what. But at this moment, NBC is saying those 7 states that they've all told us to pay attention to
are too close.
Are all too close to call. Yellow is the theme of the hour right now at 9:42 on this election night. And we hope you stay with us. Again, we're going to break away from our stream here momentarily and be back with you shortly with more local analysis as we get more vote totals. Across America and in the state of Tennessee, the headline at 9:49 is that all Tennessee incumbents in the House keep their seat. We've got numbers right now to show you. Diana Harshbarger, District 1, you see winning handily at 78%. Let's move through them quickly. District 2, Congressman Burchett also retaining his at 70% margin. And then Chuck Fleischman in District 3 retaining his seat at 68%. We also know the U.S. Senate race. Senator Blackburn will retain her seat as well, winning handily over challenger Gloria Johnson, who will stay in the state legislature. Let's listen in as she gave her speech just a little bit ago.
We still have a lot of work to do. There's no question about that. We wanted to see a different outcome. But one thing that I can say, as far as me and my team go, we know that we worked as hard this campaign as we possibly could.
Gloria Johnson, who is going to stay in the state house. We are watching one race that is in limbo at this moment. Susan, you've looked at the numbers, and this is State House District 18. Elaine Davis is the incumbent. Look at her margin. Is it still too close to call?
Well, I don't know. 54%, 46 is a pretty significant percentage, but when you look at the raw numbers, it's just a couple thousand votes. And what have we got in on our percentages right now? Do we know that?
So we're sitting at
roughly 32 or so percent.
So of today's vote.
Yeah,
That's right.
Today's vote. So it's still
too close to
we've
call.
got a while yet until we get all the numbers in.
John, charter amendments, Knoxville city voters are voting on these. Tell us where we stand.
They had the question before them, do you want to change the way some city council members are elected to make it all essentially at large? So far, it looks like the bottom line is no by about 2,000 votes. We'll see if that holds, but that's kind of been pretty steady tonight.
Again, we are waiting for the remainder of Election Day to come in, and we'll continue to watch that with our panel throughout the evening. Don Bosch is the Democrat, Susan Richardson Williams, the Republican. My colleague John North and I are with you throughout the evening. We'll break down those local results, and you can watch us streaming on WBIR Plus, and you can see it's free to download right here on Roku, Fire TV, or Apple TV. We look forward to seeing you throughout the night. We're back with updates. Until then, we turn you back over to NBC News for their coverage of the national picture, where 7 states, all key to this election, too close to call.
Too early.
Keep us up. We've got to dip out for about the next 8 minutes. We've got a broadcast at 10 o'clock on Fox, handling some business there. So stay with us. We're going to be back with more analysis throughout the evening. Again, a couple of races still in limbo, in particular District 18 and also the charter amendments. So we're back with that coverage in minutes from now. Fox 43 News at 10 o'clock. I'm John Becker.
And I'm Robin Wilhoit, and we are bringing you the latest election results as we get them. We have crews throughout Knox County tonight ready to bring you results and reactions.
And we have a lot of results to share. Here are some updates in some key races, including big wins for Republicans in statewide offices. Republican Senator Marsha Blackburn, the incumbent in this race, besting challenger Gloria Johnson, who actually will remain in the state legislature even though she lost that race.
And Republican incumbent Tim Burchett has defeated Democratic challenger Jane George, holding on to District 2 seat in the U.S. House.
Let's move to reporter Avery Gingrich. He is at Republican headquarters at the Crown Plaza. Been listening in to those acceptance speeches, thank yous tonight. Update us on what you're hearing now, Avery.
John, well, I can tell you the atmosphere has definitely picked up. When we last spoke, I told you that there was an influx of a crowd. That crowd has settled into the room, and there's still some people coming in. But after the series of speakers we had, both state and federal representatives, giving, at the very least, thank you speeches to supporters, staffs, friends, family, and some of them sounded more like victory speeches. The room is buzzing. Congressman Tim Burchett most recently spoke. He said he was very thankful to voters. Listen in.
Really overwhelming to think that many, the percentages that we continue to win with the, you know, if you listen to the internet, I guess I'd go hide under a bridge somewhere because, you know, all the negativity, but I've kind of grown accustomed to the heat, and I'm in the right place in history, I think, right now. We got a lot of things we need to do.
Knox County Republican Chairman Buddy Burchett continues to seem to be the MC of this event, though we don't have any speakers right now. Over both of my shoulders, there are large flat-screen TVs playing Fox News, as well as the Knox County Election Commission's running tally of votes as they are being counted live. They are getting live updates from the stage, as well as folks from watching the crowds. There are rounds of applause bursting out randomly, but as I said before, the room is buzzing. Folks are talking behind me, and it is only getting louder. John?
Avery, this is a question from Robin. Are you getting a sense of how people are feeling about the presidential election there?
We are, Robin. We are, Robin. I talked to some folks who said that what is happening here in Tennessee all the way up to the White House is one continuous strain. They say that the Republican Party speaks for what one person told me, the moral majority of this country that he at least feels has been suppressed over during the Biden administration. He says both from here in East Tennessee all the way up to the White House, that if the Republicans do pull it out, the messaging in the country is going to change, and he feels that he at least will be better represented.
Avery Gingrich live at the Republican headquarters for us tonight. Avery, thank you very much. And again, Republican incumbent Marsha Blackburn holding on to her U.S. Senate seat, outperforming Democrat Gloria Johnson.
We want to check in with the Democrats right now. Sarah Ottman is our reporter live at their gathering. Sarah, what can you tell us about the mood there tonight?
Hey, John, Robin, forgive me, it's a little bit loud in here. The energy is still high, even coming off a couple of losses here. The race for Gloria Johnson against Marsha Blackburn for U.S. Senate has officially been called in favor of Blackburn. In her speech, Johnson thanked the Tennesseans who supported her. They're so proud of their campaign, and she is just proud of everything that they accomplished. She says she also gave Blackburn a call and congratulated her on her campaign and asked for a way to work together to make Tennessee a less divisive place.
One of the things that I talked to her about, that I would like to have conversations with her about, is toning down the hate and the rhetoric. I don't think that's who Tennesseans are, and I think it's a disservice to Tennesseans to divide them for political gain just by othering certain groups or hating certain groups.
So far, the only other race that has been called is Jane George against Tim Burchett for House District 2 in favor of Burchett. She just gave her speech as well, just congratulating everybody who worked alongside her and saying that they're not disappointed because they're still excited for Democrats who are left on the ballot. Despite these losses, both of them are saying that they're keeping high spirits and they're encouraged to see some change. They're still rooting for Democrats. Energy is still high. Some music is playing. People are dancing as we await the rest of those results. For now, I'll go ahead and send things back to you guys in the studio.
Just quickly, Sarah, to Robin's question to Avery, let's talk about the presidential race. I mean, really too close to call in a bunch of the key states right now. What's the mood there about where things are turning in terms of the presidential race?
As far as the presidential election goes, we talked to Gloria Johnson. We talked to a few other people who are just walking around. They're very optimistic. They think this is going in favor of Kamala Harris. They're not even doubting it. When I ask everyone here, they're saying it's going to be a blue wave. They're not even thinking about a Republican taking the presidential seat. So they're awaiting it, but they're positive and they're pretty sure that Kamala is going to take this win. But we're all just waiting to see. We'll definitely bring you some more updates as they come.
Sarah Ottman at 10:06 on this election night. We appreciate that coverage. We'll check back with you across the country. We are seeing those election results for the presidential race. They're being counted, and again, too close to call most places.
Fox 43 News anchor Katie Inman joining us now with a look at the results up to this point. Katie.
John, Robin, we have a map from the Associated Press. It's showing how the race is projected to go in each state. So you can see here that the states that are in the light red, that is a projection of what the AP is saying. They project that would be Trump would win that state. Light blue would be a projection of whether Kamala would, like you're seeing here in Colorado. Dark red, of course, means that has been called, and then dark blue for the Democratic side as well. Like New York, you can see is in dark blue there, and Tennessee, of course, in the dark red. Now, the goal here is to reach that 270 number. That is what each of those candidates are looking for. So far, former President Trump has 198 Electoral College votes there. And then Kamala Harris on this side has 99. And of course, those numbers will continue to change throughout the night in our state. President Trump is projected to win, and we hold 11 Electoral College votes. And an exit poll shows voters listed the state of democracy and the economy as their top concerns this election. Experts predict it could take several days to know the official results of this election, just like we saw in 2020. That year, Joe Biden was the projected winner 4 days after Election Day. And in the past, results only took hours to come in. The results in 2016 came in at about 2 in the morning, the day after Election Day. And Robin and John, I'll go ahead and send things back over to you.
All right, Katie Inman, we'll certainly check back with you in the race to 270 in the next President of the United States.
All right, we're going to take you to a key race outside of Knox County. We want to take a look at the results of the race for District 33 in the Tennessee House. Richard Scarborough won against his challenger, Ann Baucus, tonight. Scarborough is a former police chief from the city of Clinton. Now we turn our attention to Charter 2 amendment in the city of Knoxville, a change to the way city council is elected. The charter asks Knoxville voters to vote for or against making all 9 Knoxville City Council seats at large.
You can see this one's close, but right now, people opposed to that idea, 52% are leading there, the against. And we're going to check in with reporter Ellis Rold, who's been tracking these charter amendments. There are a couple, but this is the key one. The other one is more of a housekeeping measure. Ellis?
Yeah, hi, John and Robin. So making all 9 seats at large, which is what the amendment is proposing, means that everyone in the city would be able to vote for all 9 city council seats. The proposed change comes because Knoxville's old system was outlawed. Previously, the city had 3 at-large seats and 6 district seats. To elect district members, the city held a primary where only voters from each district could essentially nominate their respective candidates. Then in a general election, the whole city voted on each city council seat. Regardless of whether the amendment fails tonight, 3 of the seats will remain at large like the previous system. But if it does fail, the remaining 6 seats will purely be true geographically defined district seats. The council member would have to live in that district to represent it, and only folks from each respective district could vote for their candidate. But if it passes, 6 of the 9 members will be required to live in a certain district or region, but they'll seek votes from the entire city. We're going to continue to bring you updated live results from the charter amendment throughout the evening. John, Robin, back to you.
Ellis Rold on that update, and we're going to have a lot more to come.
Still to come on Fox 43 News at 10, we are taking a look back at how voting went across the state, the issues some people are faced while casting ballots, and debunking one bogus text message. Earlier this evening, we received information about a bogus text some Tennessee voters received. The Secretary of State wants you to know that this text you see right there on your screen, it is fake. It claims your 2024 ballot has been removed from consideration. Secretary Trey Hargett says this is nothing more than a scam. He says his office has reported it to law enforcement.
We sent crews to the precincts today to keep an eye on any issues that might pop up at any locations and keep you posted, and we're going to check in on what they found.
That's right. Reporter Maria Guzman joining us now live from the Knox County Election Commission. Bring us up to date, Maria.
Yes, Robin, John. Overall, no major issues. That's according to Knox County Election Commission. But if you voted today or in early voting and you're wondering where your ballot went, well, it's in this room in the city county building, and I want to show you around. So right here we have these workers that they're wearing their safety vests. A lot of them are actually college students, and they're responsible for unloading the ballots from cars and bringing them to this room. Those boxes in orange, so those are your provisional votes. Now those are votes that need another review, and you can see the crews are unlocking them and sorting through. Now those white suitcases are actually scanners and voting machine, and on my right here, that is some members from the Knox County Election Commission who are tallying up the votes, and all the way Towards my left are those great boxes. Now those holds all the paper ballots that were casted today on election day. Now a lot of moving parts to make sure that your vote is secure and gets tallied. And now the Election Commission hopes to be done with this very ambitious operation by midnight tonight. In the meantime, I'll send things back to you, Robin and John.
Sounds like a smooth election day, at least up to this point. Maria, thank you very much.
All right, let's get back to the forecast. And for that, we turn it over to Chief Meteorologist Todd Howe.
All right, John and Robin, thank you so much.
Oh, what is happening?
Great night, folks. Yeah, here's a look at our comfort cast as we look ahead to our Wednesday. A very mild start in the morning in the lower 60s. And then once we move into the afternoon, it's going to be another unseasonably warm day tomorrow. Those temperatures, let's go back to our comfort cast and show you that. Our temperatures are expected to be near 80 degrees, near record highs. There's also a chance for some spotty showers once we move into the afternoon. And then we'll see things staying very mild as we get into your Wednesday evening. So that's a look ahead to your Wednesday comfortcast. Right now we're looking at a pretty nice night. Partly cloudy skies, a few clouds, otherwise mostly fair, and the temperatures are mild, 67 degrees. Yes, still mostly clear. The winds are west at 9 miles per hour. Barometric pressure now rising at 30.04. Dew points kind of holding steady in the mid-50s, humidity at 66%. So around the region, we've got a little bit of cooler temperatures from Newport, Dandridge down to Pigeon Forge and to Oak Ridge at 63 degrees, 66 in the North City of Maryville, 64 in Crossville, 68 in Huntsville, still 70 right now in La Follette. A little bit of a warm pocket of air there. Coolest temperatures tonight, upper East Tennessee in the upper 50s, maybe Rogersville, mid to upper 50s there. And back from Knoxville back to the west, looks like generally low to mid 60s. We'll go 61 in Knoxville, but a fairly mild to warm night. Your 12-hour forecast taking us into our Wednesday morning. Again, 61 to start, and then quickly warming up, about 74 at 11 a.m., close to 80 degrees expected tomorrow. That is tomorrow's record high as well. And today we hit 83, and that was 1 degree shy of a record high. Here's what we're seeing right now across the region. Again, a mostly clear sky. Hope you're having a great night, and we are seeing, again, a few of those clouds that will start to increase late tonight and in the morning. Otherwise, look for a partly cloudy sky with a chance for some spotty showers developing later for your Wednesday afternoon. Most of our morning looks like it's going to be mainly dry. Once we get into the afternoon and early evening, we've got a 30% chance for some spotty to scattered showers developing from the south. It looks like the better chance for rain is just to our south and east in Georgia and the Carolinas. Meanwhile, though, these are current temperatures in Lexington, Nashville, back down toward Memphis, Tupelo, Greenville, Mississippi, still in the 70s. You can see the coolest temperatures, including Kansas City at 48. Switching gears, we now have Hurricane Raphael, a Category 1 hurricane at 80-mile-per-hour winds, now forecast to get just up to Category 2 status before making landfall near Cuba and right over Cuba, I should say, by later Wednesday afternoon and evening. And then it moves into the Gulf and slowly weakens from a Category 2 hurricane back down to a tropical storm as we go Saturday and Sunday. There's been a little bit more of a westward shift. It looks like a ventral track could be New Orleans later in the weekend. This moisture could eventually get tapped and brought up into the Tennessee Valley by later this weekend. So right now the showers are in West Tennessee, Western Kentucky. Those are mostly to our west. There's that slug of moisture to our south and east, and then we'll have a slight chance for isolated showers as we get into your Thursday. So the rest of tonight, stay mild, 61, and a chance for scattered showers tomorrow near 80. Warm and dry Thursday and Friday. Better chance for rain second half of the weekend with a dry cooling trend into Veterans Day Monday. John and Robin, back to you.
Todd, thank you very much, and stay with us. Our election night coverage continues. We will be talking to our panel of experts coming up next.
It's election night, and here are results in key races. You're seeing Tennessee House District 18. Elaine Davis is the incumbent here, and she is winning against Brian Goldberg, and this race is all but over.
With that, we want to take those results and more and send it over to our colleague John North, who is joined by our panel of political experts. Guys, take it away.
John and Robin, good evening to you. I'm sitting next to our good friends, Don Bosch, the Democrat, and Susan Richardson Williams, the Republican. They are whispering both into my ears about this and that. They're looking at that screen, this screen. I get to absorb all of it. But we do have some news in regards to that 18th State House race you were just talking about. Don Bosch he knows Brian Goldberg, the Democrat. He's talked to him. What's he say?
I just talked to Brian a few minutes ago, and he has graciously called Elaine Davis and conceded the race. He has fought a good race, but the spread is too big, even with some outstanding vote to go. Brian recognizes that. Brian's going to be a good candidate for something in the future. And Susan and I were talking, if this race had happened in a non-presidential year, the results might have been different, but they weren't. And Brian's lost this race, but he fought a good fight.
So, to both of you, surprised?
No, I'm not surprised. I had talked to some of the leadership in the House, and they'd done some polling, and they felt like it was going to be a 5-6 point win for Elaine Davis. So not surprised.
Don?
A little surprised by the margin. I can't say that I'm surprised that a Republican won in Knox County, but I thought it would have been a little tighter.
I will say this, we have been talking to a lot of people behind the scenes who have been both supporting both candidates, and certainly the Democrats really were in support of her, and there were even some Republicans that
there were some prominent Republicans in support of
who wonder
Goldberg.
now if they're maybe sort of in the doghouse for having sort of endorsed her.
Eddie Manis, Janet Testerman, to name a
right.
couple, did come out and endorse Brian Goldberg, and I think I wasn't surprised by that. You know, they both run in that district, but Elaine won. She's won fairly handily. 8 points, I think, 8 or 9 points, and that's a significant win.
54%, 46%. That is about the margin she had 2 years ago when she first won the seat. All right, let's talk a little bit about that charter amendment. Real quick, I'll just let you know that we've been following it all night. We are now at about 82% of results. The no votes, that is to make it go down, to not pass, are ahead by about 1,900. It's been that way most of the night. That does not look like that is going to pass. We'll just have to see. But like I say, we are at about 82% of the votes in for today.
Meaning we take on district voting. District voting.
That's right. The default would be, since this goes down, then we go to default, which is the 6 council members who used to be able to be voted at large now are going to be district only.
John, Don, Susan, we appreciate the analysis. Stay with us, and still to come, more results as they roll in across the country. We'll see what watch parties are saying for both the Democrats and Republicans after this break.
We are heading to the Republican watch party where spirits are high.
Also,
Yes, we are watching the presidential race. The AP's calling the race in Tennessee for Donald Trump. We're going to look at how the candidates are faring in other states.
It was a warm day this Election Day Tuesday, 83 today, near record highs, 80 tomorrow. And we'll talk about a gradual cool down into the weekend and a rain chances next.
Also, we take you to the watch party for Democrats and Republicans. More on what they're saying on this election night.
You're watching Fox 43 News at 10.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for watching Fox 43 News at 10. I'm Robin Wilhoit.
I'm John Becker. We're glad you're with us on this election night in America. We're keeping you up to date with the latest returns both locally and nationally.
That's right. We're bringing you team coverage. 10 News' Sarah Ottman is at the Democratic Watch Party at the Mill and Mine, that's near downtown Knoxville. And Maria Guzman is at the Knox County Election Commission at the City County building. We will be checking in with them shortly.
You see Avery Gingrich there, and we're going to begin with the Republicans. AP projecting Congressman Tim Burchett is retaining his seat, and all of the Republicans on your screen right now are incumbents, and they won. They retain their seats. Elaine Davis in the State House, also Becky Duncan Massie in the State Senate, and U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn.
With that, we want to turn to Avery Gingrich at the Republican Watch Party tonight. Avery, I have to think lots to celebrate there tonight.
Robin, that's right. When we last spoke, I told you guys that the sound level was rising here. The decibel level was definitely going up. It's calmed down a little bit. We've been told that there are going to be no more speakers tonight, though folks are continuing to linger, and now it seems that attention is really shifted to the bigger national picture. That said, several people, many of whom are going to be winners at the end of the night, did speak. One of them was Congressman Tim Burchett. Here's what he had to say.
Really overwhelming to think that many, the percentages that we continue to win with the, if you listen to the internet, I guess I'd go hide under a bridge somewhere because, all the negativity, but I've kind of grown accustomed to the heat, and I'm in the right place in history, I think, right now. We got a lot of things we need to do.
That line, the right place in history, is a line that I've heard from many different people here tonight, both attendees and representatives who are here celebrating. People have told me that they believe that from here in Tennessee all the way up to the White House and the campaign of former President Donald Trump, that the true moral majority of this country, if they pull it out tonight, is going to take the driver's seat, that the messaging and the people who are represented in this country is going to change. And again, they say that the moral majority, the true majority of this country's voice is finally going to be heard. Robin?
All right, Avery, thank you very much. And with that, we want to turn back to our panel to further discuss the results that we are hearing tonight.
Our colleague John North is alongside Don Bosch and Susan Richardson Williams for more analysis, a Republican and a Democrat.
That's right, guys. We just got the freshest numbers in for Knox County, about 98%, and they are affirming what we figured, and that is Elaine Davis holds the margin at about 54% and some change to Brian Goldberg, the Democrat, at about 46 and some change. Susan, there were some expectations maybe the Democrats could pick up this seat. No way, didn't happen.
Well, there was quite a few folks in our party who supported Brian Goldberg, and there were a lot of people thought he had a really good chance. Brian was a good candidate. We had him on our show. I was impressed with him, a former All-American swimmer at Tennessee. But Elaine is an incumbent, and it was a good year for Republicans in Knox County.
Don, a couple things. You said off camera you don't think we've heard the last of him. You also just talked to Brian Goldberg a few minutes ago, and you said that he had conceded to Elaine.
He did. He called Elaine Davis probably about 30 minutes ago to concede the race, do the honorable thing, and we have not seen the last of Brian. He was a good candidate. He is well-spoken. He is well thought of. He runs a very successful business, and I suppose that we will see Brian. It might be for a city council seat or a county commission or possibly another run at this seat. So we've not seen the last of Brian. He's young, he's energetic, he's what our party needs and looks for, and I'm impressed with the job he did running this campaign, and I look forward to seeing what he does in the future.
Just about 20 seconds left. We talked also off camera about this being a presidential race,
Yes.
maybe made a difference versus if we were in sort of the off-year race. You guys think that's true?
I do. I think the top of the ticket with Trump there, I think it brought out a lot of the Republican voters to vote for president, and I think if this had been, and Susan and I even talked 2 years from now, this would have been a lot closer race.
Don and Susan and I are still paying attention, and we will be back perhaps later on. Robin and John, we'll turn it back to you.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it. And after a history-making year in politics, it all comes down to the vote today when we come back, the very latest in the race for president.
And here's a look at your next 3 days in East Tennessee.
But again, I just want to say it's still.
We are keeping our eyes both on our local races as well as the national races. Tonight, all eyes on the race for the White House. Former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris battling it out to be the country's next leader.
And as we've been warned by political experts, it could take days to know the results of the presidential race, but we want to show you the progress we know right now. Here is Fox 43 anchor Katie Inman in studio with the very latest on the race to 270. That's the Electoral college count you need to become president.
Yes, John and Robin, since the last time we spoke at the beginning of this hour, some numbers have changed around. So whenever we first checked in near the top of the 10 o'clock hour, Harris had 99 electoral votes. Trump had 178. Now that has changed. Trump now has 198. Harris is sitting at 112. Of course, they're still racing for that 270 number, as John said. And in this map that is provided to us from the AP, the Associated Press, the dark red, that means that those are projected to, Trump is projected to win those states, like Texas, where 40 electoral college votes are going to him. And then the dark blue, like you can see here in Illinois or Colorado, those are states that the AP is projecting for Harris to win. Now, you're also seeing some light blue, like here in New Mexico. That is where the polls are leaning more toward that Democratic side of things. And then right next door in Arizona, light red, that means that things are moving more toward the Republican vote side. So we are still waiting on some pretty big states with some pretty big electoral college numbers to have their precincts reporting in those results to come in. So we're going to continue to keep you updated on this race for the president. I know all eyes are on it, and we want to go ahead and send things over to Robin and John now.
All right, Katie Inman with the very latest on that. And coming up tonight, we're taking you to more watch parties. We're back with the Democrats right after a short break.
And coming up, yeah, we could be near record high still for Wednesday and Thursday, and then a slow cooling trend as we go from Friday into the weekend. We'll talk more about our detailed rain chances over the next 7 days after the break.
Welcome back, everyone. We are now turning our attention to the Democrats. Gloria Johnson has conceded her race to Marsha Blackburn. She did hold on to her seat in the state house, though. Democrat Jane George also losing to incumbent Congressman Tim Burchett. And we have learned within the last 20 minutes that Democrat Brian Goldberg has conceded in his race, losing to incumbent Elaine Davis.
No doubt disappointing for Democrats tonight. They were hoping that they may see some inroads, but again, we are in East Tennessee and affirming tonight that it is Republican red, if you will. We check in once again with reporter Sarah Ottman with more from the Democratic Watch Party. Sarah?
John, Robin. Yeah, we're still here at the Mill and Mine for the Democratic Watch Party, but as you can see, it's mostly cleared out behind us. It was pretty full just an hour ago, but after those last few races were called, a lot of people have left the building. So Democratic nominee Gloria Johnson has lost her race against her Republican opponent, Marsha Blackburn, for U.S. Senate. She gave a speech and she thanked everyone who supported her. She thanked the Tennesseans who backed her policies, and she said she's not going to stop working towards those Tennesseans and everything that she worked for in her campaign. She also gave a call to Marsha Blackburn and congratulated her on a win and asked her if they could work together so that Tennessee would become a less divisive place.
One of the things that I talked to her about, that I would like to have conversations with her about, is toning down the hate and the rhetoric. I don't think that's who Tennesseans are, and I think it's a disservice to Tennesseans to divide them for political gain just by othering certain groups or hating certain groups.
And as you mentioned, Democratic nominee Jane George has also lost the race against Republican nominee Tim Burchett for House District 2. And Brian Goldberg has conceded for House District 18 against his Republican opponent, Elaine Davis. Despite those losses, I've talked to a few people who are still lingering around this party, and they say they haven't given up hope for the Democratic Party, and they say that it matters to support these local politicians and to uphold this blue vote for Tennessee, even though it was going to turn red and they knew it. So we'll be sending things back to you as we await the rest of these results.
All right, Sarah Ottman live for us at the Democratic Watch Party, and we'll get to some analysis of the results in just a minute. First, though, we check in with Chief Meteorologist Todd Howe with more on the forecast ahead for the day after Election Day.
Yeah, absolutely. John, Robin, thank you so much, and I hope everybody's having a great night. Here's what we're seeing right now. A mostly fair sky, mostly clear skies at McGee-Tyson Airport. Here are our weather headlines. Near record highs are possible again on Wednesday with a chance for some spotty showers in the afternoon. Now, the reason I say again Wednesday, yeah, this Tuesday we missed a record high by 1 degree. We hit 83 today. The record high for today's date, 84. So a chance for those spotty showers. Warm temperatures will continue as we go through the rest of the week with a little bit higher rain chances, especially into the second half of the weekend. So let's talk about our high temperature trend Wednesday and Thursday. We've got the records listed here. Could tie a record high if we hit 80 tomorrow. Well, of course, we get past that, we break it. 78 on Thursday, the record high 79, so close to record highs. Then a slow cooling trend into the low to mid 70s this weekend. And we're also going to see the scattered rain showers as we go later Saturday on into Sunday. And we'll continue to keep you updated on that trend. Now, as far as a lot of folks may be wondering, when are we going to see any type of cooler weather? Well, we're still looking at above average temperatures 8 out of the next 10 days. If finally it looks like it's going to be later next week, if we see those temperatures back into the 60s. All right, that's abbreviated weather. John and Robin, we'll send it back to you.
All right, we appreciate you watching, and we're breaking into our NBC coverage to update you on local election results across Tennessee. Voters got their say in several ways on the 2024 ballot, and we are going to go to some of those results right now. Secretary of State Trey Hargett is the one leading this election, and we did hear from him earlier today saying that there was a scam going around in text messaging, asking everyone to ignore it, and also that they reported that scam to law enforcement.
Now we want to go to reporter Maria Guzman. Maria, these texts, they were an issue for many, but those weren't the only cause for concern today. Tell us more about that.
In Knox County, they received no major issues, just some small minor issues regarding scanners and some locations, but that was quickly resolved. Right now, I'm inside the City County building. This is where officially all the ballots from all the precincts in Knox County, as well as the last round of absentee ballots, are now located. And now tonight, there were several workers in safety vests who were responsible for unloading the ballots from cars and bringing this into the room. And deputies even blocked the street so the ballots can be unloaded safely. After the ballots were unloaded, they passed a security check-in and it arrived to this main room where election commissioners are wrapping, tallying the votes.
Everything will be brought in. Right behind me here, votes will be counted when they come in. We'll look at every scanner. We'll look at all of those and compare the tally tapes to the number of votes cast. And then we'll take them over to another room. We'll look at the votes, make sure they match up, and that's when we'll push them out to the internet.
And that was Marie Guzman live at the Knox County Election Commission. Our coverage will continue. Stay with us. We will be back at 11 o'clock. Back, everyone. Our election coverage will continue in just a moment, but we want to send it back to meteorologist Todd Howe to fill us in on what we can look forward to in the forecast.
Okay, John, Robin, thank you so much. When we last talked, just a little bit ago, kind of abbreviated, we were talking about it's warm 8 out of the next 10 days. A lot of you may be wondering, when are we going to see cooler November weather? This is just way too warm, right? Well, you're exactly right. Our average high is 64. So when are we going to see that cool down? It's probably going to take about another 9 to 10 days. That's when our 10-day high temperature projection has us a 65 by the following Thursday. That's a week from this Thursday, next week, and a 62 by the following Friday. So we're still looking at above average temperatures, a slight cool down this weekend in Veterans Day, Monday, but still looking at above average temperatures, including for your Wednesday. We start in the low 60s in the morning. A mild to warm night continues near 80 degrees. If we hit 80 tomorrow, that would tie a record high for your Wednesday afternoon. The record high is 80, set 2 years ago back in 2022. So we'll keep you updated on that. Look at the warm air across much of the Tennessee and Ohio Valley. Meanwhile, it's 48 in Kansas City. That's where some cooler air is behind this first week front. Now there's decent showers running from just near Memphis and right up along the Ohio River and continuing from Illinois, Indiana up into Ohio, and some more scattered showers further south. That's tied with the weak front. That front's going to kind of fizzle out. We'll talk more about our rain chances, but that's the current depiction. I do want to show you the latest with Hurricane Raphael and the latest update from the Hurricane Center forthcoming here shortly. But projected to be a Category 1, even a Category 2 hurricane over Cuba into the southern Gulf, but then weakens to a tropical storm. Now, the latest track is a little bit further west, and that has an impact on the rainfall timing for us in East Tennessee. Because it's further west, eventually some of this moisture could track up into the Tennessee Valley, but that may take a little bit longer now. So some model runs will bring in some rain showers, for example, on Saturday. And right now that may be holding off until a little bit more later Sundays as it stands. Again, we'll continue fine-tune that timing. You saw the futurecast play out for tomorrow into Thursday. A chance for some spotty showers tomorrow, better chances to our south and east, and we can see isolated chances as we get into your Thursday. So here's your forecast for the rest of tonight. Continue mostly fair, 61 for the low. A mild start in the morning and unseasonably warm near 80 degrees. There's a chance for some spotty showers. The chances tomorrow, though, 30%, so they're not overly high. 20% on Thursday. Friday looks dry. The weekend, better chance for showers Sunday, and then we're looking at a slight cool down and drier as we get into our Veterans Day Monday. John, Robin, back to you.
Todd, appreciate it, and we're going to turn our attention back to the charter amendment, one of two in the city of Knoxville, and this is a look at some of the results as well as we move to that charter amendment. You can see the against winning here, 51%, and that's basically decided.
That's right. We've been watching this tight race all night long. With that, let's turn to Ellis Rold. She's joining us from the newsroom to break down what the amendment means. Ellis.
Hi, John, Robin. So yes, we just got the results in now. So essentially what this means is we are going to have 3 at-large seats and 6 purely district seats. This is a change from what Knoxville had before, which essentially had a primary election where folks in each district voted on who they wanted to essentially nominate. And then in a general election, folks from the entire city would then vote on those 9 city council seats. So again, those 3 seats are going to remain at large, but the 6 remaining seats are going to be pure geographically represented seats. And again, if that amendment would have passed, all 9 seats would have been at large, which means that all folks from across the city would be able to vote for all 9 seats. So I'm going to go ahead and send it back to John and Robin, but again, this amendment did fail, so we will go to 6 district seats and 3 at large. Back to you.
Ellis Rold in our newsroom with the very latest on the count. And again, in Knox County and locally, we have seen basically the election decided. That's not the case for the presidential election tonight, but we have the results from just about every race, and we're going to run that down in just a couple of minutes over on Channel 10.
That's right, and we thank you so much for joining us. As John said, more coverage, more election coverage, both locally and nationally, coming up in just a few minutes on 10 News at 11. Stay with us. We'll see you then.
side, we'll talk about the race for the White House and show you the very latest from the map. Good evening and happy election night. Thank you for watching 10 News at 11. I'm John Becker.
And I'm Robin Wilhoit. We are tracking the latest election results as the numbers continue to roll in. We have crews spread out across Knox County tonight, from the Republican and Democratic watch parties to the heart of the activity at the Election Commission.
We take you out there live in just minutes for some key races. First, let's go to what results we know and take a look. This is a headline: Republican U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn retaining her seat against challenger Gloria Johnson. A footnote here: Gloria Johnson will keep her seat in the state house.
And Republican incumbent Tim Burchett defeated Democratic challenger Jane George, holding on to the District 2 seat in the U.S. House of Representatives.
We check in once again with reporter Avery Gingrich. He joins us live once again at the Republican Watch Party. Some enthusiasm there tonight in downtown Knoxville. Avery.
That's right, John. Folks continue to linger around and have definitely focused their attention now to the presidential elections and the broader national election going on, as Fox News is playing both over my left and right shoulders. Earlier this evening, though, we did have a series of speakers, elected officials who many who were finding out right then that they had won re-election. One of whom was Tim Burchett, who thanked voters.
They talk a lot about our young people not getting involved, and they volunteered. They've been at all the events, and they've helped us. They worked with us on Election Day today, and they carried the polls for us, because that's a thankless job. Y'all have done it. You stand out there all day. You're burnt. People are cussing at you, and then they find out you're working for me, and then they really are cussing at you.
Burchett took the stage with a large crowd, many of whom seemed to be college students that he thanked for helping lead his campaign here in Knox County. He told us also that if he paid attention to criticism online, he might have dropped out of the race, or perhaps even something worse, unfortunately. Ultimately, he said things like this are a toss-up, and that he had to have faith in his campaign, that he was sane and doing the right things for the people of East Tennessee. I heard similar messages from a Representative Elaine Davis, as well as State Senator Massie, who both told me that their minds, though definitely focused here tonight, have to be moving on to tomorrow, where they have meetings to attend, boards to direct, and constituents to listen to. John?
All right, Avery Gingrich live for us tonight. Thank you. Republican incumbent Marsha Blackburn holding on to her U.S. Senate seat again. She beat out Democrat Gloria Johnson.
Reporter Sarah Altman joining us live from the Mill and Mine near downtown Knoxville. It's the Democratic headquarters with more on the key races.
John, Robin, that's right. We're outside of the Mill and Mine, where the Democratic Watch Party has just wrapped up. It was a bit of a disappointing night for these Democrats, as Democratic nominee Gloria Johnson lost her race for U.S. Senate against her Republican opponent, Marsha Blackburn. In her speech, Johnson thanked Tennesseans for supporting her, and she is keeping her seat in the State House and is excited to keep the momentum going from this campaign there. She says she gave Blackburn a call and congratulated her on her win, and asked for a way for them to work together so that Tennessee becomes a less divisive place.
We wanted to see a different outcome, but one thing that I can say, as far as me and my team go, we know that we worked as hard this campaign as we possibly could. And I had the best team I think you could ever assemble, and I appreciate them so much.
Another race that was lost was Democratic nominee Jane George against her Republican nominee Tim Burchett for House District 2, as well as Brian Goldberg, who conceded for House District 18 against Elaine Davis. I spoke with a few people who were here tonight, and they were disappointed in these losses, but still encouraged for the Democrats. They were excited to have placed their vote for these Democratic nominees, and they're excited to see where this presidential campaign campaign for Kamala Harris is going to go. And we'll be sure to keep you updates on that as they come. For now, I'll send it back to you guys.
Sarah, we're going to talk about it right now, live for us at Democratic headquarters in Knoxville. But we looked locally. Now we're going to look more broadly at the presidential race.
Anchor Katie Inman joining us now with a live look at the results up to this point. Katie.
Yeah, John and Robin, we have a map from the Associated Press that shows how the race is projected to go in each state. So light red would indicate that former President Donald Trump is leading. Like down here in Georgia, it's a light red color. Similarly, the light blue, like over here in New Mexico, means that Vice President Harris is leading in that state. And then you see the colors like the dark blue and the dark red. That, of course, means that those states are projected to have that candidate for the winner of that state. So the big race is for the number 270. That's how many electoral votes one person would need to win the presidency. Right now, Kamala Harris is sitting at 179 and Donald Trump is sitting at 214. Recently, California has brought their numbers in with 54 electoral votes, and Harris is taking that state. Here in Tennessee, we have 11 electoral votes, and Donald Trump has taken the win there, as it is projected by the Associated Press. And voters, they said in a poll that they listed the state of democracy and the economy as their top concerns this election. We will continue to look at these numbers as they come in. Experts, of course, predict it could take several days to know the official results of this election. Just like in 2020, Joe Biden was the projected winner 4 days after Election Day. And then if we look back in the past, results only took hours to come in. Like in 2016, they came in about 2 in the morning the day after Election Day. But we'll continue to monitor what is happening in this national presidential race. John and Robin.
Every election is different for sure. All right, Katie, thanks for the rundown there. 10 News anchor Shay Smith, she spent her afternoon and evening at the Cedar Bluff Middle School precinct. She spoke with a few voters about how long they had to wait in line.
And there were lines out there. We want to check in with Shay right now.
Well, at 8 o'clock, there was no one in line to vote here at the Cedar Bluff Middle School precinct. But let me tell you, all day the line was filled with people here in this area ready to cast their ballot. At one point, I counted about 150 people in line outside. That is not including the people that were in line to vote on the inside. I spoke to a few voters today. We talked about the wait time here at this precinct. One of them only waited about 45 minutes, but another waited almost 2 hours.
Actually, it didn't take too long. It took about 53 minutes.
1 hour and 42 minutes total.
As far as voting early, I also asked them what made you come out on Election Day specifically, as opposed to casting your ballot early.
That is a product of my own procrastination.
I don't know, I just felt today was the day.
Now, there were also a couple of campaigns out here during the day. I spoke to Representative Elaine Davis. Here's what she had to say about the voter turnout that she saw here.
Just because it's such a huge election, I think so many people are wanting to come out and just exercise their individual right to vote.
I also spoke to her opponent, Brian Goldberg, about the importance of voting and making sure that your voice is heard.
Not coming out election after election, having laws that are affecting their future, I think they might be catching up to the fact that I need to have my voice heard.
Around 8:15, the last group of voters started to trickle out. But again, at 8 o'clock here at the Cedar Bluff Middle School, there was no line to cast a ballot. Back to you.
All right, Shay Smith reporting from the Cedar Bluff Middle School precinct. Now let's go outside of Knox County, check in on this race. Want to look at the results of District 33. This is in the Tennessee State House. Richard Scarborough winning against his challenger Ann Bacchus tonight. Scarborough is a former Clinton police chief. And just into our newsroom within the last 10 minutes. Charter Amendment 2 in the city of Knoxville has failed. These are unofficial numbers, though, right now. The ballot measure asked Knoxville voters to vote for or against, making all 9 Knoxville City Council seats at large.
You can see this was a tight one. We check in once again with Ellis Rold in our newsroom. She's been watching this race and explains the impact here. Ellis.
Yeah, hi, John and Robin. So City Council will now have 3 at-large seats and 6 purely district seats. The proposed change comes because Knoxville's old system was outlawed. Previously, the city also had 3 at-large seats and 6 district seats, but they were elected in a different way. To elect district members, the city held a primary where only voters from each district could essentially nominate their respective candidates. And then in a general election, the entire city voted on each of the 9 city council seats. Moving forward, 3 of those seats are going to remain at large, and that was going to happen regardless if it passed or failed. But the remaining 6 seats will be purely true geographically defined district seats. So the council member is going to have to live in that district to represent it, and only folks from each respective district will be able to vote for their candidate. If it had passed, 6 of the 9 members would have been required to live in a certain district or region, but they would have sought votes from the entire city. But the vote has been called unofficially, of course, and the city of Knoxville is going to move towards a system that has 6 district seats and 3 at large. Back to y'all in the studio.
All right, Ellis, thank you very much. We are starting to get more final numbers tonight. Up next, a look at some key races across Tennessee.
What they mean, we'll check in with our panel. Also, polls closed at 8. We're going to hear a live update from the count and the Knox County Election Commission about the day.
Your premier family of dealership, we can.
Republican Elaine Davis retaining her seat in the state legislature.
So for more perspective on those results, we want to send things over to our colleague John North. He's joined by our panel of political experts tonight.
Hey, Robin. Hey, John. Hope you're doing well. Listen, 4 words. We'll put it together. The power of incumbency, especially when you're talking about what is primarily a Republican county. There was some hope, expectation that, for example, Brian Goldberg, the challenger in the 18th House District, would win. Dawn, didn't happen. Thoughts?
Well, he ran a good race, but frankly, I thought it would be a little bit closer. But again, as you said, Elaine Davis being an incumbent, being a Republican, a very weird sort of weirdly drawn district. Ultimately, Elaine came through and she won that race. Brian worked very hard, and it shows that the Democrats in this county still have a lot of work to do to remain and get even more competitive than they've been.
Susan, not to put words in your mouth, but as the evening was starting, you sort of said, no, I think she's probably okay.
Yeah, I think she was. Like I said, I'd seen some polling that indicated she was going to be up by 5 or 6 points. She ended up being, I think, about 8. And again, we had a good turnout in Knox County. Republicans voted. Trump won big here, and Marshall won big here, Tim won big here, so we had a really good turnout for Republicans.
Fair to say that Republican leadership in this state cared about this race, was watching it and wanted to help her.
Indeed, they did. This was one of the races they were really concerned about and hoping to keep, and they're very happy tonight.
And they did it. We've got, what, 2 Democrats from Knox County, the rest are Republicans, correct?
Yeah, and it was a good night overall for House members in Tennessee. It looks like we kept every seat and might pick up 1. So.
Don, Democrats are not done in Knox County. Obviously, there is at least the perception, if not the sincere belief, that Democrats will continue to make inroads.
Well, we have. We've gotten closer and closer. We picked up a seat on county commission. It is getting competitive again, and that's what we need to see. And when things get competitive, you start winning. And we're in almost every race now with a meaningful candidate.
We've talked about Elaine Davis. You see her as a candidate that's particularly vulnerable. Why?
Well, I think the district is a little more purple. It didn't show that way so much tonight. I think if this race had been 2 years before or 2 years after, it might have been much closer without somebody like Donald Trump at top of the vote, top of the ballot. But Elaine is perceived as vulnerable. Occasionally she can have a political gaffe or do something that upsets at least a portion of her constituency. And, you know, she's been pretty quiet the last few months, but I think the Democrats are always going to mount a strong challenge in that district, whether Elaine's there or not.
And we've got about 15 seconds left. Just kind of curious from your perspectives, that number 2 charter amendment that failed tonight. Any surprise there?
No, it was a little bit closer than I thought it would be, but I did feel like it would not pass.
Don?
I agree with Susan. We talked about this quite a bit before the show. We thought, frankly, it might have been too confusing for a lot of people, even for us sometimes, and a lot of people will vote no in that circumstance. But now it makes it a little less expensive for somebody to run. They only have to run within their district, primary and general, and I think it might encourage some people to get out and run that might ordinarily be afraid of the cost.
Don and Susan, we appreciate it. You'll see them also on, don't forget, WBIR's Inside Tennessee. That's coming up on Sunday. John and Robin, back to you.
John, Don, Susan, thank you.
Well, earlier this evening, we received a tip about a bogus text some Tennessee voters received. The Secretary of State wants you to know this text you will see in a moment on your screen. It is fake. It claims your 2024 ballot has been removed from consideration. Secretary Trey Hargett says this is nothing more than a scam. He says his office has reported it to law enforcement.
Time to check back on the vote count. Again, we've been watching the results, and we check in live with 10 News reporter Maria Guzman at election headquarters downtown. What can you tell us, Maria?
Yes, John, Robin. Well, the ballots are in, and officially they've been counted. Knox County Election Commission have finished counting all the votes, and we're inside the City County building. This is where all the votes from across Knox County are. They're all inside those gray boxes. If you voted today, your vote is inside those boxes. And now the Election Commission received ballots from all the precincts, as well as the last round of absentee ballots. Now, tonight, there were workers in safety vests who were responsible for unloading the ballots from cars and bringing them to this room. Deputies blocked the streets so the ballots can be unloaded safely. After the ballots were unloaded, they passed a security check-in, then arrived to this main room where election commissioners tallied the votes.
Everything will be brought in. Right behind me here, votes will be counted when they come in. We'll look at every scanner. We'll look at all of those and compare the tally tapes to the number of votes cast. And then we'll take them over to another room. We'll look at the votes, make sure they match up, and that's when we'll push them out to the internet.
Now, this is a lengthy process. They have received hundreds of ballots from all across precincts in Knox County.
I think number one, we program everything locally. Everything's done by a team of Republicans and Democrats. Every step of the process is documented.
Knox County Election Commission says they experienced some minor scanner issues at some location, but that was quickly resolved. But besides that, no major technology issues in voting places. Now, Knox County Election Commission has officially finished counting, and they say that's earlier than usual considering that it's not midnight yet. They finished before midnight, and they say that doesn't happen often. And from City County Building, I'm Maria Guzman.
Maria, thanks so much. Hats off to those election workers. Maria's right. Typically, we think going late into the evening, we're out by 11:20.
They're calling that a good night.
Yes,
and it was a great election day as far as the weather goes. So nice and warm, and definitely comfortable as the night is worn on.
Chief Meteorologist Todd Howell joining us with what we're looking like tomorrow morning. Todd?
Yeah, mid-60s right now. We'll start out our Wednesday morning in the lower 60s. We could be near record highs tomorrow. 80 degrees for your Wednesday afternoon. And there's a 30% chance for some spotty showers in the afternoon. Slight chance on Thursday. Most of Friday looks dry. 80 degrees tomorrow, 78 Thursday, 76 on Friday. Our average high is 64. So here we go. Temperatures in the 60s, most areas right now, still 70. Sweetwater and La Follette. Lower 60s in the valley, some 50s in upper East Tennessee for lows tonight. And there's your Wednesday forecast, near 80 here in the valley. If we hit 80, that would tie a record high tomorrow. Look how warm it is right now in the Tennessee and Ohio Valley in the 60s and 70s. There's the cool air in the plain states behind that cold front. But these fronts are trying to run into a strong ridge. So this first one that moves in tomorrow, it will weaken. A chance for some spotty showers, better chance for rain generally off to our south and east, and maybe some isolated chances on Thursday. Friday into part of Saturday looks dry, but second half of the weekend, Sunday, that may continue to early Veterans Day morning. Otherwise, a little bit of a cooling trend this weekend into Veterans Day. That does it for weather, and certainly we'll keep you updated throughout the week. John, Robin, we'll send it back over to you.
All right. Thanks, Todd. We appreciate it. And still to come, another look at the race for the White House. That's coming up after the break.
Weather.
In with Democrats and Republicans throughout the evening.
That's right. Our reporter Sarah Ottman joining us once again from the watch party downtown for the Democrats. Sarah.
Hey, John and Robin. That's right. We were here all night at the Mill and Mine for the Democratic Watch Party, where there was a bit of disappointment in this room as a few of those local elections were lost for the Democrats. But as far as the presidential election goes, people have not lost their hope. Yeah, I spoke to Gloria Johnson herself, and she says she's excited to see the first woman president. She's not even in doubt of the fact that Kamala Harris will take office. And I spoke to some younger voters as well, saying that they're excited and they think that Gen Z and millennials, they're all getting excited about this election, that people are coming out for the first time and voting, and they're pretty confident that Kamala Harris is going to take office. So despite the disappointments tonight in local elections, they still think that the Democrats have it on the presidential level.
All right. Sarah, thank you so much. Reporter Avery Gingrich joining us from the Republicans tonight. And look, it's both. I think both the Republicans and Democrats think we need some sleep before this thing is done, Avery.
It's been a long evening.
John, yeah, Knox County Republican Chairman Buddy Burchett probably said it best, taking a quote I think we've all heard before. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. If you look over my right shoulder, you'll see a large projector that up until recently was running the running tally from the Knox County Election Commission as they were counting our local votes. That's been turned off. It was on a safe screen now. It is just completely off. But if you see that flat screen just to the little bit more to the left, you will see that folks are still sticking around and taking a peek at our bigger national elections, and of course, primarily the presidential election. There is also a crowd over my other shoulder here as well, but the room has mostly cleared out. John, Robin, back to you.
All right, Avery Gingrich, the last man standing, almost there. All right, thanks so much, Avery. As we are keeping an eye on the results of the presidential race here in the studio, we want to bring you up to date. This is a live look at the results of the voter count in each state thus far. Now, the light red, that indicates leaning toward former President Donald Trump. Light blue shows Vice President Kamala Harris leading. Solid blue indicates a win for Harris, and solid red indicating a win for Donald Trump.
We want to just draw your attention to Georgia, Virginia, and the state of Pennsylvania. Those are all key to reaching that magic 270 to become the next president of the United States. And again, we may not see that happen, not just into the morning hours, but perhaps over the next few days. But our election coverage throughout the evening will continue on our streaming app, WBIR+.
Plus details on when and how you can watch that coverage coming up after the break.
Across
Don Bosch and Susan Richardson Williams.
Robin and John, I'm sitting next to a longtime Democrat, a longtime Republican. It's getting real. They've been watching that electoral map all night. We truly are coming down to about 7 or 8 states. AP just called North Carolina. Your thoughts?
Well, Susan and I both joke. We're both still cautiously optimistic. At least I am. It's really playing out like a lot of people thought it would. It's going to come down to about 6 states now. North Carolina has been called right now, but not a surprise. It was hopeful that it would go for Harris, but again, the blue wall up north is really what's going to matter for both of these candidates.
Susan?
No surprises so far. I am cautiously optimistic, and we will wait and see what happens during the night. But right now, it looks pretty good for Trump.
If you all remember, we went through this in 2020. We weren't just so conscious of it then. John and Robin, it's going to be a long night.
Certainly will be. Thank you for your perspective throughout the evening.
And our election coverage continues on our streaming app, WBIR Plus. And of course, join us at 4:30 tomorrow morning for the latest on our election coverage. And as far as the app goes, it is available on Roku, Fire TV, and Apple TV. And that is our time. Thank you so much for watching. Once again, the news continues tomorrow morning at 4:30.
And Fal, our Democratic strategist, who has a whole lot of numbers. Both of them have been crunching. But first of all, we want to get an overview of where we are right now, 11:33. Zach Merchant is driving the ship for us and our map.
Yeah, let's take a look here. First, let's talk about Georgia. Then let's talk about the electoral map across the state. Here's the state of Georgia right now as we zoom in. Take a look. This is the state of play in Georgia. And I'm going to highlight some key figures. First, let's talk about the overall result right now that we're seeing. As of 11:33 p.m. tonight, 5 million, just over 5 million votes have been tabulated, counted, and reported. The margin is about at 3%. Donald Trump sitting right at 51% of the total vote. Kamala Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, sitting at about 48.3% of the vote. That puts her about 130,000 votes behind Donald Trump here in Georgia. The other big number you've got to keep track of when you're talking about Georgia, right up here in the upper right-hand corner of your television screen or your computer screen, wherever you're watching us, this is the number of votes that have been counted. It's 91%. That means only about 9% of the votes in Georgia are still outstanding, still yet to be counted. To be clear, Georgia has not at this point been called for either former President Donald Trump or Vice President Kamala Harris. But right now, with only 9% of the result left to be tabulated, Donald Trump sitting with a roughly 3% lead. Let's zoom back out now to the national map. Here we go. The electoral map across the country. Here's the big key that you got to know when you're looking at this map. The battleground states. Those are the key prizes in the Electoral College contest as these two candidates battle it out for the race for the White House. The battleground states are outlined in a yellow highlight right now as you take a look. None of the battleground states have been called at this point, but we want to be clear there is a caveat, Faith.
Yes, so we are following NBC's calling structure. We do want to point out that AP has called North Carolina for Donald Trump, so you might see that in other places. The reason you're not seeing it on our map is because we are going off of NBC's calling. They are saying that it is still too close to call. If they do call it for Donald Trump, then you will see it highlighted here.
And that would be the first of the battleground states to be projected for either of these candidates. In that case, if it falls the way that AP is projecting it will, it'll go in former President Donald Trump's tally. I think it's a good point now to bring in some of the most savvy political experts in the state of Georgia. We've got Republican strategist Deanna Harris, Democratic strategist Fal Sabak. You've been on the Georgia Vote many times with us. You've been with us throughout our 11 Alive Plus stream throughout the evening. Right now, Fal, let's start with you. Still a lot of electoral math to be done tonight. What do you make of broad strokes wise as you look at the board right now?
I mean, what I'm looking at really are the blue wall states. I'm really looking at Wisconsin. I'm looking at Michigan. I think Minnesota as well. You know, I'm looking to see as those vote tallies come in. I think former President Trump has the lead in those states. As the votes come in, trying to figure out if they're going to go to him or to Vice President Harris.
And Deanna, what do you see right now?
Well, excuse my excitement, but I don't know if that blue wall is going to hold up because it looks like the president is going to take those.
What makes you say that? Because we just want to be really clear. We have not seen, any projections in this kind of blue wall northern battleground states of Wisconsin, Michigan, and
those are
Pennsylvania
both
yet.
still too close to call, according to NBC.
Some of those major counties in Wisconsin are looking red in President Trump's favor, as well as Michigan.
And Deanna, I'm so sorry. We want to interrupt here. We have some breaking news to report right now. NBC has just projected that North Carolina will go to former President Donald Trump. Again, if you're just tuning in here, NBC now projects that North Carolina and its 16 electoral votes will go to former President Donald Trump. That is
major news.
You're right. That is the first battleground state, the first true swing state that we've been talking about for many months now to be projected for either candidate. NBC projects it's going to former President Donald Trump, bringing him up to a total right now of a projected 230 electoral college votes. Faith, 270. That's the mark both of these candidates are trying to get to.
Right. That's exactly right. And this NBC prediction is just kind of going in the trend that Deanna was just telling us about, that this blue wall might not hold up. But as you can see there, those yellow states outlined, these are all the key states, battleground states, and they have not been called yet. The reason that they're battleground states, most analysts believed that the election is basically up to these battleground states that you're looking at: Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina now called for Trump, and right here in Georgia. The Georgia race still too close to call as well, although Georgia Republicans are sitting pretty happy right now. If we could pull up the state map just to see where we are. We've broken that 5 million number of those votes cast. Republicans feeling very optimistic about this right now, Deanna.
Well, we've worked really hard on the ground game. They've been knocking doors, making phone calls, millions and millions of text messages. They couldn't have spent more money on advertisement throughout the state. So I really think that it's paying off, as well as making sure to tell the Republican voters to get out and vote early, versus previously in 2020.
Go ahead, Zach.
Yeah, I think this is a good moment to bring in Doug Richards with the 11 Alive political team. He is at the State Republican Watch Party. If we have Doug, let's listen in. Doug, what are you seeing right now? What's the mood where you are?
The mood is very buoyant right now. There are still probably a couple of hundred people in this ballroom who are all chatting very favorably and very amiably about the outcome of the election. And part of the reason for that is because that their leader, the Georgia Republican Party Chairman Josh McCoon, said from the stage that, as far as he was concerned, based on the work of an analytics firm that the Republican Party is familiar with, that Georgia was a lock to go for Donald Trump. And we talked with McCoon about that afterward, and here's what he said.
So what I said was, of course, there's a book that's been written about the 2020 election about Georgia being flipped, and I said it was a fluke. because here in 2024, we had a normal election outside of COVID, a better legal environment, and we won with a margin, and it's, we're back. The Georgia Republican Party is back.
And you don't think it's a purple state?
I don't think so. I think it's a pretty resounding message tonight. They had more money. We were fighting these criminal cases while we were deploying a ground game, while we were fighting a lot of times, not you, but media is not exactly fair to us, and we still were able to win tonight. And it's not a squeaker. It's not something that's going to be in a recount or in a courtroom. It's a clear mandate for President Trump.
So McCoon's analysis of the 2024 election sounds pretty solid. The question, I think, will be in 2 years when Democrat John Ossoff, the U.S. Senator, is on the ballot and there is an open seat for the the governor's race and all the other constitutional officers. We will gauge the shade of purple probably more clearly at that time. We're live in Buckhead tonight. Doug Richards, 11 Alive News.
Doug Richards live for us from the Republican headquarters there in Buckhead. We do have another update for you. NBC has called Virginia for Vice President Kamala Harris as we bring our panel back here. Josh McCoon, he makes some valid points, guys, right? I mean, the former president has dealt with legal battles. The Democrats did have more money to spend here. The vice president and all of her surrogates have been up and down the state. Both of the campaigns visiting the state, of course, the weekend before. We saw J.D. Vance here yesterday. But when you talk about a candidate who has all of these things going against him, and right now he's sitting at 51%, 91% reported so far, 56% of the precincts not called yet. But you're talking about a difference of 134,000 votes, not 12,000 votes. Once again, not called yet. There's still some coming in. But it's not as tight of a race as we saw with Biden, with all of these things going against him. Fal, what are your thoughts on that?
I think that he did have a lot against him. I think the Harris campaign had tried to turn folks out, especially in DeKalb. I mean, I'm looking at the numbers right now. We're still waiting for DeKalb to kind of report their day of elections. They've had some speed bumps in their reporting. But, I think what we're trying to see is, was Vice President Harris able to excite the folks that came out for President Biden in counties, in DeKalb County, because I mean, even if there may be like 1 percentage point, that could be tens of thousands of votes, especially in counties like Fulton and Gwinnett, or in DeKalb, excuse me.
Sorry, Fal, we just want to jump in. Some more breaking news here. NBC is now projecting that Vice President Kamala Harris will carry the state of Virginia. You can see it on your map if we get it up here. But we just want to be clear and make sure we're getting you these projections as quickly as possible at the national stage now, because this is the part of the night when you're focused on Georgia, but also on the nationwide path to 270 Electoral College votes. Again, NBC now projecting the 13 Electoral College votes of Virginia will be in the Vice President Kamala Harris tally, bringing her to 185 projected Electoral College votes right now to former President Donald Trump's 230. Again, the state of Georgia at this point still too close to call. And Fal, I hate to cut you off, so I want to bring you back in here. This might be a good time if we have the board still up, and I'm so sorry, guys, you just dropped it down. It might be good to bring it back up in a second. But we can talk about the difference in the 2020 results here in Georgia statewide versus 2024. Again, we're not fully reported here in Georgia right now, but if you look at 91% estimated total vote is in this year, Donald Trump 51%, Kamala Harris 48%. Back in 2020, that margin much tighter when things were all said and done. 49.5% for Joe Biden, 49.3%. Very close when 100% of the vote came in. What's going on here, Phil?
From what I've been seeing, the numbers that are being tabulated currently, it looks like there are more people voting in the rural, more red areas, counties. There are some counties where, President Trump might have won it, and then he increased his vote count by 400, 800 folks. And so if you take, a few counties like that, add them all up, that will erase that 12,000 vote margin pretty quickly.
Deanna, does, and Fal brought up DeKalb County earlier today. The core 5 metro Atlanta counties are both key for Democrats to sort of run up the score there in a real Democratic stronghold of the state. But also we've heard more and more over the past few months that Republicans are making a concerted effort to try to eat into that margin in the core metro counties. And we saw, Faith, you and I covered a lot of campaign rallies in the core metro area, not just from the Democratic side of the campaign. A lot of Senator J.D. Vance, a lot of former President Donald Trump.
Trying to break into that blue. And even when you speak to those voters who say, I'm not a hardcore Republican,
Right.
I just don't like Biden.
Right.
And I'm looking for somebody, or vice versa. When Harris or her surrogates, I'm not a lifelong Democrat, I just don't like the other guy. I do want to say this, though, as well. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger, in a news conference, he said that Trump has a, quote, insurmountable lead in Georgia. He continued to say it looks like this is pretty much done. I think the results are pretty well baked and based on where the leads are right now. Once again, we are saying this is too close to call. We will continue to emphasize that until this race is called. Those votes are still coming in. If we could pull up our map, guys, we can give you just a better look into what we are seeing out on our computers here.
And one county in particular that keeps coming up, DeKalb County here, I think it's useful at this time of the night to start looking at, because we have close to full reporting in a lot of our counties across the state. Let's do a little comparison here, because we're talking about a 2-3% margin swing right now between 2020 and 2024 and the total results across the state. In DeKalb County, a similar dynamic is playing out so far tonight. We want a caveat, as always, it's not the full reporting total in DeKalb County yet. 88% of the estimated total vote is in and reported in DeKalb County. But if you take a look at the 2024 results so far here in DeKalb County, the margin is Kamala Harris, the Democrat, at about 81.5%, Donald Trump, the Republican, at 17.4% this campaign cycle. Those figures are important because if we go back in time 4 years, remember Donald Trump right now at about 17.4% in Democratic stronghold DeKalb County. In 2020, if we can go there, stand by, here we go. In 2020, Donald Trump was at about 15.7%. So as of right now, Donald Trump is overperforming his margin in DeKalb County by about 2%.
Right.
Is that significant?
I think the significance comes from the issues that voters care about, which is the economy. That was the #1 polling issue. And so when people come out and they kind of vote on their pocketbook, these are issues that go to the grocery store or your child care. And so those things, of course, chipped away at that stronghold the Democrats had in these metro areas.
And it's really interesting that you bring that up, because a lot of folks, you have people who are policy nerds like us that'll dig in and read every single little thing, but then you have people who, they just hear what they hear on social media. They see the advertisements, they hear about what's talked at the kitchen table, right? And they could be 1 or 2 issue voters. You hear a lot about the price and the cost of goods on both sides of the aisle. On the Democrat side, you hear about abortion, you hear about democracy at stake. Republican side, you hear immigration, safety, things like that. Fal, I wonder, with these issues though, if your role in a campaign, you're on the ground, you're doing this, are you focusing more into one issue or the other, and are you changing that? Did we see that in the campaign with Harris's campaign here in Georgia? A strategy, a shift in the issues that they were focusing on?
Yeah, I think that there was a later shift where, they kind of tried to go in on the democracy issue, and then the maybe last week or so, they kind of focused more on the economy and kind of bringing a more positive light to she's going to be the candidate for change. And I think that, you know, going back to the question earlier about DeKalb County, it is significant because it is a majority minority county, excuse me. And the fact that President Trump has been able to make inroads in that thing is pretty remarkable.
Is it a result, quickly, and then we're going to take us out to a live shot in just a second, but I want to make sure we stay on this point for a moment. Is the overperformance right now, at least in DeKalb County of former President Trump, compared to his results in 2020, is that a result of the deliberate choice by the campaign to campaign in Metro Atlanta? Like, were all of these stops, were they significant?
Yeah, I think so. I think voters want candidates to come to them, listen to what their issues are, because for so long people have just kind of written off DeKalb County. I was just going to go Democrat. But again, we're playing a game of inches. So and this is for Democrats and Republicans, anywhere that you can cut into the margin, it is so important because you will see counties that will be won by maybe 500 votes. So holding a rally there is going to excite folks, bring them onto your team, and they say, oh, well, I don't really think about maybe this is a candidate for me.
And it's getting people out because according to Secretary of State's data, I believe in 2020, you had about 3 million people who were registered who decided not to vote. We're going to hold it right there. We did see Doug moments ago at the Republican headquarters, a lot of energy there. We want to check in with Jonathan Martin, who is at the Democratic Party headquarters. Jonathan, when we last checked in with you, you said the energy had kind of died down a little bit. What's it looking like right now?
Yeah, well, Faith, we're about the only folks in here tonight. The party has ended. The energy has certainly died down, much different than what you all were seeing over at the Republican Watch Party. Earlier tonight, there were a lot of people in here, a lot of excitement. People were dancing, they were singing. But as we saw some of those numbers start to come in, not just in Georgia, but in other states, you really started to see the energy in the room change. And a lot of people told me they were hopeful, they felt pretty good, but they also, as I said earlier, they were realistic, knowing that, yeah, things may not go in our favor tonight, even though they were holding out, and we're still holding out on some of the numbers in Georgia. However, earlier today, I did speak with Congressman Hank Johnson, who was successful in winning his 10th term in Congress, being elected tonight. He told me that even though the path may seem really narrow, he believes Kamala Harris still has a chance here to win Georgia.
I think what we're going to see is a record turnout of votes on Election Day today versus early voting. I think voting patterns changed. Republicans came out early, and they voted early, ran those numbers up to record amounts. And now what we're seeing are record numbers of urban counties voting on Election Day today. So I think we're going to see a record turnout today. Those totals are going to push Kamala Harris and Tim Walz over the finish line.
Well, that was the optimism that we heard earlier tonight. Again, that is what Democrats felt. They felt they did all they could, knocked on doors, especially considering they had a new candidate in Kamala Harris to push for president. So, again, I got to tell you, the energy really here took a tumble later in the night. In fact, Senator Reverend Raphael Warnock was supposed to speak. I've been saying that all night. He never even spoke because the energy was just not there. He came, shook some hands, and then he left. So I got to tell you that things ended tonight very differently than Democrats had hoped, but we'll see what happens.
The race is not over yet. Jonathan Martin, live for us. Thank you so much for giving us that insight there. We appreciate it. All right, we want to take a look now at a split screen. What you are taking a look at is where our presidential candidates are holding their watch parties. On the left of your screen there, you are looking at the campus of Howard University. That is the alma mater of Vice President Kamala Harris. Over on the right, you are looking at West Palm Beach, Florida. Republicans gathered to celebrate with former President Donald Trump if he is declared the winner there. So as you can see in both screens here, there's still a lot of energy, a lot of dancing. It's still very early into the night, according to some of these battleground states that have not been called yet. And people are standing by. Still a lot of energy, unlike the split screen that we would have right here in Georgia. As we can see that Democratic headquarters, the party seems to be over. But we do want to take another look at our numbers. Right now, the focus is nationally. You're taking a look there. Vice President Kamala Harris at 185, former President Trump at 230. And you see our state of Georgia there, still not called. That race too close to call right now, Zach.
One more race that is too close to call right now is Minnesota. Minnesota is not one of the predicted battleground states, but you take a look at Minnesota right now. It's also the home state of Governor Tim Walz, the vice presidential nominee on the Democratic side. Right now, just shy of midnight. Minnesota is still too close to call. Val, at this point in the night, did you expect Minnesota to still be in play?
I did not. I'm looking at I think the AP, and they're saying 53% have reported out of Minnesota. So we have yet to see if those counties are going to go towards Vice President Harris or President Trump.
And Deanna, when you're looking at this map, Minnesota notwithstanding, we have 6 battleground states still too close to call, still not projected. What is the path to victory first for Donald Trump? And then I want you to also weigh in on what you think the path to victory from this point is for Vice President Kamala Harris. So start with Donald Trump's path to victory.
Well, I think there are a couple options for President Trump. It would be Georgia and Pennsylvania for sure. That would really close the door. But, it looks like Michigan and Arizona are also still in play, which are 2 battleground states that are really important to this race. So any one of those 4 states could really help push us over the edge of what we need.
And Val, what are Democrats looking for right now? Pennsylvania still on the board, Michigan still on the board, Wisconsin still on the board. You hear a lot about the blue wall states. Is that where a lot of the energy and a lot of the focus from the Democratic side of this campaign is now focused?
Yeah.
Keeping in mind that Georgia's still, to just be really clear, Georgia not yet called.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could see the focus in the campaigns. Vice President Harris and Governor Walz were constantly in these states. They were pretty much going back and forth between those states and Georgia. And so there was a big focus on that. And, I think we're just going to have to wait to see how it fleshes out.
And I can't emphasize enough, guys, the difference between this year and last year in terms of early voting. Yeah. A huge push from both campaigns, but specifically from Republicans who, even former President Donald Trump, he came against it heavily in 2020, saying that this is just a fraudulent system. This shouldn't happen. Of course, 2020 was a little different, right? We were in the midst of a pandemic. So you had a widespread absentee ballots and early voting measures. He seemed to embrace that. The Republican Party seemed to embrace that. Laura Trump, during the RNC, I believe, was one of the first times on a main stage that she really put that message out there, that people were like, oh, okay, Republicans are really serious about this. And then as Zach and I covered these rallies, huge on the screens, get out there, vote early. We want to be too big to lose. Get out there and vote. Could that be what we're seeing here tonight?
It looks exactly like what we're seeing, just to see these swing states so much in play for former President Trump versus Vice President Harris is really important. And not just saying that what happened in 2020 for the presidential election, but you got to also remember the runoffs that we had as well that were really impacted as well from that messaging, where a lot of Republicans never showed up. And that's very unusual, especially for different age categories. So, now it looks like we didn't make the same mistake twice.
And this might be a good time, understanding again that Georgia's still close to call, this might be a good time to zoom in to our battleground state and maybe zoom in particular to Metro Atlanta and start going county by county here. Here we go. We're going to zoom right in to our core in the Metro here. I want to do a quick tour through the 5 kind of core Metro counties and jump in here when you see something that really stands out to you. We're going to start in Cobb County, 56% breaking for Vice President Kamala Harris. Donald Trump, about 42%. This is the 2024 results with about 89% of the estimated total vote in Cobb County. Compare that roughly 14% margin to 2020, when the margin basically the same. Is this, and Cobb County's changed a lot in the 4 years since 2020. Why does the margin stay the same here, do you think, Deanna?
I don't know that Cobb County has changed a lot since 2020. It's just about the same. It looks like the current incumbent commission chair has won her re-election, and the sheriff. A lot of the incumbent Senate, House Senate, and House members have won their re-election. So this is to be expected. I would expect those numbers to look the same.
And Fal, you've been talking a lot about tonight Forsyth and Cherokee and Gwinnett counties. Pick one of these and we can dig into it if you like.
Okay.
Dealer's choice here.
Okay. I'm going to pick Forsyth County.
Forsyth County for 500. Okay.
For 500, that's right.
Here we go. These are the results right now. We've got them up on your screen. About 98% of the estimated total vote in Forsyth County has now been reported. We're just about all the way there in terms of the numbers reported in Forsyth County. And we've got the results up on the map and the big board there as well if you've got to take a look. Donald Trump, 66% of the vote. Kamala Harris, about 33% of the vote in Forsyth County. So that's a roughly 2-to-1 margin in 2024. Let's look at how things broke in 2020. Basically the same margin in Forsyth County. Fal, what do you make of all this?
So I was really interested in Forsyth County because it is a very rapidly diversifying district or county, excuse me. And, you know, from the 2016 election and the 2020 election, I mean, Democrats made inroads into that area about 8 points. And so we wanted to see if the trend was going to continue. But I mean, it's holding the same right now from 2020, like you said earlier.
And if we could just take a pause, we have another call made by NBC. They are calling Hawaii for Vice President Kamala Harris. If we could pull up that map, it will be highlighted here soon. But Hawaii for VP Harris, giving her another 4 electoral college votes to 270. So we will see that. I want to ask you guys about this here. Some exit polls coming from NBC News. Interesting to me. Talking about the gender gap in Georgia. It shows 46% of men came out to vote compared to 54% of women. Georgia's race has not been called yet. Those votes are still being tallied. But it speaks to the gender gap that we were seeing between Trump and Harris. Harris obviously having more support among women, Trump having more support among men. But if you look at the 54 to 46, and then you look at the percentage of that Trump is in the lead, it shows that some women must have been going for the former president. Val?
Yeah, I mean, look, it comes down to the issues that resonate most. So, you know, abortion is one issue that people talk about. But women also tend to vote their pocketbooks. They're the ones who are managing the finances, going grocery shopping. They're the ones who are seeing how, you know, the inflation, the cost of things going up. They're seeing it firsthand. So that might have been part of their calculation to cast a ballot for President Trump.
Indiana, there were some social media advertisements that were going around kind of like, your vote is your vote. You don't have to tell your husband, vice versa.
Yes. I've seen that.
Do you think, I mean, does the family role play anything into that? But I mean, clearly the numbers are showing, once again, just an exit poll from NBC. But I thought it was interesting with that gender gap that you still had more women that came out to vote, but the former president is currently in the lead.
In my mind, that might even break a vote away from you saying that, you know. Sometimes women want to keep their family together and all vote the same. So I don't know if that was the best idea to go in that direction to say, hey, vote differently from what your husband or what your family agrees with. Again, like Val said, it's the issues. And unlike other times, we've been able to actually see the leadership of both of these individuals, both of these candidates. We've seen the leadership of Trump. We've seen the leadership of Harris and Biden. And so with that comparison, it gives voters a better way to make a choice.
They have some more data points, maybe. Right. This is a good moment here to segue. Let's take a look on our map here at the state of play for the key states, the key battleground states. And again, right now, Only one battleground state has been called. It's North Carolina, but we're going to scroll through sort of the 6 or 7 key battleground states on the map right now and see where they're standing. Let's start right here. Arizona, with about 50% of the estimated total vote in. Donald Trump with a narrow lead of about 7,000 votes. Right here in Georgia, 93% of the estimated total is in. Donald Trump with about 118,000 vote lead. And we should mention, as Faith pointed out earlier, Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger saying that here in Georgia, Donald Trump has what he called, quote, an insurmountable lead. But we also want to caveat, NBC News is not at this point projecting a winner in Georgia. NBC News says Georgia is still too close to call. We are going to follow NBC News' guidance on this. But if I think it's safe to say, if you're a Republican in Georgia right now, you're feeling reasonably good with that kind of language coming from the Secretary of State, who we should note is a Republican as well. Let's keep moving down the list here. Michigan, 46% of the estimated total vote is in. Again, a Donald Trump lead, about 130,000 votes up there. Nevada, tied. So says our system. It is a tie. It is 0-0 right now. So Nevada's 6 electoral college votes.
That's what I said when I first saw it. I was like, tied.
Yeah,
It's Las Vegas. They stay up all night.
They do indeed. 0% in Nevada. We'll come back to them later in the evening. Right now, though, North Carolina, as we said, the only battleground state that has been projected, has been called for former President Donald Trump. That is 16 electoral votes in his column. And then we keep on scrolling down to the biggest prize on the battleground map. That's Pennsylvania. 84% of the estimated total vote in Pennsylvania right now. Donald Trump up by about 173,000 votes. And we've been talking about this throughout the closing stretch, 4, 6, 8 weeks of this campaign. There's a ton of money flowing into both of these campaigns. Yeah. You can really tell what states they think are most important by where they spend their time, where they spend the candidates' time, because that is limited. I don't want to say you have unlimited money, but they got a lot of money to spend. You have limited time for your presidential and vice presidential candidates. You saw them in Georgia a lot. And you saw them close out the campaign, both Vice President Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump, with campaign stops in Pennsylvania right now. Donald Trump with about 170,000 vote lead, electoral vote, though not yet called in Pennsylvania. And Wisconsin, we should note quickly here as well. 77% of the estimated total vote is in Wisconsin. Donald Trump again with the lead there. So if you're a Republican and you're watching the national results right now, you're seeing a lot of red on the board. Again, only one of them projected. That's North Carolina for Donald Trump. But Deanna, you're a Republican. You're a Republican strategist in battleground state of Georgia. You look at the map right now. Are you feeling cautiously optimistic here?
Yes.
You look like you want to say maybe even more than cautiously.
Even more than cautiously. It's given Reagan, So, I mean, we're doing really well. We're excited. Again, like I said, the RNC and individual state parties have worked really hard to get out the vote. And, I also can believe that some Democrats are just exhausted and they probably just didn't turn out, especially since the situation went the way it did. Some people didn't get their primary elector. So they voted for Joe Biden in the primary and he's not the current nominee. So that could make a huge difference for their vote as well. And
that's something we, all four of us, discussed in real time. It was the CNN debate right here in Atlanta that precipitated a roughly 3-4 week moment of you've got to imagine real soul searching inside the White House that culminated in President Joe Biden stepping down, stepping away from this race, and Vice President Harris taking up the mantle, becoming the Democratic nominee. Val, do you agree with Deanna? Do you think when we look back on this race, that might be a decisive moment?
It could have been. I mean, I think that, I think there was definitely a benefit to go through the primary process. You're campaigning in these states, people are getting to know you. Vice President Harris coming into the race so late, she didn't get that opportunity where you had a few months. So it really was just like a blitz. And so I think that's what we're seeing now.
You talk about a campaign that Vice President Harris has run that is in a really condensed time window. We've got a whole lot more to talk about, and good news, we're going to be able to keep talking about it. We're queuing
Until
up some.
the race is called.
Yes, we will. We're queuing up some live shots, and we're going to get out there in a moment. But maybe a good time to take a look back at the Georgia results here. We've been talking about the path to victory nationwide. Val, from a Democrat's perspective, what's the path to victory in Georgia right now? Because, again, we want to be clear with everything that's out there. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger calling it an insurmountable lead for former President Donald Trump. NBC News, though, and their statisticians and data folks, they are saying Georgia at this point still too close to call. What's the path to victory for Democrats here? I
think, again, you got to go back to the core metro areas. DeKalb, Fulton, Rockdale, you got to be, Gwinnett County, you have to be able to turn up your voters and not just turn them out again, but also increase the margin. When you have rural areas that are coming out and adding votes to what President Trump was doing in 2020, I mean, you kind of have to offset it at a certain point. And so the Democratic counties need to continue to boost up their numbers.
And we have some data. You talk about the core metro and Gwinnett and DeKalb. We have some data on our map here that might be useful to give us a little bit of context in what we're seeing and help us all make sense of still a complicated night with a lot of votes to be tallied and a lot of races still too close to call. But we're talking about a margin game. That's what we've been hearing from our experts sitting in your seats all night long. Gwinnett County, these are the results here in 2024. About a 16% margin for Vice President Kamala Harris. She's at about 57.6% of the vote, with 93% of the vote in at this point. Remember that number, 57.6%. Back in 2020, Joe Biden carried Gwinnett County with 58.4%. It's less than a percentage point difference. But when you're talking about narrow margins, does that difference start to become pivotal when we talk about the state as a whole?
Yeah, absolutely. When you're looking at the populous counties, Gwinnett, Fulton, DeKalb, 1 or 2 percentage points is tens of thousands of votes. And again, you're playing in a state where you won by less than 12,000 votes. So it is incredibly pivotal. It might look insignificant, but the votes are actually very significant.
But we have a huge difference right now versus 2020, where it was 12,000. The lead's extremely large, and we can't forget about rural Georgia. They really turned out this time.
Yeah, Harris is behind Trump right now by about 118,000 votes. But we're going to table this conversation right now because we want to get out to our Rebecca Lindstrom, who is joining us from the Secretary of State's office. And Rebecca, we want to ask you about this. Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger calling this lead an insurmountable lead. What more can you tell us about this? This race still hasn't been called yet, though.
You're right, the race has not been called, but you've heard the expression read the room, and if you were to read this room in the eyes of many in the media, this race here in Georgia is over. About an hour ago, it was shoulder to shoulder, and now I have plenty of room as I talk with you. It's gotten a lot cooler. But yeah, he came in, he said that he did the math and that there was one candidate who, the way that they were looking at the math, had an insurmountable lead, and that he was announcing that this was the last time he was going to be coming out to talk with the media this evening. He will answer questions again, talk about election results tomorrow morning at 10. But as for tonight, he is saying that all of the concerns have been addressed, that there were very few of them. He took some time really to just kind of have a celebratory lap for many reasons. First, thanking voters for the record turnout, then thanking poll workers for really dealing with a lot of new laws that were in place this year and getting a lot of these results turned around so quickly. If you think about it, this was the first year that counties were required to return the results of their early votes within an hour of their polls closing. Now, obviously, that didn't happen in every county. Secretary of State Raffensperger says that's something that they're going to be looking at and trying to work through to see what were the slowdowns in their processes and how that they can improve that in elections to come. But he says when you consider that more than 4 million votes were counted in about 4 hours, he says that's still impressive, especially when you consider the bomb threats that happened across various metro Atlanta locations.
And to those who try to interfere in our elections today, I have a message for you. You messed with the wrong Georgian. Your attempt to sow discord and strife didn't work. We'll meet you and beat you next time as well. Counties around Georgia received 60 bomb threats, and yet we still had record turnout. That is because I have led the creation of strong partnerships with law enforcement from the national level down to the local level. I stand here today ready to defend every legal vote, regardless of the results, just as I did in 2020, 2022, and now. And that is real integrity.
He said Georgia would not be intimidated. Many of those bomb threats identified by the FBI as being connected with Russia. I'm sure that is something that we will hear more about tomorrow when he speaks with the media, and hopefully he's able to share more information about how they were able to make that connection. But really, he talked about the changes that have made this a safe and secure election. And he's been doing that throughout the day before we had any of these results to come in. He stressed things that he had campaigned on, such as requiring an ID in order to vote, the multi-state partnership that he has had in order to make sure that the people who were on Georgia's rolls to vote really were supposed to be there. And he talked about signs that were at polling places reminding people that if you were not a U.S. citizen, that you were not allowed to vote. All of these were just things that he said should have reassured voters today. He hopes that it gave voters confidence in the results as they are now coming in. And again, we'll just have to wait and hear what he has to say at 10 tomorrow morning. But I can tell you, as for this room, and now they've told us 10, 15 minutes, they're locking the doors in their eyes. The election here in Georgia is done. Live in the election headquarters in Atlanta, Rebecca Lindstrom, 11 Alive News.
And Rebecca, it sounds like your night is done as well. Please get out of there before the doors lock up and get some rest tonight. Thank you so much for all of your work that you have done with us. We are still not going anywhere. Our doors aren't locked. We are still counting votes as they come in. We want to pull up the map. And I want to talk to you all a little bit about some of the battleground states that we are still looking at right here. Pennsylvania, a very big one. NBC saying it is still too close to call. Right now, 86% of the vote in. The former president, Donald Trump, up 50.9% to Harris, 48.1%, 19 electoral votes to go. Once again, 86% in. Let's go over to Nevada, where they are just starting to get their first numbers. Just 2% of the votes in. Still a battleground state, 6 electoral college votes. And the former president up there as well, but once again, just 2% of the vote in. And then we want to come down to our state of Georgia. 93% of the vote is in. It looks like the former president is up 50.7% to Harris, 48.4%, 16 electoral college votes. We can also go, let's see how she's doing in Michigan. 15 electoral college votes up for grabs. Just half of the vote in there. The former president up 52%. Harris 46%. And I do believe Harris is up in Minnesota, 57% of that in, 52%. For her, 45% for the former president. He's up in a lot of these battleground states right now. All of the votes not in yet. Deanna, I want to bring you in here. Right now, as of this hour, it looks like that blue roll has a couple of cracks in it.
It does, and we're still banging at it. We definitely have to get Michigan, and would love to have Pennsylvania. That would be amazing, and we could probably
Deanna,
go home.
I'm so sorry. We want to interrupt here because we have some breaking news. The Associated Press now projects that Republicans take control of the United States Senate. Again, we want to be clear here. This is an AP projection. The AP projects that Republicans take control of the United States Senate with a win in the hotly contested Nebraska Senate race. I think we can try to get it up on the map here, but again, the first real big tectonic shift of the night that we can project via the Associated Press. The AP is calling that the United States Senate will now be controlled by Republicans.
Really big shift. So, like I said, as we were speaking, some more cracks in that blue wall, Deanna.
Right. It looks like also the Senate seat in Ohio was taken by a Republican as well from an incumbent Democrat. So that was really huge for us. And so, again, like I said, if we can pull off Pennsylvania and Georgia, it looks like we can do Arizona, Michigan's at play. That can be the night for us. That's really the 270 that we need. That could even put us over. So,
and Fal, I want to talk to you because throughout this campaign, especially during the rallies in Georgia, the vice president emphasized that she was the underdog in this race. Never once did she say, she said we got this, but she always made sure that people knew that this was going to be an uphill climb. It's not over yet. Are Democrats, the people that you're hearing, and it's not over yet. It has not been called. Nobody has called the president. Is there optimism still from what you're seeing from Democrats? Or is it, have they given up hope?
I don't know that they've given up hope 100%. I mean, look, we're waiting for Pennsylvania. That would be a significant state to win. We're waiting to see how Minnesota breaks. I mean, obviously having Governor Walz on the ballot will help us there. I think that they're still waiting to count. I mean, and let's not forget, in 2020, it took a day or 2 or 3 for the election to get called. Yeah. And so the ballots were still coming in, folks are still counting. So I think folks are waiting to see how the count is still going to go.
And the margin could tighten as we continue to get results in. That's very likely, or not likely, it's very possible. We'll say possible. It could be likely.
But, it's a little different than 2020, right? We had pandemic. We had mail-in votes. Here, most of America voted early, you know, so.
A record.
I'm so curious if we think that phenomena, that we're seeing so many people voting early, if you think that's a result in some ways of how 2020 and the pandemic that you just referenced reformatted the way people approach Election Day and the way they think about it. Let's chew on that question for a second, because I think we have Joe Hankey live right now in Cobb County. If we have Joe, let's take a look here now. Joe, if you can hear us, there we go. I think we see Joe. Joe, what are you seeing in Cobb County at this hour?
Well, Zach, unlike what I've been hearing you discuss on set there of Donald Trump regaining some support or finding support that he had in 2016 in other parts of Georgia, here in Cobb County, it's really a rinse and repeat of 2020. President Joe Biden won Cobb County back in 2020 by 14%. That is the same margin right now that VP Kamala Harris is holding on to here in Cobb. She found a lot of that early on when we saw the early voting and absentee voting come in right around 8 o'clock or shortly after 8 o'clock, and she's held on to that lead. Right now, what I want to show you happening behind me is that old phrase of every vote counts, or I should say every vote will be counted. We're seeing that play out here in real time. What is happening here is absentee votes that are being duplicated, and what that means is sometimes absentee votes or ballots come in, and there might be some confusion on what did a voter intend to do on their ballot, what candidate were they selecting. And in that scenario, there's teams here of 1 Republican and 1 Democrat, and they view those absentee ballots and come to a consensus on this voter intended to select this candidate, and then in those cases they have to duplicate that ballot. They go on the voting machines that you would use at your precinct, and they basically recreate that ballot with the intended marking so that there is a clear version of that ballot and really no dispute on what candidate was being selected. There's a small amount of those absentee ballots that are left that they are duplicating right now. I'm told virtually all precincts for Cobb County have been reported and uploaded. So relatively soon here we should see unofficial but final results from Cobb County being reported. But as I said, Kamala Harris holding on to a 14% lead, approximately the same as Joe Biden had back in 2020. We're also seeing Republican Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. We know she had a redrawn district, same with Democrat Lucy McBath, but Cobb County voters supporting both of those incumbents. We're also seeing Craig Owens, the sheriff of Cobb County, incumbent, him being sent back to the sheriff's office, and the same with Lucy Cupid, the county chairwoman. She'll be holding on to her office again. One interesting thing is for election after election in the metro Atlanta area, we've seen from Gwinnett County to Cobb County sales taxes to support metro transit expansion be turned down by voters. And we're seeing that once again here in Cobb County. There was a 1% sales tax on the ballot that would have gone for 30 years to expand metro transit in Cobb County. 62% of Cobb County voters right now turning down that 1% sales tax. So we're going to see metro transit expansion once again fail in a metro county. Gwinnett County also had a similar item on their ballot. I'll let you guys focus in back there on the result of that. But in Cobb County here, we will not see an expansion of metro transit once again. There's about 85,000 election day votes that were cast here in Cobb County, 148 precincts, but as I said, virtually all of those votes have now been uploaded. So we're getting close to final results. We don't have them yet here in Cobb County, but we should see Kamala Harris get the support of Cobb County voters. That'll be the third consecutive presidential election where we see Cobb County go blue. Zach?
Joe Hankey right now in Cobb County. Thank you very much. It is 12:26 a.m. on election night. Georgia officially still too close to call. Donald Trump sitting with about a 3% lead in our state with 93% of the total vote in. And as we zoom out to the national map here, let's take a look. All of the battleground states, save for North Carolina, still in play. But when we take a look at the margins and take a look at what we're seeing in each of the key battleground states, we're not going to tick through every single one of them right now, but I'm going to leave the screen up. This is Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, Nevada with basically nothing reporting yet, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. The unifying theme right now in this map is that we are seeing a whole lot of red. Donald Trump leading in every battleground state on the map. Our political experts, Deanna Harris, Val Sabak, Deanna, a Republican strategist, Val, a Democratic strategist. Let's talk about the paths right now. We keep talking about it, but it's important to keep talking about because if you're watching at home, if you're a Republican, you may be looking at all this and thinking, okay, I'm feeling pretty good now. If you're a Democrat, you may be feeling the opposite. But nothing is set in stone yet, and this is not done. So I want to start with you, Val. When you look at this, what's left out here and what's the key? Is it this northern blue wall?
Yeah, I mean, I think that the blue wall is definitely key. Pennsylvania is definitely key. And I think that if I do my math correct, that if she can get those states, I think she's okay. But I mean, you still have to also look to the Southwest as well. Arizona, all the polls had been showing that they were pretty much in dead heat. And now we just have to wait and see if that's going to actually reflect in the results.
And something I think Deanna and Val, you both may find notable here. Some of our viewers may find it notable as well. You're looking at the nationwide electoral map here, and a lot of it is being filled in. A lot of it is getting shaded in now. Mostly it's just battleground states, predicted battleground states that are left to be projected. One state that was not on the battleground list going into this, but is still not yet called, is Governor Tim Walz's home state of Minnesota, still too close to call at 1228 in the East. Val, is this a sign that Democrats may be struggling to hold on to even states that were predicted to be fairly reliable Democratic states this cycle?
I think there's definitely cause for concern. I think that, again, the final counts have not been tallied. I think people are, and again, I know that we're in a little bit of a different circumstance, but I mean, it takes a while now. We have so many people voting, takes a while. But I mean, there definitely is, definitely some cause for concern.
In Minnesota, still too close to call. According to the NBC News map, 59% of the vote is in. 10 electoral college votes up for grabs there. The vice president is ahead. If we have this bite queued up, you all know that one of the running mates is currently the governor of this state. And we asked him about gun reform. If we have that bite, we can play that. Are you feeling confident or are you feeling concerned right now?
Yeah, I'm feeling confident. We need to execute this. We're going to win this thing. As I told the crowd out there, we haven't won it yet. We have a better ground game. We're knocking millions of doors across the country. We're getting contacts with folks, and they're seeing the contrast this week of a divided America, one that's pitting neighbor against neighbor versus Vice President Harris' unified vision, talking about being a president for all.
And that was a different bite than the one that I had thought about. We are ready for that bite. Okay, let's listen into what he had to say about guns. Recently, we had a horrible shooting, Appalachia High School, mass shooting. You're a coach.
Yes.
You've been in that high school situation. So I want to ask you as a coach, not as a politician, because most people say politicians haven't done anything. This keeps happening. So as a coach, what is your non-political answer to fix this thing if you're elected?
Well, I've done something. I passed laws in Minnesota that created extreme background checks, extreme risk protection orders, pushing to make sure they're safer. Look, I'm a hunter, a veteran, a gunner. I was the best shot in Congress, one of the best shots there. I understand this. You can protect the Second Amendment. Kamala and I are both gun owners, but our first responsibility is gun violence. Other countries don't live this way.
But can you convince Congress? That it seems to be the holdup every time with the Congress.
Yes, either that or you'll lose, because 80% of the American public says we don't have to live this way. You can have your guns, you can have your Second Amendment rights, but we can do enhanced things, keeping assault weapons off the streets or out of our schools. And Lucy McBeth's a great example of this, running this. If we win, and we will win, and we win the House, she's in charge of making sure we do some of those things. So I would just tell folks in Georgia, this is a false choice that has been put out there. You can protect the Second Amendment and protect our children. It's done in many places.
Yeah, so as you hear there, really kind of a call to those moderates, those gun owners, and they could see a bump in Minnesota. That's obviously the state that he governs. Minnesota likes 10 walls, but we will see once again 61% of the votes end there right now. As we look up, we could pull up our electoral map, guys, in the back, so we could see that Harris is ahead there by 51%. But when we're looking at this NBC map, these votes are still coming in. Looks like Harris right now ahead in New Mexico. She's ahead in Nevada with 2% in.
Maybe a good time to go through our key state map here.
But see, and that's the difference. Our key state map does not have the ones that she's ahead in. So the few states that she is ahead in, once again, Minnesota, Nevada, and New Mexico, and then the rest is
and we do have Nevada up here, and I think that it's partly dynamic that the battleground states, they're at least the predicted decisive states, those are the ones where if you're a Republican, you're pretty happy with what you're seeing. If you're a Democrat, you're not so happy with what you're seeing. Yep. It is 12:32 Wednesday morning now of election day turned election night, now turned election morning, I suppose. This is a good moment.
After.
The election day plus one,
not
right?
A sprint.
It is. And if you're up with us, we appreciate you staying up with us. And we know that you want to see results. So let's take a drive through the battlegrounds as we see them right now. And we're going to go from kind of the bottom of our list up to the top. We're going to start here with Wisconsin. 82% of the estimated total vote is in. You just saw those numbers move. Still about 82%. Donald Trump with about just shy of 110,000 vote lead here. In Pennsylvania, which is the biggest prize left on the battleground map, 86% of the vote is in. Donald Trump with 170+ thousand vote lead over Kamala Harris there. North Carolina, so far the only battleground state that has been projected. It is projected to go for former President Donald Trump. 93% of the vote is in there, and he's carrying about 145,000 vote lead. Nevada still barely reporting any results, so you see that green tide there. That's why we haven't gotten a lot of results out of Nevada yet. But we keep taking our tour through the battlegrounds, and it is more red, 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 Republican, Republican, Republican. These races not yet called officially yet, but in Michigan, just over half of the estimated total vote is in, with Donald Trump at about 190,000 vote lead. Here in Georgia, 93% of the vote is in, 118,000 vote lead for Donald Trump. Fal, you just saw something?
Yeah, NBC News just called Georgia for
there we go.
Trump.
And Fal, you're breaking some big news here.
Fal, stop doing our
I'm
job.
sorry. I'm sorry.
No.
I got distracted.
No, not distracted. And that's important. Let's take a moment to take a look at this here. We've got the Georgia map back up, and we are watching in real time. NBC News now projects that Georgia will be carried by former President Donald Trump. We're waiting for our graphic to update, but we are seeing it right now. NBC News projects Georgia will go, and Georgia's 16 electoral votes will go to former President Donald Trump. And that completes a real arc for the former president here in our state. He won in 2016, he lost in 2020, and now Donald Trump wins again, according to NBC News, wins Georgia and its 16 electoral votes.
Major win for them. A trend that we were seeing throughout the night. The Secretary of State calling it an insurmountable lead. When we were going to between the watch parties from the Republican headquarters up in Buckhead over to downtown in Jonathan, by the last hit, they had closed up shop. It was an indicator that this might have been a loss. This is far different than what we saw last go around, right, Zach? Last go around, you're talking about 11,780, less than 12,000 votes here, over 100,000 vote difference. So
and you're just seeing it here. I hate to cut you off, Faith.
No,
there it is. I just wanted to point out that our map is just getting updated, and as I say it, it has been updated. You see the red now. Georgia filled in red. If you're watching at home, Georgia projected for Donald Trump. NBC News projects Georgia to go into his column. It's the second battleground state of the night to be formally called for the former president. And
now he just needs 24 more electoral college votes to get to 270.
This is the part of the night when you start looking over this way.
We want to bring in the panel, guys. What do you think about that? I see Deanna smiling real happy over there. Deanna smiling real happy. What is? You thought this is what was going to happen. You were just waiting for NBC to say it.
Yes, thank you.
We want to pull the map up as you react to it. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, you know, we've had a long way to come. 2020 was not what we expected. This is a really good comeback story for Republicans, really good for Donald Trump. Georgia looks different than it did last year, just a bit. And, you know, in my mind, I want to see how, as Republicans, we can move forward to really chop away at these metro areas and reduce the Democrat count there and bring some of those folks over into our tent and see what that looks like.
Fal, from the Democrats' perspective, what went wrong in Georgia?
I mean, I'm looking at the map right now. I mean, I think you're missing a few counties that went blue in 2020 that are in the middle Georgia area. You know, I think part of it was the pandemic that definitely helped President Biden in Georgia. I think folks wanted a change at that point, but it might be the case that now folks wanted another change. And so, you know, Georgia, I really do pride ourselves on our state. We really do. Candidates matter in Georgia, big time. And so it matters what the message is. It matters how frequently you reach out to them. And I think, you know, I think at the end of the day, as it shows, you know, the majority of people agreed with former President Donald Trump.
And we've been talking all night long. The metro Atlanta counties are a real emphasis point for Democrats traditionally, but also especially in this cycle for Republicans as well. I want to take a look at Fulton County's results here, and then we're going to go out to Grace King, who is live in Fulton County. So Grace, stand by for just a moment. 91% of the estimated total vote is now in and reported in Fulton County. Kamala Harris taking about 72% of the vote in Fulton County. Donald Trump taking about 27% of the vote. Compare that to 2020. And similar margins, Donald Trump overperforming just a touch his results from 2020. Let's go to Grace King now, live in Fulton County. Grace, what are you seeing right now?
What?
I'm going to throw some sandbags down.
Grace,
Okay.
I don't know if you can hear us. If you can, we want to
yes.
go out
Hi,
to you.
sorry.
Good. We want to go out to you right now. We just shared the Fulton County results on screen, the latest that we have. What are you seeing from your end?
Well, all the votes are in just about an hour after Fulton County's 11 p.m. goal. All the leaders told us they're thrilled with how smoothly this went, both at the polls and here at the Elections Hub and Operations Center. They tallied more than 500,000 votes here in just about 5 hours, a lot faster than they had in 2020. That's because of this new warehouse where they were able to bring in all the votes instead of having multiple locations across the county. That led to some delays and just a lot more questions about how fast ballots would be cast. But here it's under one roof. This is where they brought all of the memory cards, where they unzipped all of the memory cards, scanning those votes, handing them into the computers. Everyone got to watch as they put those memory cards into the computers to count those votes and see the results in real time as they fed out. Again, it was like 12:02, 12:03, right after midnight, when they were able to say, hey, we're done for the night with all of those early votes, with all of those absentee, and of course, the in-person voting today. There are still some provisional ballots outstanding. They'll get to those later on in the week, but for now, they're packing up and they sent everyone home for the night.
So, Grace, if you can hear us, we'd love to get a question in here. I mean, a lot different than what we saw in 2020. First of all, I think it's incredible that they were able to count 500,000 votes in 5 hours. That is just beyond. Congratulations and thank you to all of the election workers that have been working really hard. But are you seeing any type of, are you hearing from the election workers of what went differently in 2020 to this year? Any word of that tonight?
Well, of course, there was a lot more early voting that came in. So the early voting that could be counted right at 7 o'clock. They didn't have to wait for the memory cards to be transported from the early voting. That was all in-house waiting to be counted right at 7 o'clock. So let them get that kind of running start when the polls closed. And then really the centralized warehouse, they said. They had a couple different locations in 2020, but here everything came to this one spot. They had the same people doing everything. So they really had that process down, and because it was only one spot, they were able to get to everything a lot faster.
It seems like some small changes led to some really good progress there in Fulton County. Grace King, thank you so much for bringing that live to us. And thank you for being live with us all night. We really appreciate it. We're bringing in our panel here because, as we have said before, NBC has called GOP control of the Senate. But we want to break that down a little bit and pull up the map and dive a little deep into it.
And that is actually new. And this is what happens when we get a lot of data coming in. The AP called it earlier in the evening. NBC just making their projection right now. NBC has called GOP control of the United States Senate. You take a look at the number right now.
Yep,
Republicans picking up 2 seats.
Oh.
Democrats losing 2 seats in the Senate here. This is a pretty pivotal swing of power. This means if the results hold in the House, we don't know how things are going to shake out in the House right now, but going into this election, Republicans had a majority in the House of Representatives. Democrats control the Senate. Now, if things hold in the House, that means that Republicans will control both chambers of Congress. Val, what does that mean?
I think that means that the Republicans that are elected now feel that they have a mandate, right? They hold all branches of government. And I think that they're going to do what they need to do to get President Trump's agenda through.
Deanna, what do you think? And again, we want to caveat and say that no winner in the presidential race has been called yet.
Right.
But just taking a look at what we know right now with the balance of power in the United States Senate, how could this shake up the dynamic of power in our nation's capital?
And very rarely does this happen, right? So this really gives Congress an opportunity to do something, right? Because this is what voters want. They want to see some action. They want to see policy made. They want to see changes. They want them to make a difference in what's going on in our daily lives. So with this being the case of us currently having Senate control and possibly still keeping the House.
Which is a good time to let's transition over and see the state of play in the House right now. Still a lot of seats that are yet to be called here. So control of the United States House of Representatives still up in the air.
Right.
But Deanna and Val, you're both getting something important. We don't know the outcome overall of this election just yet, but is there a possibility that we're seeing a sea change in American politics?
I don't know if it's a sea change. We kind of saw it happen in 2016. Folks wanted to change then. They voted for President Trump. I think 2020 rolled around and it was, okay, we're in a hopefully once in a lifetime scenario. They decided to want to change at that point. And I think it's kind of, I don't know if normalized or stabilized is kind of the question, but it seems like folks are trending in a certain direction, especially if the House, Senate, and the presidency all go to the Republicans.
And here's another indication. I just want to bring this in. We just received news that Vice President Harris, NBC is reporting Vice President Harris will not speak tonight. She is planning to speak tomorrow. We're taking a look in our studio. We have some images from NBC right now at her watch party. It looks like people are leaving. They're dismantling. You saw the head of the DNC, Jamie, come up there on the stage and say something. We did not hear what he was saying, but now it does look like that watch party is over and people are filing out of the campus of Howard University. This could be an indication of where things are going tonight. The race has not been called. Some key battleground states we're still looking at here: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, not called yet, but after two huge calls, North Carolina and Georgia. And if we could pull up the map to show where
our key states here.
Key states
there. Let's take a look, because
it could be an indication tonight.
And what we're seeing right now from Vice President Kamala Harris's watch party in the nation's capital mirrors what we saw earlier tonight in the Georgia Democrats' watch party. Earlier tonight, you've seen Jonathan Martin there all evening long, and he may well have been one of the last few people in that ballroom because supporters started clearing out maybe an hour or two ago, and now you're seeing at Howard University, Vice President Kamala Harris's supporters clearing out there.
Do we have live pictures of that, everyone, in the back that we could take?
Maybe we can cue that up. Let's look at the data now, which explains why you may be seeing this. This is our map, our tally rather, of the key states, the key battleground states in this race. We're going to do a quick tour. It's not hard to figure out what's happening here. A lot of red. And I want to start talking about race by race. But if you're the Kamala Harris campaign, there's a reason that the co-chair of the campaign came out at Howard University just a few moments ago and told supporters to head home, told supporters that the vice president will not be speaking this evening. And there we go. We have a live look right now of the Vice President Kamala Harris watch party in D.C. at her alma mater. We also are getting word that former President Donald Trump will be taking the stage and speaking at any moment. Stay with us. We'll carry those comments live as they come in.
And maybe we could key up a side-by-side just to see if we're able to do that, guys. I know we've been working really hard to bring this to everyone, but you're seeing the grounds of Howard University right there moments ago. I mean, the place was packed. People were dancing.
It's clearing out fast.
Democratic chair came up and said that the vice president would not be speaking tonight, an indication of how the night's been going, a night that came in full of optimism. Peter Alexander on NBC saying that he spoke with somebody and asked about a vibe check. They said it's not good. Not good right now. So this is just an indication of what we're seeing right there in Washington, D.C. And if we do have live pictures of Florida, where the former president is speaking, we can just kind of compare the vibe check, if you will, ourselves.
And while we're doing that, I think that's an important segue, because if you're a Democrat and you're seeing these pictures, you're not happy to see them. If you're a Republican, you're looking at these images from former President Donald Trump's watch party. Boy, that side-by-side tells a whole lot of the story right now. A lot of excitement. And we said going into the evening, no matter who wins tonight, history will be made. Former President Donald Trump will be one of the very few American presidents to take office, to serve one term, to lose, and then if things track as they're looking right now, and we want to be careful here because the ultimate winner of this race has not yet been called. We want to underline that. This race overall not yet been called. But if the former president becomes a president-elect, it's a historic moment that we're watching in real time here. Again, we don't know if that will be the case or not, but if you're watching on the left-hand side of your screen here, you're seeing a whole lot of folks who have hoped and who have, many of them, worked, and now many of them are anticipating that becoming the case.
And Deanna, I wanted to bring you in on this. I mean, is this an indication you're seeing one locally and one in DC, two watch parties just kind of dismantling before 1 a.m. here? Several states still not called, but I mean, this could be an indication. What are you reading into this, looking at this side by side right now?
Well, as you call it, the vibe check is there. As you can see, President Trump's event is packed. I mean, they're shoulder to shoulder out there in their MAGA hats, looking very excited. Vice President Harris's events are clearing out. Even here in Georgia, it was basically empty when we went back to it, and now her headquarters event is also emptying out as well. So this just shows you that they're keeping track of what's going on, and since Vice President Harris isn't making any remarks, they're just going to assume that things aren't necessarily going their way.
Fal, you see these images. You've worked in Democratic politics for a long time now. What goes through your mind when you see this split screen?
I mean, look, people want to come to these parties. They want, like, by 10 o'clock, you know, you're at 52%, and the numbers keep going up. The elections nowadays are because I mean, I remember in 2018, you know, we waited until like maybe 3 a.m. to figure out that we had picked up about 16 House seats. And so, you know, I think that a lot of Democrats really dig into the numbers. And so if they're looking at numbers like this, and everybody at this point is scrolling on Twitter 24/7. So yeah, I mean, I get it. Like, it is a disappointing to see these numbers at this point. And I think, you know, you've been standing out there since, you know, 7, 8 o'clock. It's now almost 1 in the morning.
And I think the numbers in Georgia can really are really indicative of what we're seeing across the country, different than what we saw in 2020. While the race is close, you're talking about a 2 to 3 percentage point difference. It's not a 0.2% difference. It's not a 12,000 vote difference. It looks as if the Republicans, the Trump campaign, their push for early voting worked here. It looks as if people took advantage of the 2 weeks to 3 weeks, whatever they had, or in Georgia, 2 weeks, but around the country, took advantage of going in, voting early in person, using those absentee ballots. And you're talking now with 94% of that estimated vote here in Georgia. The state is called, but once again, 94% of the estimated vote in. 127,000 difference. Kamala Harris behind by 127,000.
And you two are reacting here because you know how much more close things were in 2020. Just about 11,800 votes separated Joe Biden and Donald Trump back in 2020. Almost a 10x, almost a 10x boost in the margin. As of 12:52 a.m. this morning, Donald Trump up substantially over Kamala Harris in Georgia, which is a state that has been called for Donald Trump. We can keep on this split screen as long as we like. If we want to go back to the map, just let me know. And I think we are going to go back to the map in a moment. I think it's a good time to talk about our nationwide picture. There we are. Good timing, guys. Let's take a look here. So, Deanna, I know that you are a Republican, and I know that you want to see that
12 News and 12 Plus, Arizona Decision 2024, and the local race results are pouring in.
It's what tonight is all about.
The surprises.
14 points. Early on, that's a surprise.
The nail-biters.
You're slightly ahead. How are you feeling?
And the state of the biggest race of all.
The race for the White House.
Exclusive 12 News election night coverage of Arizona Decision 2024 on 12 News and 12 Plus starts now.
Good evening, everyone. As we come on the air, 12 News is bringing you live pictures. This is from Mar-a-Lago. That is the stage. You can see with it the American flags all lined up behind it, where we are told that former President Trump is en route to Mar-a-Lago to speak to this huge crowd. Whether or not he's going to declare a victory, we don't know.
Yeah, that's right. And of course, Arizona is a battleground state. We're seeing the results come in. We want to get you to the very latest results right now for the office of president here in Arizona. And right now, Trump is leading with a small lead right now. We've got 50% for Trump and 49% for Kamala Harris. Bram, I want to bring you in to give us a little bit of insight into the results that we're seeing right now.
This is really interesting because part of Donald Trump, the Trump campaign strategy here in Arizona was to try to run up the score outside Maricopa County, which he lost by 40,000 votes back in 2020 to Joe Biden. And it appears he's done that. In particular, he's doing much better in Yuma County. I believe he's doing much better in Mojave County. But the net is Kamala Harris is winning Maricopa County by 25,000 votes. Donald Trump is winning the rest of the state by 37,000 votes.
Interesting.
And that's what's put him in the lead. He might win Arizona without winning the state's largest county.
Which goes against conventional thought, right?
Totally.
Which is if you win Maricopa County, you win the state.
Right.
And let's give this some national context. Right now, if my numbers are correct, you have former President Trump with 248 electoral votes, needs to get to 270. Vice President Harris with 216. She has to win Arizona.
I'd put it another way. She has to win the blue wall. She has to win those three states to get, I believe, and Will correct me if I'm wrong.
But wouldn't you say at this point, and we'll check in with Will, that at least one state that she wasn't expected to win? Now, we know that former President Biden won Arizona narrowly. That was a crossover that helped put him over the top.
Certainly. And it's fair to say that Arizona was a lower tier state for the Democrats. Among pollsters, it was viewed as a lower tier state. The race was always close here, but it wasn't going Harris's way. So it didn't appear that Arizona was going to deliver anything. But at this late stage on election night, it is clear that Arizona won't help her unless she gets the blue wall, and the blue wall states are not going her
But we
way.
do want to point out, we're still waiting on possibly some significant ballots being counted.
Here in Arizona, yes.
Yeah.
We still haven't heard from Apache County. That's home of a large Navajo Nation vote. We still haven't heard from Cochise County, which is home, southern Arizona, border county, home of a fairly large Republican vote that could make some difference in the race. Certainly Harris won't get those votes. Joe Biden won Apache County with 66% of the vote back in 2020. So still waiting for them. About more than half of all the projected votes have been counted so far. Okay. So there's still a lot left out there. The vote count has been slower than usual tonight on election night, slower than what we're used to. Yeah. We were warned about this, but even then I'd say it's gone even slower than the warning.
You were saying some of the trucks with the ballots hadn't even returned yet.
Our Colleen Sikora was sharing with us that this is as of about 30, 40 minutes ago, none of the trucks from the tabulation centers had arrived with ballots or the memory cards that have the votes that were cast.
Yeah, so that could be tens of thousands of votes, right? That still haven't even
hundreds.
counted.
Could be hundreds of thousands.
Okay.
Hundreds of thousands.
Okay, well, with that
could
said,
change things up.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Okay, well, with that said, let's go to the U.S. Senate race here in Arizona. This is a big one. Ruben Gallego, the Democrat here, at 52%. Republican Carrie Lake at 46%. So you've got Trump leading, Carrie Lake trailing.
Right. Carrie Lake has underperformed Donald Trump in every poll, virtually every poll, I think except two, going back several months. That is a striking result. Ruben Gallego could be pulling off what might be considered an upset. Carrie Lake ran for governor, lost what was a winnable race, many thought. Ruben Gallego would be the fourth consecutive Democrat to win a Senate race in Arizona in just the last 6 years. That says a lot about today's Republican Party as much as it says something about the Democratic candidates who voters have decided are clearly better.
Another race we're keeping our eyes on, folks, is the race for Maricopa County Sheriff.
This one was a tough one. You had two candidates with pretty rough track records. Plenty to question about their past. Jerry Sheridan, former number 2, second in command to Joe Arpaio, Sheriff Joe Arpaio, who was responsible for the Melendrez case, which resulted in a remediation plan that has cost Maricopa County taxpayers $350 million and counting. Melendrez was a civil rights case. Arpaio, a judge found, discriminated against Latino residents of Maricopa County. Jerry Sheridan was the second in command. Jerry Sheridan tries to separate himself from that, distance himself from Arpaio, but he played a central role in a lot of that. Tyler Camp has been a Democrat for less than a year. Former Phoenix police lieutenant, has some sexual harassment issues in his past. Tough sell to Democrats. This was just a tough race to watch. Jerry Sheridan up by 2 points and might be returning to the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. And this, I think, is his third or fourth try.
Wow.
In a sheriff's race.
All right, well, we're going to actually head out to Chase Golightly. He has been at Sheridan's watch party for this entire evening. He caught up with Jerry Sheridan.
Behind former President Donald Trump in hopes to have some type of prominent position in a Trump administration if Trump is elected as president. Deanna, we want to get your reaction again to the live images that we are seeing here out of Florida. We are hearing that the former president making his way from Mar-a-Lago to this convention center in West Palm. Not too long of a drive at 109. I'm sure he has his police escort, so it'll be a very swift ride over. But it looks like a celebration party, Deanna.
And it's really exciting to see so many people there, and to see that RFK Jr. is there to support President Trump. It'll be interesting to see him on the administration. I think that's something that he's really looking forward to. And in my mind, I also think that a lot of his voters have which are more independent voters, have kind of moved over to vote for the Republican ticket.
And I was going to ask you, I mean, we're seeing this red wave, if you will, right now. The race has not been called, but we are seeing a significant lead.
Very wavy.
A significant lead. How much of an impact do you believe? And we are also seeing images of Tucker Carlson, some other faces of the Trump campaign that we've seen throughout that have been surrogates for him stumping throughout the state. But I want to ask you, Deanna, how much of an impact do you think RFK Jr.'s endorsement, those voters who wanted a candidate that was not Trump or Harris, but then he getting behind Trump, how much of a bump do you think that might have given him?
It could have been a small number, but as we said before, every vote counts, right? Even if it's just 2,000 votes in this state and another few thousand in another state. And RFK came out and made a whole commercial ad about telling his voters, hey, I know that I'm on the ballot still in this state, but put your vote toward former President Trump, so that I can move to be able to go to Washington, D.C. with him. And that was really interesting to see, and ideally it looks like that worked.
There was a moment, as we still continue to watch live images from the West Palm Beach campaign election night watch party for former President Donald Trump. There was a moment not too long ago at a Metro Atlanta rally for former President Donald Trump. We were in Duluth, and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. took the stage shortly before former President Donald Trump did, and the crowd broke into chants of Bobby, Bobby, Bobby.
Oh, that's cool.
And it really harkened back to the presidential campaign of Robert F. Kennedy Sr. I bring all that up to ask you, Val, we see a scion of a prominent Democratic family in American politics, American political royalty, running for president, running a third-party candidacy, and then endorsing former President Donald Trump. It's been a historic arc to the moment we are at right now. So much has changed, so much has evolved. When we started this campaign, we started covering it at the beginning of the year. Is this how things you expected for them to turn out?
I think in a pre-2016 world, I would have said no. And then after 2016, I would have said, yeah, maybe. It seems like a lot of the traditional rules that, everybody has been taught in political science classes are not completely been thrown out the window, but there has been a lot of difference at this point after that. I mean, 2016 was quote unquote an anomaly, but I think that there are new factors that people are having to witness and have to measure that they just have never had to do that before.
The political laws of gravity changing a little bit, Faith.
That's what it feels like.
And as we look into the watch party there, you're going to see different, it looks like a crowd. We're getting reaction, right? Different images of celebrities. The camera was holding on to the picture of actor John Voight for a while there, a supporter of the former president. He's gotten some other celebrity endorsements. Joe Rogan, who at one point said that he would not endorse. In fact, he didn't even like the guy. Came out and endorsed him. Harrison Ford, Megyn Kelly.
Hulk
Hogan, who was at the RNC,
Georgia.
making a splash at the RNC there. He's getting support, and that iconic "Make America Great Again," the red baseball cap seen in droves right there, and the convention center. I mean, this is a man that we talked to Mark about, or I believe one of our other panelists about, who has faced litigation in several states, outspent by the Harris campaign, and is now, as of this hour, performing better than the Democratic nominee. And I think that does speak to what voters are seeing right now. They are using their vote, as of right now, nothing is called right now, to say that those that have voted right now are saying that they want to distance themselves from the Democrats and move over to the Republican side. If this race is called, then that would be the message from this campaign. But once again, that race not called. You're taking a look at the stage right there in Florida, where in just a few minutes, or maybe 30 minutes, depending on when Mr. Trump wants to get up there, we are expecting to hear him give some remarks.
And when we talk about the march to where we are here, I think, once again, we just want to keep coming back to the results that we're seeing. Right now, we're going to pull up our map in just a moment here. We're going to start at the nationwide electoral map. There it is. Take a look at your screen. A lot of color on this map right now. Most of the states across America have been called, but the race for the White House has not yet been. Here's why. Nevada, still close to call. Arizona, still too close to call. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, rounding out our group of battleground states that are yet to be called. But, and I see our Republican strategist Deanna Harris looking at me now, but Donald Trump, the former president, carrying a fairly commanding lead in all of these battleground states. Let's take a look state by state here. This is our key states, the vote differential in the key battleground states. Here we go, the latest data we have. Arizona, 51% of the estimated total vote is in. This is the closest battleground race we're seeing right now, with Donald Trump up by about 13,000 votes in Arizona. Georgia has been called for former President Donald Trump.
Looks like it went up for Michigan, Zach. You see that?
I'm taking a look right now, and we all are. Michigan at 62% of the estimated total vote. 15 electoral college votes in play in Michigan. The race not yet called, but with 62% of the estimated total vote. 240,000 vote lead for Donald Trump there in Michigan. Nevada, 75% of the estimated total vote is in, still too close to call, but Donald Trump with a more than 30,000 vote lead there, competing for the 6 electoral votes from Nevada. North Carolina called early in the evening for former President Donald Trump, about 98% of the vote in. It's called former President Donald Trump there, and that was a state that some political wonks thought might be in play for Vice President Kamala Harris, but in fact it was the first battleground state to be called. It went for former President Donald Trump. And now we get down to the bottom of our list, but maybe the top of the attention for both the Harris and the Trump campaigns. Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes on the board, 19 electoral votes in play, still too close to call. But with 90% of the estimated total vote in, 223,000 vote lead for former President Donald Trump. And then you take a look at Wisconsin, 86% votes are in there. More than 120,000 vote margin tipping right now for the former president. Faith rather?
Oh, no, I was just going to say it's certainly a commanding lead. A lot different than what we were seeing 4 years ago when you had a lot of legal challenges over, a couple thousand votes here, releasing 1,000 votes there. A couple thousand votes isn't going to do much right now. We do know that, like Zach was saying, the estimated total votes are not in, but in a lot of these states, North Carolina's already been called. What is this? Pennsylvania, I can't see. 90% there. Wisconsin, 86%. I just wonder the messaging here throughout the campaign. Some of the Democrats were criticizing the messaging, saying that it was dark, that he was trying to scare people into a vote. I know that there was a commercial here that ran through Georgia with these pretty disturbing images of what they said were immigrants coming into your home, or this is going to be your new neighbors, things like that. But then on the other side, some Republicans said that he is the party. I heard in a story that we did yesterday, Josh McCoon saying that the former president is the president of peace. Do you think the messaging here, clearly the messaging is working, but how do you feel about that tactic, that strategy from the Trump campaign?
I think folks are used to, because again, we have had President Trump on our ballot since 2016. I think they're kind of used to that kind of messaging. This isn't really the first time that he's used those talking points. But I think folks remember that, 4 years ago, obviously we're looking at the maps. I think folks would agree that they feel like they were living a lot better 4 years ago than they were now under the Biden administration.
And that was a really big note from his campaign, or a talking point. Are you better now than you were 4 years ago?
Right.
Yeah.
I think it's a lot different when you attend the rally versus what you see and hear on the commercials on TV, right? Those messages are, night and day, honestly. Whereas when you're at the rally, he speaks of making America great for every American. No matter what the race, color, religion, creed of anyone, he wants it to be prosperous for us all. And so that is really what he pushed at these rallies, which was really important because, like we said, he was in the metro areas. He went to Gwinnett. He went to Cobb County, right? And he went to these metro areas where he chipped away at that Democrat vote with that message.
And not just the Democrat vote, Zach, but also independents, people who were on the fence. You have a whole generation of first-time voters that didn't subscribe to Democrats or Republicans and could have been swayed. We would have to wait until we see just kind of like a demographic by demographic breakdown to see who exactly voted. But that could have been a group. I know at the Harris rallies, she spoke directly to first-time voters repeatedly. Hey, you, we want you out here. They were advertising. I know Megan Thee Stallion, she did a rally that was supposed to be catered towards college students. You're making a face there, Deanna.
And I want to jump in here as well, because it is true that the Democratic campaign, Vice President Harris's campaign, made that effort. But former President Trump and his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, they also emphasized speaking particularly to young male voters, a lot of time, a lot of energy spent on podcasts, on places like Theo Vaughn's podcast, on Joe Rogan's podcast.
40 million followers, right?
I mean, those are real numbers, and there were questions about whether that would be time well spent or not. Would the folks who are listening to those podcasts nod their heads and say, yeah, I like what this guy is saying? Or would they nod their heads and say, yeah, I like what this guy is saying, and go vote? We haven't seen the exits yet. We don't know the kind of age breakdown, but that may be a storyline we're seeing later as the days go on. One other thing I want to ask, and I want to bring both Val and Deanna in here. We heard a whole lot about how this race is going to be close. We saw a whole lot of polls saying this race is going to be close. We are looking right now on your screen at what appears to be a pretty solid advantage to former President Trump at 1:23 on the East Coast, a.m., 1:23 in the morning on the East Coast. Does this mean that the polls were all wrong, or does it indicate that in a race projected to be close, the way one battleground state tips tends to be the way many battleground states tip? I see you both pondering this. Deanna, you want to take a stab at it?
I'm more of like a traditional campaigner, right? So I see the key elements as really important, and that also includes on how much money you spend. So when it comes to the ground game and the harassment on text messaging, those
You're talking about political text messages, to be clear.
yes. So
probably the first person to get one of those didn't feel like that, but by maybe November 5th, they are feeling like that.
They text me this
How do they get your
morning.
number? That's my question. Like, you know who I am, where I am. I have a
China.
pickle with that. Oh, gosh.
Voter databases.
Sorry, Deanna, what were you saying?
So I think those things really make a difference. If we even just kind of go back even further and just think about Obama's campaign and how strong he was with his grassroots, that made a huge difference in his win, and it was basically a landslide. And I think that the Republicans really pushed that energy this year. They've been knocking on doors like crazy. Mailers have been crazy. It's just a strong grassroots presence have really made that difference in these key states.
Yeah. I just had an Amber Rose sighting, if anybody cares.
Oh, really?
Of course. We also want to bring up another, back here in Georgia, a measure that was on the ballot in Gwinnett and Cobb County. The Gwinnett T-SPLOST. This was going to be a 1% sales tax referendum in Gwinnett County. It would have provided money for the transit system, public transportation system there, creating new bus routes, different transfer stations, things like that. The T-SPLOST has failed in Gwinnett County. Once again, it would have expanded bus service. The county was hopeful that they would finally convince people to pass the measure. It had previously failed in the past because there was a MARTA rail expansion in that proposal. They stripped it away this time. But once again, for some reason, the voters there, they are not getting behind that. And we also believe that the same referendum in Cobb is likely going to lose as well. So that is just some more information back here in Georgia. Another big race that's called, Zach, here.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about the top of the ticket, but down ballot races also make a big difference. And you'll hear a lot of political experts say that a lot of the lawmaking that most directly impacts you happens at the state and local level. And we have a race to call here. The Associated Press has called the race in Georgia's State Senate District 48. We have it up on our map here, but we may want to stay with live pictures from West Palm. But we do want to note this. The Associated Press, there it is, has called this race in Georgia's State Senate District 48 for incumbent Republican Sean Still. Ashwin Ramaswamy, the Democratic challenger, trailing by about 7,000 votes with about 95% of the estimated total vote in. Again, Sean still a Republican, incumbent state senator, projected by the Associated Press to move on to another term in office. We should note as well, this was really the only competitive state Senate race in the state this year. This was a bellwether race. Many hundreds of thousands of dollars were raised on each side in fundraising in this race, really blowing the roof off of what are conventional totals in fundraising for a state-level down-ballot race like this. Yeah. And again, the Associated Press calling the state Senate District 48 for incumbent Sean Still.
Val, are you surprised by this result?
I'm not surprised. I think that, and especially in the suburbs, they are recently kind of changing in terms of the legislative races. For so long, they had been gone uncontested. And so when you finally get a good candidate who's going to fight, sometimes it doesn't take on the first go. Sometimes you got to run a few times. Sometimes you got to raise. And look, these state legislative races, both on the Senate and the House side, are getting more and more expensive because you have to find a way to cut through the noise. When you have the presidential and Congress and everybody else and their mother up on the ballot, you have to spend money to break through, because by the time you make it down to the ballot, you've kind of lost the voters' interest.
But it doesn't seem like money was an issue for Ramaswamy, because he had money coming into his race, but maybe it was the name recognition, or maybe it was the influence of the top of the ticket. Because a lot of people, if you're going to vote Republican, I don't know the numbers on this, so I don't want to quote anything, but to my understanding, for a lot of voters, getting that split ticket vote is a little extra work rather than a person that's just going to vote for Trump and then vote red all the way down. Am I right, Deanna?
Oh, that's correct. Down ballot is usually typical, so top of the ticket carries the ticket most of the time. Yeah. It looks like Trump did really well in Georgia.
He certainly did. He won it, which is about as
so we can say that was
as good as you could have done.
And I have the map of Georgia from 2024 and 2020, and it looks like there's a few counties outside of the Augusta metro area that were leaning blue in 2020 that were decisively red this time.
Yeah.
I think Washington County, Jefferson County. What's this one? Let's take a look.
And while you guys are, while you're taking a look at the map here, if you're watching right now, you're watching your screen. Again, you're seeing live images from West Palm Beach in Florida, former President Donald Trump's election night watch party. We now have word that the former president and his motorcade have left his home at Mar-a-Lago. We presume, we do not know, but I think a pretty educated guess would be he is headed towards this watch party in West Palm.
Maybe a pit stop at McDonald's.
It was a campaign event of many.
They stay open.
We have, again, we are waiting for the former president to get to his election night watch party. When he takes the podium, he is expected to deliver remarks at any moment. When he does, we will carry it live for you. The crowd.
A lot of excitement there.
And what a split screen from the images we saw from Vice President Harris's watch party in the nation's capital in D.C. earlier this evening. The supporters of the Democratic watch party told to go home. Vice President Harris will not be speaking tonight. She will.
And that was, almost an hour ago.
Yeah. She will, we should say. We are told she will be speaking tomorrow morning, but right now in West Palm, these live images you are seeing, we've seen some pretty notable supporters of former President Trump in the crowd there, among them Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who mounted, as you will surely remember, his own independent bid for the presidency. He comes from a long line of what is in many ways American political royalty on the Democratic side, mounted an independent third party run for the White House, and then dropped out and endorsed the former president. RFK Jr. spotted in the crowd at West Palm a short time ago. Also in the crowd, actor Jon Voight. We've also seen conservative TV host, social media host Tucker Carlson, among many others in the crowd. Cautiously optimistic, maybe more than cautiously optimistic at this point in the evening.
Zach, give us a little credit, please.
I was going to say, a lot of the folks in that room believe that Donald Trump is going to be the next president of the United States. That is why they're there. The race has not been called yet. And if it is called, then we will bring that to you all. The Trump campaign telling NBC News that they were waiting for North Carolina and Georgia to be called to key states for the Trump campaign, which have now both gone red before Trump would speak. Zach does have the map up there showing that several of these battleground states still have not been called. But Fal, is there a path to victory for Harris at this point?
Yeah, I mean, look, you've still got the blue wall states that are still outstanding. I think that they're just going to have to wait it out and see. I mean, you still have Arizona outstanding, Nevada still outstanding. So, I mean, there's always a path. Until the race is called, there's always a path.
And Deanna's giving me a little bit of ribbing here, and I just want to be really clear. We're very precise about our language here, deliberately, because we have lived through unpredictable, historic, topsy-turvy elections and presidential campaigns for the last 2 cycles.
Yeah.
So we just want to be excruciatingly clear about when we say a race has been projected and when we say a state has been projected. And we also want to be clear about what we're seeing on the board. And Deanna, I know, is going to shake her head up and down vigorously when we say this. It is an unequivocal fact that the former president is out to a commanding lead in all of the battleground states at this point tonight, save perhaps for in Arizona, where about half of the vote is in, 16,000 vote margin right now, tilting in the former president's favor. Again, Deanna took issue with us saying cautiously optimistic. Perhaps you're right. You're probably right. There's probably just unbridled optimism at the watch party in West Palm. Maybe unbridled optimism from the far seat on our panel here.
Yes.
But if you're watching
Do you
at
wish
home
you were
right
in
now,
West Palm right now, Deanna?
Yes, actually.
well, we're glad you're not, because we want you to be here.
Tears falling down my eyes, and I'm not.
We want you to be here, but this is a good moment to talk about this. Deanna, if the former president becomes president-elect and then president again, what does that mean for Republicans in 2024?
Including that we would have control of the Senate and possibly the House. That's huge. I mean, that creates a different scenario for us as a country. In my mind, it brings back power to us as the United States. But it also empowers our more conservative states as well and gives them the opportunity to pass some legislation that they may not have been able to get through before. So maybe we won't have the struggles of balancing the budget that we did previously. We never know, right? All these things are a toss-up, but this will really give us an opportunity to see what the party can do. And that's something that we've never really seen before because no one's really had complete control.
And Fal, I'm curious, and we are on a different TV. I see Laura Trump in the audience there at the Trump Watch Party. Fal, if Democrats would have done things differently in this race, if Joe Biden would have dropped out of the race earlier, maybe not done that debate, would Democrats be in a different situation? I know we're just speculating here, but I'm just curious if they would have attacked this at a different way and put Harris to the top of that ticket, kind of pass that torch maybe a year ago. Do you think they'd be in a different spot?
I mean, they might be. I mean, look, giving Vice President Harris more time to campaign would definitely have been helpful. But at the end of the day, the voters saw the issues that were in front of them and picked who was going to be, who they wanted to be their pick. And I think, because I'm looking at the maps, I mean, it looks like the counties that were Republican became more Republican. And on the inverse, the counties that went Democrat became more Democratic. Now, there are a few flips, but I think that they got folks out to vote that didn't vote last time.
And you're talking about a pretty consistent overperformance on the Republican side of the ticket compared to where things were in 2020. Another good moment to talk about the latest data we have in these battleground states that are yet to be officially called.
Yeah.
And this is the part of the night. This is the part of the night when earlier in the night we were seeing like big drops of ballots coming in. Now it's that day of vote in many places that is slower to count.
And Zach, could we talk about Michigan?
Absolutely.
Because I think, and the number keeps ticking up. We saw a situation in Michigan, Deanna, we were talking about this, where you had a large population of Muslim Americans who are not happy with how the Harris campaign was handling the situation in the Middle East. Could this have been a bump here? You also had a non-committed movement that really swayed a little bit in the primaries there. Could this, could Harris have done something different to try to gain those votes?
I don't think it was Harris. I think it was the Democrat Party. I think it was Biden's presidential actions toward a lot of things that are going on in the Middle East, and that really had an impact on Michigan because they have a large population out there. And so they made it very well known that they were looking to do things a little different this time.
And do you think why do you think this group put their trust in Trump and not Harris?
Maybe his surrogates that he had go to speak to them probably connected with them where it was really needed. That's what I would assume.
How much of a challenge, Val, was it for Vice President Harris to run her own campaign in the span of just a few months, and also try to carve her own path and create her own identity independent of President Joe Biden, who she served under for almost 4 years?
I think part of the reason why she was able to come out of the gate so quickly when she got to the top of the ticket was because she did work off the Biden apparatus. But when you're in an interview and they're asking you what would you do differently than President Biden, and she says, well, nothing. It's kind of hard to divorce yourself from that at that point.
You're
that
talking
was a
about
big moment.
You're talking about the interview on The View as a Democratic strategist, and then Deanna, I want your thoughts as a Republican strategist on that, because that was perhaps, when we look back on this race, an inflection point a little bit, or at least a flashpoint. When you heard that for the first time, Val, from a tactical perspective, what went through your mind?
Look, there's a way to differentiate yourself without being negative. Nobody was expecting her or wanted her to go negative, but folks are looking for something different. When the mood shifted after President Biden's debate earlier this summer, people were frantically trying to find somebody different. They wanted somebody young, they wanted somebody energetic, they wanted somebody to differentiate themselves from the past 4 years. And again, you get up in that interview, you say, I do everything the exact same. You kind of are ignoring the people who are speaking up to say, hey, listen, I might have a problem here, or maybe this isn't the strongest policy point. You're just kind of saying, oh, well, don't worry about it.
Deanna, from a Republican's perspective, when you heard that, were you fist pumping and saying, okay, yeah, this was an unforced error?
Of course I was. I don't think that it was just that moment, though. There were several moments where she didn't really define herself. She didn't present policy. And so that is really where the struggle came for her, because she had so many opportunities to really, set the platform for herself. And it just, she just couldn't pull it through.
Well, we do have an update from the Secretary of State's office, Gabriel Sterling, saying that he's looking at the total number of votes cast here in Georgia. We have broken a record with over 5.3 million votes, everybody. Hand clap for everybody in Georgia. Everybody came out and voted. 73% of the active voters, they turned out and voted. Another record-breaking number, an indication of how invested people were in this election. Is it an indication of how many more Republicans voted early? Is it an indication, does this, by these numbers, I know Democrats were worried about people staying home, but did they stay home? Did just more Republicans show up?
Something that I was concerned about, I thought that President Trump would only win the Electoral College, but he's on the path to winning the popular vote as well. He's flipped 39 counties throughout the nation.
Wow.
So that's something that is remarkable in comparison to just 4 years ago, where it appeared that we struggled.
And we're looking at live pictures again from West Palm Beach, where Republicans are awaiting to hear, as well as the nation is awaiting to hear from former President Donald Trump, who's scheduled at any moment to take the stage and address supporters and address the nation at his campaign watch party in West Palm in Florida. We just saw a picture of Robert F. Kennedy Jr. there live, and a whole lot of very excited supporters of the former president, no doubt looking at the same results that we are.
And a lot of energy for 1:42 in the morning. I'll say that too.
It feels good to be in the lead, right? That split screen that we had earlier in the night, it tells a story in one image. The Democrats at Vice President Kamala Harris's watch party, as well as the Democrats here at the Georgia Dems watch party, they have all gone home. They have cleared out.
If we could bring up one exit poll that I find interesting from NBC News that says Latino men split for Trump, ending a Democratic-leaning streak. According to the exit poll, it marks the first time that a majority of Latino men did not vote for the Democratic presidential candidate. In at least the last 5 elections, 54% of Latino men voted for Trump this year. That is according to an NBC News exit poll. What does that speak to? I want to just open that question up to either of you.
I mean, I'm just going to say that the not just the yes.
And this comes, mind you, even after the comments made at Madison
Yes.
Square Garden that the Democrats really played up.
So I think they played it up. Again, like, we've had Trump as president before. We've seen him as a candidate. We understand that he'll say some things that might be out of pocket every once in a while.
Well, he didn't
but
say that. The comedian did.
The comedian did. That's right. He didn't even say that. That's right. But, you know, I think not just the Trump campaign, but the Republican apparatus has made it an intentional point to engage and go after minority voters. I know in Georgia, Speaker Burns was very specific in, we're going to spend X amount of money to make sure that we target and turn out minority voters for us. People tend to also forget that immigrants, especially, they don't lean as Democratic as folks would like to make the assumption.
And it's interesting to me, because I hear it from Democratic-leaning voters. How can a certain group vote for a person who, and this is not my words, this is folks who I've talked to out in the streets, if you will, voters. How can you vote for somebody who continues to blame immigrants for everything? Clearly, those who have gone out and vote for him don't see it that way.
Yeah, I think it's a huge difference, right? Because the illegal immigrants that he speaks of have very different, it's a huge difference between them and people who've struggled and worked hard to become legal immigrants in our country. And so, and those are the folks who do vote for the Republican nominee, and which help push us over the mark. And so that's you have to remember those key differences.
So people who, and you've heard that too, folks who said, I came in here, I followed the process. How can you just come in?
Right.
But that is something that you also hear from voters.
Is this an important moment as well where, and this is something we have said on the Georgia Vote a lot, including on panel discussions with both of you, there can be a tendency, I think sometimes when we're talking about national politics, to want to really slice and dice the country into specific boxes and put voters in certain buckets and say this kind of voter votes this way and that kind of voter votes that way.
Right.
Is tonight, and particularly thinking about this NBC exit poll, is tonight an important reminder that people are individuals. People are going to make up their own minds, and they're going to vote on a whole slew of issues. This is something we saw in every one of our Voice of the Voters that shared their candid thoughts about this race.
Yeah.
People are nuanced and complex, and they're going to wrestle with big thorny issues, and they're going to think hard about it. I see both of you nodding there. Val?
I appreciate it,
Deanna?
right? Because sometimes we think that the voter isn't as smart as we would like for them to be, right? And this really shows that they know the issues, and that's how they went out.
And if you're a Georgia voter, you have a great deal of company. Because a record-setting turnout in Georgia. Val?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that especially in campaigns, you try to make assumptions about folks, right? About either their race, their gender, or anything, and you try to put them in a bucket to see, okay, which one of my messages is going to be the most effective. When we're talking about the amount of women that have turned out to vote this year, that has surpassed men by, in some places more than 10%. And you would think that you would get every single one of them on the abortion issue, right? But, for some people, that might not be their top thing. It might be the economy. It might be the inflation.
They may feel differently about there are plenty of women out there who feel that they're quite supportive of Georgia's heartbeat bill and other more restrictive abortion statutes.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I think, we're not nobody's a monolith. Nobody is just, this person's going to vote this way. And we've seen that. If, 54% of Latino men have decided to vote for President Trump this time. And I'm curious to see the numbers for black men too, because that was one of the points beforehand. Yeah, right. Trump was making inroads there.
But in my mind, sometimes I think it's just when you don't have enough money to buy groceries, you might not be as concerned about an abortion.
Right.
Those kitchen table pocketbook issues. I want to, Faith, I know you want to jump in here. I want to just bring us some breaking news from NBC right now. NBC has projected Nebraska will go for former President Donald Trump. He will carry 4 electoral votes in Nebraska, 1 vote in Nebraska still outstanding. Nebraska, one of the 2 states in the union that is not a winner-take-all electoral state. Again, NBC News projects that former President Donald Trump will carry at least 4 of Nebraska's 5 total electoral votes, with 1 electoral vote in Nebraska outstanding. Faith?
Yeah, and we just got a statement from the Trump campaign here in Georgia. Once again, NBC News not calling this race, but Trump Communications Director Morgan Ackley congratulating Donald Trump and the Georgia Republicans up and down the ballot. She says starting day 1, President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance will help ease costs, secure the border, and make America great again. And she is just reiterating those 2 big topics that the campaign has really, really pushed, talking about cost, talking about securing the border and immigration, 2 main topics of discussion that they have talked about, that voters that we've spoken to have said that those are 2 of theirs. As we continue to monitor the results, you're taking a look at live images out of Florida. You're seeing a lot of energy right now. Once again, NBC not calling this race so far. We still have some outstanding states out there. If something changes, we will absolutely let you know. But you are seeing a lot of excitement. I think that is a picture of, is that Tucker Carlson we're looking at?
Hard to tell from.
No, that's not Tucker
that's not
Carlson. That is the Pillow Man.
That is Mike Lindell, the owner of the My Pillow company, and a major supporter
that was Deanna, y'all.
of Republican causes, including the former president.
He sold a lot but
I watch a lot of Fox News, and that's the only commercial they play.
Well, it clearly is working for him. But again, we're seeing this enthusiasm in West Palm here as we await any moment now. We are told, be hearing from former President Donald Trump, who will be addressing his supporters at his West Palm Beach election night watch party, as well as addressing an increasingly waiting and anticipating nation. We know that you're up with us right now, and my strong hunch is that there are many millions of Americans around the country who are watching these same images, waiting to hear from former President Donald Trump, who is, and we want to be clear, not at this point a projected winner of this race. No, nobody has been projected to be the winner of the presidential race right now.
According to NBC News.
According to NBC News. But former President Donald Trump, when you look at the breakdown of battleground states that are still outstanding, former President Donald Trump seems to be in a very strong position with leads just about across the board, and I should say not just about, he does have a lead in every battleground state in the country right now. We're looking at a live look of the most up-to-date results. Arizona is the closest race of the battlegrounds that are yet to be called, and Donald Trump there, former President Donald Trump, has about a 20,000, maybe closer to 19,000 vote lead at this point, with about half of all ballots tabulated and reported in Arizona. And then you go down this board, Georgia, called for former President Donald Trump. That's 16 electoral votes in his column. Michigan, one of the key pieces of the so-called blue wall, the Democratic stronghold states, the Democratic blue wall states across the north. In Michigan, 67% of the electoral vote is reported, and 245,812, it just ticked up, vote margin right now in former President Donald Trump's favor.
I think the story here, Zach, is that these numbers are not going down. They continue to go up throughout the night. I did notice when we were going and showing the live images at the Trump, I was going to call it a rally, but this is no longer campaign season, right? At the watch party, at the party out there, there's a banner that says Trump will fix it.
Yes.
You say yes. What was he going to
Yes,
fix,
he
Deanna?
will.
What is he going to fix?
America.
That's a broad, sweeping statement, Deanna. Give us some, and maybe an on-point one. But give us some context. What in particular, if these results hold and former President Trump retakes the White House, what in particular are you looking for him to tackle in a potential first 100 days?
Well, foreign policy is number one, right? And what we have going on in these different wars across the world, as well as our economy here in the United States, as well as illegal immigration here in the United States. I think those are the top three things, honestly, that most Americans really care about and that are constantly on their minds every day, especially with the different things that we see in the news happening. Looking at the updates that happen in Israel. And so those things are really important to us.
And Fal, I want to give you ample time to respond to that, but we do have some more breaking news we want to deliver to you. And if you're hanging with us and still watching, we appreciate you very much. And here's some new results for you. NBC News is now projecting that former President Donald Trump will carry Maine's 2nd congressional district. That is one electoral vote. Our map is going to update here momentarily, but Maine is one of the states in the union that is not a winner-take-all electoral state, which means that the electoral votes are apportioned in that state, not as a winner-take-all, but they can break in multiple ways. NBC News now projecting former President Donald Trump will carry Maine's 2nd congressional district. That is one more electoral vote in the former president's column. Our map will update shortly, but that is the state of play right now.
If I'm correct, in 2016, this was one of the states that helped push Trump over to victory in that electoral college vote and not the popular vote. Hillary Clinton taking the popular vote in that race, but former President Trump won the electoral college votes, and I believe Maine had something to do with that because of their split there. But once again, we are taking a look at this map, the time 1:55. We have been on air since 7 o'clock tonight, and we want to thank all of you that have been staying on with us and watching us all night. We are not going anywhere yet because this race has not been called. You're taking a look at this national map. Vice President Harris, 194 electoral college votes. She needs 76 to reach 270. Trump is a lot closer, 247. He needs 23 to get the edge that he needs, 270 votes to become the president-elect and be sworn in as president-in-chief come January.
And if you're still with us, and we appreciate you very much for being here, and there's a good reason to be here because there's a lot of news still to develop and break as the night carries on. We are awaiting comments from former President Donald Trump at his West Palm Beach election night watch party. And We are seeing some live images of West Palm and the election night watch party right now on your screen. We were told some time ago that the former president left his residence at Mar-a-Lago. The motorcade departed. We anticipate that motorcade was headed to this watch party. It may well have arrived at this point. We are told that the former president could be taking the stage at any moment. We know we've been saying that for some time. We have been told that for some time. But my strong hunch is that you will want to see what he has to say, and my strong hunch as well is that there are many millions of Americans across the country who are waiting to hear these remarks from the former president. One final note here, and Faith, Vice President Harris will not be speaking tonight.
Yeah.
If you're just joining us, that's some news to underline. Vice President Kamala Harris will not be speaking tonight. A co-chair of her campaign told supporters gathered at a watch party in the nation's capital in D.C. at Howard University several hours ago now. He told them, or rather the campaign co-chair told them, go home. The vice president will not be speaking this evening. The vice president, we are told, will be speaking later this morning
And it was certainly a sight to see. When DNC Chair Jamie Harrison got on that stage in Howard, a night of celebration at the Vice President's alma mater where she completed her undergraduate degree at Howard University. It was a party, a celebration, a night of optimism that we continue to hear from the campaign.
I'm so sorry, Faith. Finish your thought here.
Nope, I was just going to say a night of optimism turned into a very quiet night after the DNC chair went up there and said that she would not be speaking tonight, an indication of how this night is going. Another indication, one that we're seeing right here on that screen, the complete opposite of what we saw in D.C.
That split screen image really told a lot of the story. We want to bring you the latest news that we have. NBC News has acknowledged that another news network has called the race for former President Donald Trump. NBC News itself is not yet projecting that result, but we want to be very clear. If you're watching and you're seeing things from coming in, we know you're getting your information from a lot of different places. This is the state of play right now. NBC News not projecting a winner in the presidential race at this point, but another news network, NBC News has told us, has acknowledged that has called, rather, the race for former President Donald Trump. So this is looking more and more like a big night
and
for
I
Republicans.
think that crowd is watching that other network because I want to say about 10 minutes ago, we saw a lot of rejoicing, people giving kisses and hugs and high fives, just a lot of excitement that came through there. But once our network is able to confirm that, we'll make sure that we give that to you. But that is where the race is going. That's the vibe check, if you will, guys. That's the word of the night. The
Vibe check.
The vibe check.
And I mean, there's a vibe check just on our panel here.
How are you guys feeling?
I feel great. You know, I couldn't be more excited. You know, really wishing that I was in South Florida right now. But the vibe check is phenomenal.
Val, how are you feeling?
Yeah, look, you know, this is a campaign. At the end of the day, you know, you expect the candidates to put it all out on the field and reap the benefits.
Yeah.
Sometimes it goes your way, sometimes it doesn't. I think now what the Democrats need to do is turn their sights onto the midterm elections, which I think that they can capitalize off of with a Republican trifecta, and then the 2028 elections, and trying to figure out, you know, what could we have done differently to make sure, because I mean, I'm looking here too at New York, and I mean, she got it. I mean, obviously Vice President Harris won New York, but it was 5% less than Biden won it in 2020. And that was looks like a 1 million vote differential.
Wow. And I mean, you make a valid point. I think that Democrats are going to look at tonight, look at the results of not just the top of the ticket, but those down ballot races and really reassess. They spent a lot of money in this race. I mean, she raised a lot of money.
Yeah.
She did not have court proceedings against her. She did not have a a lot of things going on against her. There was a lot of positive attention surrounding her. There was a lot of hope around this candidate. But I think that Democrats are really going to have to take a step back, reassess, and see not only campaign-wise, but running the policy-wise, what they're doing throughout the country. Because what we're hearing from voters is that they were not. The campaign was one thing, but it came back to, we don't like how Biden was running the country. You have been in the White House under Biden. We're ready for something different.
Right.
And I think part of the issue too is, I think since 2016, a lot of the Democratic campaigns have just said, oh, well, you just don't want Trump. He's bad, he's horrible, he says, he tweets horrible things. And that's just not enough for folks. You need to have a message and a vision to help people out in their day-to-day lives versus, well, just don't vote for this guy, vote for me instead.
And Deanna, well, I shouldn't say do you think, because I think I know the answer to that, but I should say, how do you think Trump's message resonated more with voters than Harris's message? Because I would argue that both campaigns were doing the best that they could to speak to that working class, that regular folk that's out there just grinding it out.
I don't know if it was just messaging, right? I think it was actual actions, right? Because President Trump had been in office, right? How was our lives 4 years ago when he was president versus currently under the Biden-Harris administration? So that comparison of what's going on right now, here and now, and your daily living expenses, and what you're doing every day and how that's going for you, even your markets, right? So those changes, I think that is more of what people related to versus just words coming out of, I would say, politicians' mouths.
This might be a good moment to go under the hood a little bit and talk about, we know that Georgia has been called for former President Trump for some time. I think, and we reported this on the Georgia Vote earlier this year, but I think if you're watching, particularly if you're not following politics every day, there's a question of, well, how do you call a race? How does this work? Here's what the AP says. The AP called Georgia some time ago, and they released a memo, and I just want to read it here to explain a little bit of the Associated Press's reasoning about how they got to this result. This is what the AP says. At the time the race was called here in Georgia, Trump was leading by 125,000 votes. Almost all advance votes in Georgia had been reported. His lead was larger than what Harris could be expected to make up from the remaining votes in Democratic strongholds. Trump was slightly ahead of his 2020 performance in enough counties to erase the deficit of less than 12,000 votes by which he lost Georgia 4 years ago. Summed up, you might say that Donald Trump had what Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger said he did earlier in election night, an insurmountable lead.
I guess he found those votes.
He certainly found them this year in Georgia. And we have we have a projection to make here. Our map will show it in just a moment here, but Faith, do you want to report this?
Yeah, a very big state projected by NBC. Former President Donald Trump will take Pennsylvania and their 19 electoral college votes. This was a state that we were talking about earlier. A lot of money went into the state. They have a Democratic governor, Josh Shapiro. Both of them ending their campaigns in this state, in different parts of the state, but really ending their campaigns in the state. Kamala Harris joking on Saturday Night Live with, who's the woman that plays
Maya
her?
Rudolph.
Maya Rudolph. Saying, I voted today. Do you happen to live in Pennsylvania? And she said, no, I don't. So this was a really, really big state for both of these campaigns because of the swing state nature of the campaign. She had the full support of a governor who won this state. And looking at, do we have the breakdown of Pennsylvania?
And we actually, not just breakdown of PA, we'll get there in a moment, but we have some major news to report right now. You're looking at the electoral map as it stands right now, but we can now report, this map will update in a moment, we can now report that NBC News projects former President Donald Trump has won another term in the White House. Again, we can now report former President Donald Trump projected the winner of this race for the presidency. It culminates a nearly decade-long arc in politics for him. He won the White House in 2016. In 2020, suffered a narrow defeat in his bid for re-election. And now NBC News says former President Donald Trump has become President-elect Donald Trump, and in January will take his second term in office as president. A momentous, historic night in our state, which was called earlier, and in our country right now. Deanna, your reaction?
Well, congratulations, President Trump. He's worked really hard to make an extreme comeback. And I feel like it's been night and day into his character and his presence as a candidate. So very proud, very excited to see how he leads our nation into a different direction, and really hope that he brings us together and creates unity amongst all Americans.
We are told now that former President Donald Trump is a minute away from taking the stage. Fal, at this moment, what's going through your mind?
I thought that, watching and reading about the polls and understanding that polls are just a snapshot in time, everybody felt like it was going to be a 50-50 race. It was going to be neck and neck, and the results don't reflect that at all. I mean, the results are quite the opposite. So it's pretty remarkable.
It's certainly a red wave, a lot of cracks in that blue wall, as Deanna said, an indicator of where the country is. A close race, but not that close, not as close as 2020, not close enough to, it's a clear winner here in this race. And it's just an indication of where the country is right now. Those who are frustrated with Democrats, who are frustrated with how the Biden administration was taking the country. He was vice president for 8 years, president for 1, and America has spoken.
Some pretty remarkable historic data here as well. Former President Donald Trump is one, forgive me here, we're going to come back to that in just a moment. We've got some historical data, but the thing about historical data is you've got to crack open the history books sometimes, so we're going to keep an eye on that. But Fal, what happens next year? If you're a Democrat, if you're a Democratic strategist, a political pro, what happens tonight and what's happening in the weeks and months to come?
Well, tonight you go to sleep. Tonight it's time to go to sleep. But you wake up tomorrow. Look, this is not the first election Democrats have lost. It's not going to be the last one that they lose. I think tomorrow what needs to happen when folks wake up and kind of, come to terms with what happened, they need to start looking at what happened. Why did the red counties turn more red? Why were the Democratic counties not as blue? I mean, again, the New York thing kind of blows my mind that it was maybe more than 1 million votes, less than Biden. So, I mean, we have to have a conversation with ourselves to say, okay, what are we doing wrong? What is not resonating with voters? What is not? And at the end of the day, I mean, you have, again, you set your sights on for 2026. You have midterms. You have a lot of seats up for grabs, both on the state level and federal level. If I'm advising them, I'm telling them to start recruiting now and get up and start recruiting and start fundraising, because you're not going to be able to break through the message unless you have that money. And then you need to kind of start looking towards 2028. What kind of candidates are we going to put in the primary process? Are we going to coalesce? Are we going to spend the money and campaign appropriately to actually reach people with the policies that are going to help them move their lives forward. Not, hey, you don't like this guy, he's a little offensive, you need to vote for us. There has to be a tangible policy statement, and this is what we're going to do to follow it.
I would love to see Kemp 2028.
So that is, that's the big question, right?
We've asked him.
What did he
Faith,
say?
we haven't. You have, Faith.
I've asked him a couple of times. Governor Kemp, if you're watching right now, Cody has my phone number.
Call
Please,
and tell us.
let us know. As we're looking at live pictures there in Florida, it looks like some of the Secret Service team is coming to do their routine sweeps, making sure that everything is all set to go. And this is usually what we see before the former president will come up and speak to his thick crowd of supporters there.
And you know that.
After 2 o'clock in the morning.
And you know that, Faith, because you have covered so many of these campaign events over the last
So
few
have
months.
you. We've both been out there, Zach, on the front line.
We have seen a lot, as have many Georgians, and that's what happens. That's the for as many traffic jams and political text messages and ads we see in Georgia, which some, probably many, probably almost all folks find annoying at times. Let's call it what it is. It's also a great privilege to be a voter in Georgia.
Yeah.
It's a great privilege to be a journalist in Georgia because you talk about having a front row seat to history. We really have it here. And you talk about being in a place where your vote matters. If you're a Georgia voter, if you got that Peach State I voted sticker, if you got it today, if you got it earlier the last week or the week before in early voting, you know when you're going to the ballot box, when you are one of the record-setting number of Georgians who voted in this presidential election, more than in any other election in state history, you know the decision you're making has real impact. It can change. It has changed. It will continue to change the course of our nation's history.
There's a couple folks on the screen now. Vivek.
Ramaswamy.
Oh, yeah, there's Vivek.
Yeah.
And Doug Burgum, yep.
We're seeing these live images now in
Is that
West
Rudy
Palm.
Giuliani next to him?
I think we're in the wide shot here on our coverage, but yeah,
I don't have my
we're-
glasses on.
and this is the part of the night where if you're wearing them, you're sort of squinting a little bit too. But it's worth staying up because we're talking about history being made here. We're going to see some more in just a few moments. We are told, I am the messenger here only. We are continuously told that we're going to hear from former President Trump in short order. We're seeing somebody walking on the stage right now. This is just...
He's definitely coming up soon. I think this is the routine security sweep. This is what we see at every Trump rally, every Harris rally. They really take their time to make sure that every I is dotted, every T is crossed. And given what happened that the day when there was the assassination attempt, I mean, the security has really, really stepped it up.
Yeah.
And in their minds, people are there to see him. They will wait as long as they need to make sure that the security protocols are in order. But
boy, do they wait.
Yes. But by all indications, he should be coming up very soon. The question is, Deanna, how long do you think he'll speak tonight? He's known to be a little long-winded.
I've been to rallies and parties where he's spoke for 2 hours, but I don't think that he has to do that tonight.
And Deanna, just hold that thought, but this is, if you've been to a lot of these rallies, you know what we're seeing here is a kind of significant moment. This is usually when a staffer for the former president comes out to the podium, checks that the microphone, the podium, everything is set to kind of the right level, the right height, everything is squared away. We may be getting a mic check here shortly. He's probably checking the teleprompters to make sure they are in working order. This is as keen an indication as we've seen so far that the former president really is just moments away from taking the podium. Now, we're going to be keeping a close eye on these live pictures, Deanna, as you watch them.
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
Looks like he's ready to read his speech, his acceptance speech, which is really exciting. He has his teleprompters up. And so, ideally it'll probably be nice and sweet and short.
What do you hope to hear from him tonight?
I hope to hear a message of unity, right? I think that's what everybody wants, especially since he's flipped so many voters and he's brought new people into the Republican tent. And he's created a different administration, kind of like picking and choosing different individuals, different parties, right? We have a former Democrat, we have an independent. And so with that really should bring the message of unity for his second term and what that looks like for America.
Val, do you think Trump can unify the country, or do you believe some rhetoric has been divisive and it's going to be hard to get around that?
I mean, I think some of his rhetoric has been divisive, and it is going to be a hard pill to swallow. I think it would be great for him to come up on stage and try to unify and give a unifying message. I think that coming from him, I'm not 100% sure how people would react to that, but I think it would be a step in the right direction for him to come out and say it and state it and put it in the atmosphere.
How much has the Republican Party changed since 2015, when then citizen Donald Trump entered the race for the White House? In the almost decade that former President Donald Trump has been a figure in national politics, how much has the GOP changed, Deanna?
Well, we've had several transitions, right? So we've had the 2015 party, and then we had a 2020 party, or some of those people who were new and came in and were upset that we lost. They call individuals like me the establishment. So I think that now we can kind of bring us all together, whereas before we were very divided, very, very divided. Mm-hmm. As you see, that Sean Steele race was so extreme and very important because of that reason alone.
And I mean, just to underscore that, the man who was former President Trump's vice president, Mike Pence, nowhere to be seen in the 2024 iteration of the Republican Party, at least insofar as former President Donald Trump's campaign is concerned. Val, there have been a great deal of evolutions within the Republican Party over these last roughly 10 years. What kind of evolutions do you expect to see on the Democratic side?
Well, I would hope to see on the Democratic side, a change in messaging, a change in how we reach out to any voter. I mean, we were once the big tent party, right? And in 18 and in 20, you saw a lot of the suburban votes kind of switch to the Democrats. And I think we need to go back and talk to those folks. And also, we have to get out into the rural areas, and specifically speaking in Georgia. We cannot just continue to focus on just the metro area, turn out just metro, and then just be solely dependent on that. We need to get out into these rural areas where Trump expanded his margins, and we need to go talk to folks about the issues that they care about.
And then, go ahead, Gingrich. Oh, Newt Gingrich we're seeing on the screen now, too.
Former Georgia congressman.
Oh, in the middle.
I wonder, too, Val or Deanna, you could speak to this. Come next year, come 2025, come January, we will have a new president, and the country will have to get behind that person. Mm-hmm. Congress will have to get behind that person to, shall I say, make America great.
Yes, you shall. Again.
My question is, and is that on us? No, that's on NBC. We are seeing an image, it looks like, of the former president getting ready for his speech. But my question is, regardless of who is in the White House, the country's going to have to get behind them. Is there a path to coming together, to reaching across the aisle for Congress to make policies that will help Americans progress, to bring down those prices, to bring protection to those who feel like they're not safe.
Right.
We're also seeing Mr. David Perdue, one of Georgia's former senators here, who we had the pleasure of interviewing not long ago.
Somebody you just spoke with not too long ago,
Someone we just
Faith.
spoke with not too long ago. But back to my question, do you think that the country's going to be able to get behind him to make it a greater place for people?
I'm gonna let you go first.
Of course. I mean, I could be happier. I don't know. Yes, of course. We have no
a better
choice.
question: How can Congress come together? And of course, we're still trying to see what the balance of power is going to look like. But in a campaign that has been so divisive and kind of nasty at times, how can they put that aside?
Again, I think it'll really take the leadership of President Trump and his administration and the diversity that he can bring to his administration. And so I think that'll really help bring other people on board, right? Some people who probably didn't believe or don't want to believe. I think having other individuals who probably can connect with those folks in Congress, let's say our Democrat counterparts, that'll really help.
Yeah.
You know, I think I was listening to some political podcast the other day, and they were talking about how Trump the candidate was different than Trump the campaign, and that if he could rely on folks that could reach out to those people, maybe there might be a path.
Yeah.
But again, I mean, he kind of showed that he might not need one because it's kind of a mandate. He won. He expanded his his margins, and in most of the areas that we've seen, the Senate flipped, and then the House still hangs. The power still hangs in the balance.
For example, let's talk about the bipartisan immigration law that some Republicans said that they did not get on board with because it was just not a good law. Democrats said, no, you didn't get on board because Trump told you not to get on board. Are we going to see 4 years of that?
That would be tough, and ideally we don't want to. Again, the message of unity probably brings the bill to where we can have negotiations to, give a little to get a little, is what they say.
Compromise. Yeah. What are your thoughts, Zach?
My thoughts are that Deanna and Fal, you both have seen so much in Georgia politics and in national politics. It's an axiom of politics that you end the campaign on a message of unity. No matter how bruising the campaign is, you traditionally end on the kind of high note, the uplifting beat, right? Yeah. Inside there are real brass tacks, there's real tactics, there's real strategy. And stand by here because we are seeing some developments in these live pictures we are showing
President Trump is on
right
the stage.
now. Did you see him here, there,
Yes,
Faith?
he's walking up to the podium. Can we take a live listen in, guys? Can we bring up that volume? There we are. We see President Trump and his wife Melania, as well as Barron. We see Donald Trump Jr. My eyes are bad, Zach. Who else do you see up there?
It looks like the full Trump family there. Former President Donald Trump taking a moment before getting to the microphone. It looks like he is soaking in the moment here, and you can be sure it is loud in that room right now. We're hoping to get some audio up momentarily. Here comes former President Donald Trump, projected to win a second term in the White House, stepping up to the podium right now. You see his family filing in behind him, the theme song of his campaign playing overhead in a venue that we can be sure is packed in West Palm Beach with his supporters. A historic moment.
There's Senator J.D. Vance and his wife, Busha.
Now the Vice President-elect and soon to be Second Lady.
The crowd, phones are out, people are so excited. You hear that, I'm proud to be an American. That theme that has carried him really throughout the whole campaign. You see close up.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's great. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job, terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little that little thing called special, we have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie, they're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. When it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires went down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
that is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement.
Some technical difficulties there, but we will continue following this, and we will bring you the very latest coming up in just a little bit. You've been watching Donald Trump speak before a crowd of his supporters at his campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Trump claiming a presidential victory in the 2024 election, calling this, quote, the greatest political movement of all time, a victory for the American people. Trump says he plans to help our country heal, saying his campaign was able to overcome obstacles that no one thought possible. Trump also touting a big win in the Senate for Republicans in the House of Representatives. We also heard briefly from his running mate, J.D. Vance, who says they will never stop fighting and plan to lead the greatest economic comeback under Donald Trump's leadership. Already several races have been called in favor of Trump in key battleground states like North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. Again, Donald Trump claiming victory in the race for president. We have continuing coverage from key swing states on WBIR Plus, and we'll join you again at 4:27 for live coverage and live reaction to election 2024.
You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, so you were just listening in to now President-elect Donald Trump and his Vice Presidential-elect J.D. Vance, along with several others on stage. Trump clearly giving an acceptance speech saying that he is excited, motivated, going to be energetic, a big night for democracy and freedom coming into the country as we continue to see these live pictures out of Florida.
And Faith, I want to make sure we're particularly clear about something here. You're seeing a banner in the lower third of your screen here. NBC News, we want to clarify some of our internal guidance on this. NBC News is stating that now that former President Donald Trump has won Pennsylvania, there is no path in which Vice President Kamala Harris could win. They say she had to win Pennsylvania to win the race outright. Still, formally, former President Trump closing in on that formal 270 electoral vote margin. But again, NBC stating that now that he has won Pennsylvania, the language is that there is no path in which Vice President Harris could win. We just want to be very particular and very clear on what you're seeing on your screen. Having said that,
And clearly what we saw was certainly an acceptance speech, one full of promise, one full of taking back the country, saying that it was a historic night, saying that he brought in votes that Republicans historically have not brought in, saying that he brought in the African American vote, the Latino vote, the Arab American vote, all of those different groups coming together to vote for him. So, and I think throughout the night we have been talking and looking at the results, and maybe our panelists agree that that is one thing that certainly is making history tonight, Seth.
Yes. And on that note, we want to bring in our panelists who have been with us throughout a long, long evening.
Thank
Republican,
you all so
thank you,
much.
truly, thank you very much. And I know our audience feels the same. Your insight is appreciated. Republican strategist Deanna Harris, Democratic strategist Val Sabak. We both listened in to the former president's remarks live. Deanna, you've been smiling ear to ear for a number of hours now as
I
we've
think
seen
that you
these
were
results.
actually mentally in that room as we were watching it.
As you listen to that speech that had a lot of similarities to many of his campaign speeches that we've seen over the course of the last few months, Deanna, what stood out to you?
Again, I talked about the message of unity, and that's what we really need. And then he talked about having a diverse administration. He talked about the things, the actions that he's going to put in place and improve for our nation. And so that's really what I think most people wanted to hear, and that's the reason why they voted for him.
And speaking of unity, he said, success will bring us together, but I want to put America first. Val, do you think he'll be able to bring, did that touch your heart? Val, do you think that he'll be able to bring the country together?
You know, that has yet to be determined. I mean, we saw in 2016, the country moving from 2016 to 2020, I think it still had some rifts, and I think that there is going to have to be a kind of working together to kind of heal. So, I mean, that has yet to be seen. I would hope so. But that's to be determined.
And let's be clear, we're looking at reaction. I've been looking at reaction online and just kind of monitoring different, I've gotten text messages from different strategists. There's a lot of emotion out there. There was a lot of hope on the Democratic side, but that hope did not come to fruition. And Zach, as we were looking at the numbers here, this was not a close race.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's one of those, maybe we can pull this up on the screen, maybe not, but I asked this question, and Faith and I, you and I both have been talking about it before the night even started. Even if in the final breakdown, the actual popular vote is reasonably close, or the breakdown of votes in the battleground states is close, if they all tip in the same direction, it's going to look like an electoral blowout. And you're seeing these results now in a lot of our battleground states. Former President Donald Trump up Arizona, up in Georgia, up in Michigan, up in Nevada, up in North Carolina, up in Pennsylvania, up in Wisconsin.
There's a lot of red on that
That
screen.
is a
That's my favorite color.
clean sweep of the battleground states as we see it right now at 2:57 a.m. Does this tell us that the country has shifted dramatically in a political direction, or does it mean that a handful of battleground states have moved enough to swing the Electoral College, but we remain an ideologically fairly 50-50 split country? Deanna?
That's tough for me to answer because I really don't have any previous election data to compare it to. 2020 was very different. We suffered a pandemic. We had different voting styles, right, where we were mailing in ballots and a lot of other
But we were also
froggy
coming
things
out
happened.
of 24 years of Donald Trump, and a lot of voters made it clear at that time that they were ready for something different, similar to now. People are saying that they want something different from that. I didn't mean to cut you off.
They're
I just wanted
going
say
back
that.
to Donald Trump, though. So did they really want something different then? Or maybe it was just panic of what the media made people believe, right?
I'll push back that a little bit. A lot of news outlets, it was a scary time during the pandemic. And news outlets did their best to be responsible. We can't speak for everybody, but I know
Respect.
that Zach and I, during that time,
Of
we
course.
reported trying to be responsible. But it was a scary time for a lot of people.
Yeah, so that could have influenced the situation. So, you know, we have an opportunity to make a good comeback, I think, and I believe that President Trump will unite us, and like he said, success will bring us together. So that's what I really look forward to.
And like we were talking about before, I mean, come January of 2020, the country is going to have to move forward. No matter which side of the aisle that you were on, the country's going to have to come together. And Congress is going to have to make laws and changes and move forward.
And if things hold, talking about making laws, if things hold, Republicans could have a trifecta in the White House, in the Senate, and in the House, control of the House, not yet projected, not yet called. But Republicans currently, going into this election, had a majority in the United States House of Representatives. If this does come to fruition and Republicans have a trifecta, Fal, do they have a mandate to legislate and legislate quickly?
The way I look at it is if it was on the Democratic side and this was happening, we had a trifecta, yeah, that's a mandate. So I mean, like, look, not only did he win the electoral vote tonight, he's on track to win the popular vote. You know, if I'm sitting in their shoes, in President Trump's shoes, yeah, I mean, I would think that it would be a mandate. I grew my margins in districts or counties all over the nation. Red districts went redder, and the blue districts were a little less blue. And so I think now it's time to, if I'm on the Democratic side, I need to dig in and figure out what happened. Why did this trend go that way when we were looking at trends? And I mean, I was looking at trends from 2016 to 2020 in some of these really rural areas that were starting to trend Democrat. Why were those gains erased?
Well, it's certainly, as Deanna put it earlier, a crack in the blue wall, a lot of cracks in the blue wall. We will continue to monitor these results as we go through the night. But ladies, I have to say, thank you so much for coming on. Thank all of you who have watched our stream since 7 o'clock tonight. Zach, thank you for being an incredible co-host. It's been a historic night, so we really do appreciate it.
It surely is. Faith, you make it easy. You're a fantastic co-host. You make my job very easy driving the map here.
We've been on this trip for quite some time.
We have been. You guys are original Georgia Vote guests. We're so grateful for both of you. We're grateful for all of you at home who've been watching us all evening long. We want to end with this. 2 important notes. First, 11 Alive Morning News. It starts at 5 a.m. on TV, on broadcast. Set your TVs for that, because we're going to have a whole lot more politics coming up your way. And you can keep watching 11 Alive Plus. We will be live streaming election results throughout the evening.
Because they are still coming in.
Yes, they are.
But it's 3 o'clock in the morning, so we
that's
want
2
all of
hours.
you to get some rest, and we're also going to get some rest. And we hope that you join us for a live episode of the Georgia Vote coming up this Sunday. We will be there. So
Sunday morning at 11 a.m. For now, on a historic evening, it is 3:02 a.m. on the East Coast. We say good night and thank you.
thank you. Good night.
Victories? Who was just reelected to her second term. Congratulations tonight. Disappointments and
This was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that.
All right, so as Emily was mentioning just a few minutes ago, Mr. Trump declaring victory. However, that has not been decided yet. No race has been called in the
come in, I believe that when all those ballots are counted and every Arizona's vote is counted, a poor Latino boy who grew up sleeping on the floor will be headed to the floor of the United States Senate. The first Latino senator in Arizona history.
Gallego has made a focus of his campaign reducing prescription drug costs, revisiting a border security bill, and protecting democracy. Joe Dana, 12 News.
Thank you, Joe. And right now we're continuing our coverage of the U.S. Senate race with Bianca Bono. She is joining us outside Republican Kari Lake's campaign office in Phoenix.
There was no Arizona Republican Party or Kari Lake election night watch party this year, but we monitored her Phoenix campaign office as the initial results came down, watching some members of her team come and go throughout the night. We were told that Kari Lake was closely monitoring the results alongside her family. Leading up to election night, Kari Lake said she felt confident. She told me on Friday that looking back on her 13-month campaign, she couldn't think of anything she would have done differently. But as we saw in initial results, with again still so much more to come, the elusive voters that pollsters have been talking about leading up to this election exist. Voters who casted their vote for Donald Trump, but instead of voting for the Trump-endorsed Senate candidate in Kari Lake, voted for her opponent in Ruben Gallego, and that was especially evident in Maricopa County's first ballot drop. Lake and her team will continue to monitor these results as they come down. We're in Phoenix. Bianca Bono, 12 News.
Thank you, Bianca. And one of the biggest stories of election night right here in Arizona, the Arizona Republican Party choosing not to have a watch party this year. So maybe you've been wondering why you're not seeing any video of the Republican watch parties. Well, that is why.
And Arizona Democrats, they did have a watch party. As a matter of fact, our Tram Mai, she was there. She spoke with Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego, as well as Congresswoman-elect Yasamin Ansari, who both turned out winners tonight.
We are here at the Democratic Watch Party at the Hilton Phoenix Resort, and what a night it has been. It's been loud, it's been raucous, the crowd has been riled up, but there are still too many races that are too close to call, even though they were hoping for a very victorious night. However, we can tell you two races that were called. First up, the mayoral race with Phoenix Mayor Kate Gallego, who was reelected to her second term. I caught up with her earlier tonight. Here's what she had to say. When you talk about the vision and you talk about the future, now that you are going into your second term as mayor of Phoenix, what does the future look like for Phoenix?
So I'm hoping to continue to work to protect our water supply, high-wage jobs. We want the next generation of technology to be made in Phoenix. And then I heard a lot from people who had a hard time affording health care or just getting a doctor's appointment. So getting more health care options, the new ASU Medical School, the Cancer Center with U of A, all of those can really make for a healthier Phoenix, and that would be so meaningful to our community.
Another big winner tonight was Congresswoman-elect Yasamin Ansari for Arizona's 3rd Congressional District. She made history tonight, being only 32 years old and the youngest woman in Congress, and also the first Iranian Democrat. I caught up with her earlier as well. Here's what she had to say. Critics have said this was not your time. They doubted you. What do you say to them now?
I think it's time for a new generation of leadership. I think people are really hungry for candidates who work hard, who want to get things done, who are just more straightforward and understand the issues of our time. And throughout my campaign, I focused on issues like housing affordability, like combating our extreme heat, like protecting women's reproductive rights. And my track record shows I'm somebody who works really hard. I served on the Phoenix City Council and got a lot done in one term, and I'm going to do the exact same thing in Congress.
Obviously, Ansari and Mayor Gallego very excited to be celebrating a big victory tonight, but still there is mixed reaction, and there's still a lot of votes that need to be counted, so there are still a lot of races to be left undetermined. We're here at the Democratic Watch Party. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Tram. Yeah, safe to say cautiously optimistic may be the mood of the room. Also celebrating tonight, supporters of Proposition 139. This race has yet to be called, but the yes votes right now are out on a large lead. As you can see here, 63% of voters saying yes to this 137% saying no. Of course, this is the right to abortion proposition that would add this right to the Arizona Constitution.
Now we're turning to the race for Maricopa County Recorder. Republican Justin Heap has a narrow lead right now over Democrat Tim Stringham. You can see, actually, this looks like, as we're looking at it right now, they are really neck and neck at 50% each. You can see that narrow lead is just about 2,000 or so votes, if I can do the math on the fly there, which is sometimes difficult to do at 1 a.m.
Very true, but you just see how tight these races really can be, which is why it's hard to call these so quickly. But 12 News journalist Erica Stapleton, she spoke to Stringham about the race. She's joining us now from Phoenix with a little bit more.
I've been covering the Maricopa County Recorder's race, and so far it is a close neck-and-neck contest between Republican Justin Heap and Democrat Tim Stringham. This is an important race to watch because the county recorder's office essentially runs the elections. They make sure everything is going well, and we know this is an office that's been scrutinized by people who don't always believe that elections are safe, that there's integrity in elections. Of course, that's messaging that the county recorder's office has been trying to diffuse, deflect, and say, hey, here's our process, this is how we're transparent. But as the position stands right now, it's going to be someone new who takes over this position. And we're able to catch up with Democratic candidate Tim Stringer earlier tonight. Here's what he had to say. There are people out there that don't trust the election process. What do you say to them to restore their faith?
Yeah, come inside. You can volunteer to be a poll worker for next cycle. We're going to start up tours again down at the tabulation facility. And if you have well-founded concerns about the election, we want to hear those. And if Justin Heap beats me in the election, I'll give him the call tonight. I'll wish him well, and I'm sure he's going to want to hear those concerns too.
Stringham also talked a lot about reaching across the aisle, trying to connect with Republicans who may, again, question him or question the process of elections. Again, this race is too close to call, but we'll keep you posted as results keep coming in. For now, in Phoenix, Erica Stapleton, 12 News.
Erica, thank you so much. And we did just learn those numbers that you saw had just dropped moments ago. So showing you that we are still getting those up to the minute results in. And again, that race for County Recorder very close. To get all the post-election night coverage early into the morning today, make sure you have 12 Plus downloaded on your TV. 12 Plus is where we are going to stream bonus election coverage of the local and the state races that are just too close to call as those final results do roll into our newsroom.
You may be wondering, how do I find it? All you have to do is search for the 12 Plus app on your Apple TV, Fire TV, and Roku, and then it will be right there on your clicker at your fingertips. And 12 News will be back in just a couple of minutes with a check of our weather impact forecast. That's coming up on the day after the election here on Today in AZ.
Minnesota. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Minnesota.
Well, I'm not sure if you saw the sad news. We were not able to pull it out. They made the call for Angie Craig. I called her, left a voicemail for her, congratulating her on her victory. It's obviously a gut punch. You put everything into this. You put your heart and soul into it. You work with amazing people, and so sometimes you come up short. You can do everything right and lose. You can do everything wrong and win, and we were not able to pull it out. I would not want to be in any other room than this room right now with the people here. Thank you so much. There are so many people I could thank here. I'm not going to be able to list everyone. First, to my parents, to my dad, Bashir, to my mom, Pat, thank you so much for your love. To my beautiful girlfriend, Whitney, lovely girlfriend who has been supportive of me for so long here. And thank you so much for my friends and family who are here, folks from high school. Thank you so much for every delegate, activist, person who really went out of their way to do what we could to win this race. And then from the bottom of my heart to my team, to my amazing team who put in so much work. From of course, my team, Jeanette, our finance director, Perry, who was helping her, Spencer, my political director, Christine, my campaign manager, and Zach Freimark. I would not rather do this with anyone else. We weren't able to get across the finish line. It wasn't because of anything that they did wrong. It just was. It is what it is, and sometimes this is how it works. And so I'm proud of who we are as Americans. I'm proud to be an American. I'm proud to be standing up here in front of you, and I'm most proud of the love and support that you've showed me. And so thank you so much for being here, for your love and support. And I guess the fight will continue. God bless you, and God bless America.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
Wow. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little that little thing called special, we have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, say something.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie, they're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw all that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. Slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bussin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
that is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term. When we became more and more successful, people started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
absolute honor to represent you. I am in with such humility tonight, and the confidence and faith that you have put in me to represent you. I want every single one of you to know here how much I am so grateful for your steadfast support. Look, this is not easy. We knocked 200,000 doors in this election cycle. And the race wasn't called until 3 a.m. It's not even midnight, so I'm in shock, actually, at the margin here, but 90% of the precincts are in for the evening. The Associated Press and CNN have called the race. I'm so grateful to everyone here. You believed in me through the last couple of years of working together on so many things that we hold so dear. I'm just overwhelmed with gratitude and with an extended hand to work every single day on your behalf for what is right for the voters and the constituents of the 2nd District of Minnesota. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Minnesota.
Well, I'm not sure if you saw the sad news. We were not able to pull it out. They made the call for Angie Craig. I called her, left a voicemail for her, congratulating her on her victory. It's obviously a gut punch. You put everything into this. You put your heart and soul into it. You work with amazing people, and so sometimes you come up short. You can do everything right and lose. You can do everything wrong and win, and we were not able to pull it out. I would not want to be in any other room than this room right now with the people here. Thank you so much. There are so many people I could thank here. I'm not going to be able to list everyone. First, to my parents, to my dad, Bashir, to my mom, Pat, thank you so much for your love. To my beautiful girlfriend, Whitney, lovely girlfriend who has been supportive of me for so long here. And thank you so much for my friends and family who are here, folks from high school. Thank you so much for every delegate, activist, person who really went out of their way to do what we could to win this race. And then from the bottom of my heart to my team, to my amazing team who put in so much work. From of course, my team, Jeanette, our finance director, Perry, who was helping her, Spencer, my political director, Christine, my campaign manager, and Zach Freimark. I would not rather do this with anyone else. We weren't able to get across the finish line. It wasn't because of anything that they did wrong. It just was. It is what it is, and sometimes this is how it works. And so. I'm proud of who we are as Americans. I'm proud to be an American. I'm proud to be standing up here in front of you, and I'm most proud of the love and support that you've showed me. And so thank you so much for being here, for your love and support. And I guess the fight will continue. God bless you, and God bless America.
And yes, we worked really hard for this victory. So I want to thank every single person who joined us at the doors. Everyone who made a phone call and sent text. Everyone who shared a testimony, talked to their friends and family, made art. Every elected official and leader who contributed to this movement. Our labor siblings, advocacy movements, and student groups, thank you so much. To our incredible Attorney General, Keith Ellison, for always having my back. To my friend and colleague who endorsed me and worked tirelessly to help me win my primary, Senator Tina Smith. Thank you, we love you. And I want to give a special shout out to mayors across the 5th District, nearly every state legislator in the district, every city council member and a school board member who worked tirelessly to help us go back to Washington, D.C. Thank you. And I know we didn't do this alone just with electeds. We did it with every single one of our incredible organizers. Our communications team, our operations folks. It is because of you that we have been able to rank up the numbers and make sure we are going back with a mandate. Together, we were able to knock 117,000 doors, make 108,000 calls, and send 147,000 text messages. With 50 organizers working in every Senate district and every suburban community across the 5th. This victory feels sweet because of all of us that work together to guarantee a brighter future for ourselves and for our children. It's been an honor representing Minnesota's 5th Congressional District. We have been able to achieve a lot together. We fed over $30 million during the pandemic. We brought home over $54 million for projects across the district. We led the movement to cancel student debt now for 50 million borrowers. And we have been able to help 4,000 constituents with all kinds of issues, from immigration to Social Security to veteran benefits. And this is what co-governing looks like. And I know because of you, we have always been able to make the impossible possible, and we're going to do it when we get back to Washington. We're going to work together to end the genocide in Gaza. Of U.S. weapons in Gaza and in Lebanon, end the violence in Sudan, Yemen, Ethiopia, and other conflicts across the world. We're gonna finish the job and cancel student debt for all students. We're gonna work to pass Medicare for all and homes for all. Again, Minnesota's 5th, it has been an honor of my life to be able to be someone who came to this country at the age of 12 and get to represent the beautiful neighbors who welcomed my family and helped me have this great opportunity. It is also an honor to be a member of Congress in one of the greatest countries in the world. So thank you, thank you. Before I get off this stage, I wanted to save the last thank you for my incredible family. My beautiful children and adoring husband really are the reason I am able to serve with courage and compassion. They are the reason why I am wide-eyed about what my values are, and they are the reason why I have the energy and the stamina to continue to withstand everything that has been thrown against me. So I want to thank my husband, Tim. I want to thank my beautiful, amazing, courageous daughter, Isra. And I want to thank our compassionate sons, Adnan and William. And the most adorable little girl to ever exist, Elwad. Thank you, thank you, Minnesota. Thank you, America. Thank you, everyone who made this possible. Thank you.
Isn't it an exciting night? I mean, it is so, things are going our way. And we are going to make sure, Minnesota's still out. So we can still get that for President Trump, because I want to say thank you to all of the Trump team and all of you folks who did the get out the vote, because that's what's going to matter. That's what matters, is that we got those votes to the polls. And and we've secured enough seats in the Senate. The U.S. Senate is red. And we're excited about that. And like I said, it's looking good for President Trump, and I am so excited about that. And we are still watching the House. They called my race, and they're calling races, but we're still watching the House, and I believe we are going to keep the majority. I think it's still going to be a tight majority, but we are going to have all three by the end of this night. And I do want to say thank you, Chairman Hand, because you made sure that we did the get out the vote that we needed to do. So thank you so much for all of your work and help. And I do want to say, I know you guys are watching the TVs, but Joe's race in the second is looking good. We're still positive about that one, so we may be picking that one up too. So there's a lot of night to go still, but thank you so much. Thank you for all of your support, and I am excited to go back to DC and be your conservative voice. Thank you.
I first want to thank my incredible husband, John, and our daughter, Abigail, who've been with me through all of this. I want to thank John for going on that entire Get Out the Vote tour, for standing and giving speeches in front while his wife's face was blown up on the side of the bus. That was pretty good. I want to thank our great campaign staff, including Kieran, Jake, Annie, Ben, Justin, Bridget, Jane, and the whole team. I want to thank my hard-working Senate office in both Minnesota and Washington. Erica, Tamara, your teams. They always put the constituents first, and nearly everywhere I go in Minnesota, someone comes up to me and tells me how our office has helped them to get veterans benefits, help them to get take on their insurance company, help them with an adoption, and thanks to my devoted staff for never getting cynical. Thank you for caring for our state and for making me better. Thank you to our staff. To the state of Minnesota, I once again pledge to you I will stand my ground while always seeking common ground. I will strive every day to be worthy of your faith and trust. Here in Minnesota, we voted for moving forward in this Senate race. We voted for building up and not tearing down. We voted for results, and now it is on all of us to come together as a state and as a country to govern. It is on all of us to cross the river of our divides to get to a higher ground. This has not been an easy election season, but I am so proud of our grassroots volunteers, and I am honored to serve as your U.S. Senator. I want to thank our incredible legislative leaders. I know we're awaiting the results in those races. I want to, first of all, we know that Kelly Morrison is going to be the next Congresswoman for the 3rd District. I think it's pretty good. They're going to have a doctor in the House, thanks to Kelly. I talked to Angie tonight, and we're feeling really good about her race. Some of those numbers are not in yet. There seems to be a little bit of a delay. Should deal with that in the future. And even though we know he is not here tonight, I want to thank our governor, Tim Walz, Gwen and Hope and Gus, and of course our Lieutenant Governor, Peggy Flanagan. And as for Tim and Gwen, I think you know you have done well as a parent when your kids are as proud of you as Hope and Gus are of them. I don't think we will ever forget those 3 words during the Chicago convention when Gus looked at Tim and with tears in his eyes and said, "That's my dad." I can't think of 3 better words to describe our governor. So DFLers, as we await the outcome of these elections, we know there is so much more work to do. We have to, for this state, we need more housing. We need to reduce the cost of child care and more accessible child care, and we need to continue our work to bring down the cost of prescription drugs. We need to restore competition to the marketplace with tech, with pharma, with healthcare. You know I love more competition. And yes, with Ticketmaster. We need to make sure that our workers are prepared to compete in the 21st century, and we need to continue to protect our union members' right to organize, because When unions are strong, our economy is strong. When our economy is strong, America is strong. We need to pass a farm bill. I want to get it done by the end of the year. And we have rights to protect, like the rights of women to make their own health care decisions and not politicians. Minnesota, let us remember tonight, as we await for the rest of these results, that we have faced dark and tumultuous times before. And each time our nation has been tested, our democracy has endured, and our union has prevailed. When Abraham Lincoln gave his first inaugural address in front of the Capitol dome was only partially constructed, braced by ropes of steel. He promised he would finish it. He was criticized at the time for spending funds on it during the Civil War. And to those critics, he replied, "If the people see the Capitol going on, it is a sign we intend the Union shall go on." And the Union did go on. And the reason our democracy went on and endured is because the people of this nation, despite our differences, still believe in America. We still believe that we must find light in the never-ending shade